the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Stranger's Reward. It's not that Johnny has never thought about dealing with the Ghost Rider, but he knows nothing about the magic world or the Ghost Rider, and he has no idea about his future situation. He only knows that, after being possessed by the Ghost Rider, his mind and body are becoming more and more painful, while the other part as well is getting stronger and stronger with the number of transformations. By now, the will of the Ghost Rider has become so strong that it is difficult to suppress, causing him to unconsciously acquire some of the habits of the Ghost Rider, such as subconsciously hiding in the dark during the day. For this reason, Johnny dare not stay in human gathering areas, for fear that someone will not suppress the will of the Ghost Rider when passing by, and release the other party to kill. For example, you need to drink a lot of water on weekdays to relieve the heat in your heart. If he didn't have an iron bladder, who could stand drinking water 24 hours a day? Now, although Feng has given a solution, Johnny's mood is still low. He smiled bitterly and said, "Your method may be good, but how can I split the will of the Ghost Rider? I'm familiar with the craft of cutting souls." Feng pointed at himself and said, "I can teach you how to do it." Before Feng finished speaking, Fitz on the side stopped him and said, "I disagree." As he said, Fitz pointed to the communicator on his ear and said innocently, "I'm sorry, Carlson asked me to convey it. He said that once the will of Ghost Rider spreads, the earth is in danger of becoming a playground for Ghost Rider, which is what S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want to see. Go and play. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a terrorist force, and they still want to control everything, and control how Johnny breathes. Besides, this is Johnny's solution to the problem of Ghost Rider's overly strong will in the original plot." Feng shrugged and ignored Fitz. He took out the magic book and turned to the page of soul division and handed it to Johnny, saying, "If you understand your own endurance limit, you only need to divide it once, because you will not be able to withstand the partial cutting. You can rely on the angel fire to gradually suppress the opponent's chaotic will, and even suppress the Ghost Rider in turn, making him a tool for outputting power." Johnny was silent for a while, and when he took the magic book and looked at it, he seemed to be talking to himself and seemed to explain something to Fitz and said, "If I don't separate part of Ghost Rider's consciousness in the near future, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have to face the Ghost Rider in the cloak of Johnny Blaze." After a pause, Johnny emphasized, "Whether it is day or night, the Ghost Rider is confused, only knows how to kill and judge humans." Johnny pointed at himself, showing a smile uglier than crying, and said, "And there is no Johnny Blaze in my world anymore. Either I die, or there will be one more Ghost Rider in the world. There are only two choices. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to force me to choose death?" Johnny glanced at Fitz with lifeless eyes. Fitz's heart trembled. Even if he was not a psychiatrist, he could see that Johnny was on the verge of collapse at this time. Once Johnny was stimulated by S.H.I.E.L.D., who knows what bad things Ghost Rider would do? As Johnny's voice fell, no one in the cabin refuted anything for a while. Even Carlson did not dare to easily stop Johnny's choice. After all, taking someone's money is equivalent to killing their parents, not to mention taking someone's life directly. Carlson was also afraid that, if he pushed Johnny too hard, he would disgust Johnny and eventually cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, compared with an out-of-control Ghost Rider, Carlson felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. could accept one more weak Ghost Rider in the world. First of all, Johnny controls the angel flame that restrains the Ghost Rider. Even if he transforms, it is still the Ghost Rider who is mainly based on his will. In Carlson's opinion, the newly born Ghost Rider will not be stronger than Johnny. There is no reason why Johnny cannot suppress him. Secondly, there are Feng and mages such as Stark and Strange. Even if these three people are not available for the time being, the mages of Kamataj or the ancient church of Moru can help. To achieve this, Carlson stopped instructing Fitz to talk nonsense and let Johnny learn how to split the consciousness of the Ghost Rider. After getting the angel flame, Feng turned his gaze back to Danny. He took out an amulet with a hidden positioning spell from his shoulder bag with a smile and handed it to Danny, saying, "Little guy, Uncle will give you an amulet. Danny did not take the amulet. He looked at Li Feng with cold eyes and said, the skill of exploring the true thoughts of human beings is the devil's talent. Although I'm not a devil, I'm also half devil. I can use the devil's power roughly. Danny took a look at the amulet in Li Feng's hand and said in a cold tone, I sense that you have bad intentions towards me. You know too much. Li Feng silently complained in his heart, put the amulet back into his shoulder bag, shrugged his shoulders, and explained, I really don't like you, because you are the container that Mephisto has chosen. Mephisto will not let go of the perfect container easily. He will come to the earth to find you sooner or later. In this case, what attitude do you think I should have towards you? Danny looked up and down at Li Feng and asked, do you want to kill me to eliminate future troubles? Li Feng thought if he could. Just when Li Feng was about to make up a lie to fool the child, he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of space energy. Li Feng frowned, turned his head, and looked in front of the Quinjet, wondering, what is Strange doing here? Is he trying to stop me from killing Danny? A portal suddenly appeared in front of the Quinjet, and then Strange, wearing a magic levitation cloak, stepped through the portal and floated in the air. Stark, who also sensed the fluctuation of space, saw the show off Strange and said sourly, what are you so proud of? I can fly too. As he said that, Stark put on a mask, opened the cabin, and flew towards Strange. Li Feng scratched his head and flew towards Strange on the black cloud. He glanced at the other's chest which had not yet worn the Eye of Agamotto, and asked, are you here because of Danny, or do you want to pay me? Master Austin. Strange saluted Li Feng respectfully and said, I'm here for Danny. The little guy has activated the devil's blood. Mephisto can find him at any time. Just in case, Kamatage is willing to take him in. I believe Mephisto would not dare to offend Kamatage for a clone. Didn't you say before that Kamatage would not get involved in Mephisto's affairs? Why do you want to get involved now? Li Feng wondered. Strange smiled and said, even though Danny was half human half devil before, he was just an ordinary kid. Now, he has awakened some of his devilish powers and is a part of the magical world. Kamatage has the obligation to teach Danny how to use dark energy. After a pause, Strange saluted Li Feng again and said, just like Master Ancient One taught you how to use dark energy. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. Ancient One was indeed good to Li Feng. He did everything he should teach, warn, and stop. But that was Ancient One's personal behavior, and it had nothing to do with the group of old-fashioned wizards in Kamatage. If I hadn't deliberately avoided Kamatage when I was weak, the grass on my grave would be 3 meters high. Now Kamatage doesn't dare to attack me. It's just because it's afraid of my strength. After all, this is a world that speaks with fists. Li Feng folded his arms, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and asked with a disdainful tone, do you know how those wizard masters in Kamatage view dark wizards like us? Aren't you afraid that those self-righteous guys will teach Danny with whips every day? Aren't you afraid that Danny will destroy Kamatage after he fully masters the devil's power? No. Strange shook his head and said, Mordo will teach Danny well, and Strange pointed at himself and said, I will act as a psychologist. Mordo is a stick and you are the carrot. Not bad. You have learned how to use strategies on a 13-year-old kid. I'm just surprised. Why do a group of white wizards cultivate half-devils who use dark energy? Are you feeling bored and planning to raise a monster to entertain yourself? When Li Feng rolled his eyes and complained, Strange continued, Master Austin, let's talk about the reward. When Li Feng heard the reward, he was instantly refreshed. He instantly forgot about Danny and asked, rubbing his hands, look at what you said. It's such a small matter. What kind of reward have you prepared? This change of train of thought has caused me to fail. Strange twitched his mouth and smiled. If you promise not to ask about Danny in the future, I will let you visit the treasure of Kamatage. The premise of lending me the time stone is to give up killing Danny? Li Feng was a little confused. He didn't think Danny was worth the price, but Li Feng didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he nodded and said, okay, when are you going to let me visit? Strange shrugged and said, anytime. After a pause, Strange added, but it's only this one chance. On the side, Stark, who was confused by what he heard, was a little puzzled and asked, can you to explain it more clearly? What is the treasure of Kamatage? And what does the reward mean? Is it related to Danny's matter? Stark pointed at himself and said, I also contributed. Why didn't anyone mention the reward to me? Feng, who was excited about being able to comprehend the time gem, didn't bother to pay attention to Stark. He was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. Only one chance to comprehend time. According to the timeline of the Marvel world, it would take at most a few days, but if converted to the other world with the strength of a demigod, it would take at least several years. I don't believe that I can't realize the power of time in a few years. Thinking of this, Feng waved his hand to open the portal and said, I'll go home to prepare some things, and then go directly to Kamataj. As he said, Feng walked through the portal and shouted, Creature, prepare your luggage. Okay, boss, Creature replied. More than half an hour later, Creature reluctantly watched Feng pick up his bag and cross the portal connecting to the Kamataj library. Creature actually wanted to follow Feng to the other world, because now he has the practice method, and only by following Feng can he ask his boss for advice at any time. Unfortunately, there are more important things for him to take care of in the RV. In addition to training Sky, he also has to secretly take care of Sky's soul fragments. Chapter 377 forgot to set the update. Sorry. Kamataj library. As soon as Feng stepped through the portal, he saw Strange holding a fashion magazine in his hand, standing next to the Eye of Agamotto, and flipping through it with relish. Time Stone. Feng's eyes lit up, staring at the Eye of Agamotto, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and greeted him without raising his head. Strange, you have time to care about fashion. Why don't you have time to date girls? Mages also need to keep up with the times, and books are the ladder of human progress. As he spoke, Strange looked up at Feng and saw that the other party was staring at the Eye of Agamotto with a pig-like face. He couldn't help but twitching his eyes and said helplessly, Master Austin, I know you want the time stone, but can you please restrain your exaggerated expression? As he said that, Strange looked at the librarian Wang in the distance and whispered, you can easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Feng waved his hand and said, this is called straightforwardness, which is much better than those guys who pretend to say no on the surface, but can't wait to snatch it in their hearts. That's because everyone is concerned about your strength. Otherwise, you'd be too straightforward. Strange rolled his eyes implicitly, glanced at Feng's shoulder bag, stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation, and said, please return the Eye of Agamotto when you return from the other world. Of course, Feng said with a grin showing his back teeth. Seeing that Feng's eyes were always unwilling to leave the Eye of Agamotto, Strange shook his head slightly, closed the book, and walked towards the king. The king secretly glanced at Feng, who picked up the Eye of Agamotto and whispered to Strange, with his strength, aren't you afraid that he won't return it? Strange smiled, shook his head and said, Master Austin understands the principle that it is not difficult to borrow again after returning it, and he dare not snatch the Eye of Agamotto. Someone is suppressing him. Who can make the demigod obedient? The king asked curiously. Strange smiled and shook his head. Apart from Master Ancient One, who else can suppress Austin, who is almost lawless? It's just knowing. But Strange doesn't want to tell Wang that Ancient One's body has been killed, but his soul lives on in another way, and he still pays attention to the development of Kamataj from time to time. If Wang spreads the news of Ancient One, the wizards with a backer will return to a relaxed state. It's good to have a sense of crisis. Wizards are squeezing their potential every day, Strange thought. Seeing that Strange was unwilling to tell the truth, Wang thought for a while and asked, are you too nice to Austin? You don't understand. Strange turned his head to look at Feng, who passed through the portal, as if talking to himself, and as if explaining. He said, the future has changed. After that, Strange patted Wang on the shoulder and said, I'm going to meditate. After crossing the portal, Feng looked up at the sky, where it was drizzling, and turned his head to look at the abandoned station, where the sound of conversation came from beside him. As usual, the one who speaks is either the protagonist or the supporting role. Feng shrugged his shoulders, turned invisible and walked towards the abandoned station. No matter what, it is most important to understand the world you are in. After walking a few steps, Feng saw a monster with a tall and strong figure, but a beast head and a metal right hand in an abandoned hall. In addition, there is a guy with long hair down to his waist and a pale face like a vampire with light blonde hair. Is this an elf? Feng noticed that the other party had a pair of pointed ears and complained, this guy is so ugly, he can't be related to creature. At the same time, there was a creature wearing a black robe and a head like a slug, and several guards with big parrot-like mouths, and wearing samurai clothes around the creature. What kind of world is this? Why are there so many monsters? Just as Feng was wondering, the slug said to the elf in Scottish Gaelic, Prince Nuada. Then, the slug looked at Nuada's waist, saluted with his hands and feet, and said, it is an honor to welcome you. Please hand over your weapons before entering the Parliament Hall. I refuse. Nuada drew his weapon and answered without thinking. Nuada's behavior of speaking with weapons obviously stimulated the parrot-mouthed guards around him, and they all drew their door-like swords to confront Nuada. The slug pressed his hands, signaling everyone to stay calm, and said, Your Highness, no matter who you are, you must abide by the regulations of the Parliament. Nuada glanced at the guards around him, danced with a knife flower with disdain, and then slid to the front of the slug, and put the blade on his neck, saying, I will be happy to destroy you, Captain of the Guards. Seeing that Nuada's eyes were full of murderous intent, the captain of the guards knew that the other party was not just talking, and he was immediately frightened and trembled all over. Just as the chief guard was at a loss, a female voice rang out in the hall. Brother, hand over your weapons. Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a light blonde, pointy-eared female elf with a huge golden ornament on her waist looking at Nuada calmly. Nuada looked at the chief guard with contempt, took back her weapon, turned around and offered her weapon with both hands, saying, Sister, for you, I can do anything. The chief guard, who had saved his life, breathed a sigh of relief, ordered his men to confiscate Nuada's weapons, and then hurriedly led everyone to the council hall. In the council hall, Feng felt like he had entered a den of monsters, those who were so ugly that they needed to wear masks when going out, those with horns on their heads, especially the old man sitting in the main seat of the council hall. It would be fine if he had several pairs of antlers on his head, but what happened to this guy who looked like he was squeezed to death? Does he need some kidney pills to replenish his energy? Still not knowing where this was, Feng scratched his head and stood aside silently, watching Nuada kneeling on one knee, and said to the old man, Father. Before Nuada could finish, the old man interrupted him. Why did you do this? As he spoke, the old man, who seemed to be burning with anger, slapped the armrest and said angrily, For what? For us to regain our freedom, for all of us, Father. Nuada replied. The original intention was good, but the old man shook his head slightly and said dissatisfiedly, But what you did violated the armistice agreement between us and humans. This is a humiliating agreement, Nuada retorted loudly. Humans have forgotten the gods, and will only wantonly destroy the earth, forcing us to continuously shrink our living space. As he said, Nuada turned his voice to look at the crowd and said pitifully, Our forests are becoming parking lots and shopping malls. Human greed is like a bottomless pit. We can never meet human needs. The old man agreed with the remarks about human greed, but he knew that greed is one of human nature. They are just hard to change their nature. The old man pointed at himself and said, And it is our honor to abide by the agreement. Honor? Nuada was almost confused. In his eyes, what's the use of honor for a race whose living place is about to disappear? Can this thing be eaten or breathed as air? You are really old, and you only know how to immerse yourself in the glory of the past. Nuada sighed and said, Look at this dilapidated Parliament Hall. Where is your glory? Father, you were once a glorious warrior. Since when did you let humans control you? After that, knowing that his father was beyond help, Nuada ignored the old man and turned to swear to everyone. I ended my wandering and returned to start a war. I swear that I will definitely take back the territory and our inherent right to survive. For this reason, I call on all the people to help me, whether they are good or bad, even the most brutal ones. At this point, Nuada took out a piece of gold jewelry and showed it to the old man. Golden Legion. The old man, who recognized the function of the jewelry in Nuada's hand at a glance, was stunned for a moment, subconsciously touched the gold jewelry on his belt, and shouted sternly, You are really confused. Confused. Nuada, who rose up for the survival of his race, said indifferently, maybe, but it is more that humans forced me to do this. At this time, Nuada's sister suddenly persuaded, even if you wake up the Golden Legion, you still can't use massacres to exchange for a green home. After a pause, Nuada's sister pleaded, please let the Legion continue to sleep. If our race is doomed, let it perish. Hearing his sister's pessimistic thoughts, Nuada comforted, sister, we will not perish. Son, I ask you one last time, are you determined to take this road of no return? The old man asked. Yes. Nuada lowered his head and said, sorry, father. Looking at Nuada's firm eyes, the old man felt tired and wanted to ask Nuada, do you really think that humans are still in the era of hunting with spears? Have you thought about how to face nuclear bombs and biological weapons? War will only lead to mutual destruction. The old man was silent for a while and said, you leave me no choice. As he said that, the old man took a deep breath, with many complex emotions such as helplessness and heartache, and ordered, kill him. As soon as the voice fell, many parrot-mouthed guards raised the door panels and swords, and rushed towards Nuada. At this time, Feng was in no mood to watch Nuada's wonderful fight. Through the Golden Legion, he knew that he was in the Hellboy world. He was thinking about how to get 70 times 70, a total of 4,900 golden robots. With his continuous promotion and the enemies he will face in the future, the role of dementors, which are either invincible or in a chicken state, has become less and less. More importantly, dementors can only deal with creatures with souls. If he encounters enemies like Ultron, Feng can only go blind except for personally going down. Now, the three environments that control the Golden Legion are all on the scene, or we can rob them first. After thinking about it, Feng finally rejected the robbery plan. First of all, he didn't even know where the Golden Legion was, he only knew where the map was. Unfortunately, Feng didn't think he could understand the map that looked like a ghost painting, so it was more convenient to follow Nuada's footsteps to find the Golden Legion. Secondly, the first activation of the Dormant Golden Legion requires a special identity, just like Nuada, who is a prince. Finally, Feng wanted to gain control of the Golden Legion, so he had to wait for the other party to activate the Legion, and then start the robbery. This is like changing the password of a combination lock. Only by activating the lock can the change be completed. Otherwise, who has the ability to change the password in a black screen? As for violently changing the lock, Feng is not incapable of it, but there are 4,900 robots. When will it take to modify the robots one by one? It's almost exhausting. Feng. Thinking of this, Feng turned his head and looked at Sister Nuada, who left quietly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Hellboy. Legend has it that in the world of Hellboy, humans have a hole of desire in their hearts, since birth that cannot be satisfied by wealth, power, and knowledge. At the beginning, humans who knew how to restrain themselves could happily play games such as skipping rubber ropes, playing marbles, and throwing sandbags with beasts and magic races under the same sky. But desire is an instinct, just like dogs eating shit, cats eating fish, and Ultramen fighting monsters. In addition, the more you suppress desire, the more violent it will explode afterwards. In the end, humans who could not suppress their inner greed were driven by desire to take up weapons and point their spears at their former friends. Faced with the excessive demands of humans, even the vegetarian elves were angry and took up weapons to fight humans. It's just a war, especially a close-range war, where death is normal. Elf King Barrow, Nuada's father, saw that this would not work. How fast do humans give birth? Women with more cowhide give birth to one child a year, as if it were a game. What about reflective elves? If a couple gives birth to a baby every 100 years, they will be showered with flowers and awarded the title of the most fertile elf champion. If the war lasts for 100 years, human soldiers will have no idea how many generations they will have been renewed, and the team will have no idea how large it will be. By then, even if each elf can fight 3 elves, They will be exhausted by humans. Faced with the crisis of genocide, Barrow finally ordered the goblins to forge a tireless and unstoppable magic mechanical army at the instigation of his son Nuada. Because the mechanical army looked golden, it was named the Golden Army, and the crown that controlled the Golden Army was worn on the head of Barrow, who had the royal blood of the elves. Soon, with the help of the Golden Army, the elves not only gained a foothold on the battlefield, but also killed all the humans who fled in panic. At the same time, Barrow felt deeply guilty when he saw the mechanical army raising knives to slaughter the surrendered or unconscious soldiers. In his eyes, it was nothing for soldiers to die on the battlefield. It was also a kind of honor for soldiers to die on the battlefield. But every life has the right to survive, even humans who are in a hostile state. As long as the other party surrenders, they should be given the right to survive. Faced with the inhumane actions of the mechanical army, Barrow regretted it. He felt that he should not have created a mechanical army without mercy, who did not understand loyalty and pain. Thinking of this, Barrow took the initiative to request a ceasefire, and divided the crown used to drive the Golden Army into three. In order to show his determination not to use the Golden Army, Barrow handed one of the crowns to humans for safekeeping. The humans, who were frightened by the Golden Army, saw that there was such a good thing, so they hurriedly took over 1/3 of the crown, and signed an agreement with the elves that from now on, the city would belong to humans, the forest would belong to the magical race, and the two sides would not invade each other. On the other hand, Nuada, who instigated the construction of the Golden Army, expressed his dissatisfaction, seeing that the elves were about to win, and humans were about to be beaten back to the primitive age of bloodthirsty. What was the point of a ceasefire at this time? Did those people who sacrificed for their home sacrifice in vain? Aren't you afraid that they will die with regrets? But the boss of the elves is still Barrow after all. As long as Barrow is not dead, Nuada will always be just a prince with no say. For this reason, Nuada, who was in the rebellious period of adolescence, chose to express his dissatisfaction by running away from home. Time flies. The humans who witnessed the armistice agreement have long turned into a handful of yellow soil. With the continuous development of technology, humans have long regarded the Golden Legion as a fairy tale. Today, Nuada, who has witnessed the endless demands of humans again, which has led to the shrinking living environment of his own race, said that he could not bear it anymore. If he continues to endure like this, no race on Earth, except humans, will survive. Nuada, who is worried about the magic race, announced his official return by taking back 1/3 of the crown that controls the Golden Legion from humans. Of course, in order to order the Golden Legion to start a war, Nuada also needs the remaining crown fragments. One of the fragments is on his father's belt. But when he completed his patricide, to prove his determination to save the race, he found that his lovely sister was missing. This is the end of the matter, because the last piece of the crown fragment is on his sister Nuala's waist. There was no other way. Nuada immediately yelled at his younger brother, "Find her, go quickly." On the other side, Nuala, who saw her brother stabbing his father to death for the crown fragment, ran out of the Parliament Hall with tears in her eyes, and looked at Feng, who was hiding in a cloak, with horror. Just when Nuala thought Feng was Nuada's younger brother and desperately used his hands to protect the crown fragment, Feng lifted the cloak and cast a spell. "Princess, you are invisible. As long as you don't shout loudly, no one can find you." While casting the spell, Feng quietly cast a positioning spell. "Human wizard?" Exclamation mark. Or the wizard who knew I was a princess was unaware of what Feng had done. Nuala calmed down and continued to run towards the exit in panic, explaining in a low voice, "Invisibility is useless. My brother and I have telepathy, and he can locate where I am." "I know." Feng pretended to know nothing, followed Nuala closely, and nodded suddenly. "Do you have a hiding place? Maybe I can help you." As he said, Feng stretched out his hand to shake hands with Nuala and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard." Nuala glanced at Feng, and when she stretched out her hand to shake hands with Feng, she activated her talent to read the other person's thoughts. But Feng is also a demigod after all, and he crushes the other person in terms of strength. Nuala can't read a fart. Nuala, who had not read anything, was a little confused. She didn't know whether Li Feng was good or bad. She could only sense that Li Feng was not a good person. She was silent for a while and said, "Protect me to the troll market. There are many mermaids there, and my brother can't find me for a while." In her heart, Nuala added, "There are my men there. No matter who Austin is, I have a chance to get rid of him. The problem is that I don't know where the troll market is." Li Feng shrugged easily, stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation, motioned Nuala to lead the way, and said, "No problem." Soon, Nuala took Li Feng to the Brooklyn Bridge. When the two walked into the gate of the troll market, Li Feng looked at the shops and vendors around selling various magical creatures or materials, and felt that he had come to the right place. With my strength, I can grab it, but with my skill in making props, how much supplies can I exchange? I guess it can't even fit in my shoulder bag, Li Feng thought, while touching his shoulder bag. Nuala lifted her skirt and said, "Thank you for your escort." After that, Nuala turned around and got into the group of monsters. Li Feng did not stop them, but shrugged his shoulders indifferently and strolled around the market. "They have already set up the positioning spell. Why should I be in a hurry? There are plenty of opportunities to meet again." The troll market is quite large, but the security and sanitation conditions are worrying. Not to mention the blood and garbage everywhere under his feet. Li Feng, who encountered 3 waves of thieves in half an hour, was almost mad. "Damn, just because I look like a human, you treat me as a fool." Li Feng was a little helpless. If it came to fighting, he was confident that he could destroy the market alone, but he didn't come here to cause trouble, but to find a place to study the Infinity Stones and do some small business. Besides, he didn't stay in this world for a few days and then go back to the Marvel world, but in years. If he really destroyed the troll market, he would be rejected by all markets. There was no other way. Li Feng, who just wanted to improve his strength quietly, simply turned into an elf, occupied a corner, built a huge tent, and hung a sign in front of the tent to sell props. But how could God let Li Feng, who was plagued by bad luck, do business quietly? Overthinking series. Just when Li Feng entered the tent and prepared to drink a cup to relieve fatigue, a guy with skin like a cooked prawn, a tail behind him, smooth horns on his forehead, and a huge right hand fell from the sky and successfully tore a big hole in the tent. Li Feng's eyes twitched, looked at the big hole in the roof, and then looked at the unexpected visitor, covering his face and thinking, half human half demon Hellboy. That's right, the guy who smashed through the tent was Anusilu Omo, the protagonist of the Hellboy world. At the same time, Li Feng knew clearly that this guy found the troll market based on the clues left by Nuada in the process of seizing the crown fragments from humans, and Li Feng even knew that Hellboy would make a big fuss in the troll market. But Li Feng never thought that Hellboy could appear in front of him, even though he had specially found a corner to build a tent, and he met in a way that people were sitting at home, and disasters came from the sky. Hellboy stood up and patted the dust on his body and casually praised Yude, "Your space is big enough," before lifting the curtain and leaving. Just left without even an apology. Li Feng, furious, lifted the door curtain and roared, "Red-skinned kid!" Before Li Feng finished shouting, he saw Hellboy, who was not far away, punch the guy with a beast head towards him. Nuada's little brother. What's this guy's name? Vic. While complaining in his heart, watching the meat mountain fall towards his own tent, Li Feng kicked Vic away, grabbed Hellboy's thick right hand and roared, "Boy, pay money." "No money." Hellboy, who was angry and in a bad mood, said casually. But when Hellboy was about to push Li Feng away and continue to compete with Vic to see who has the harder fist, he found that Li Feng's strength was far beyond his imagination. Hellboy has always felt that he is very strong, especially his right hand, which is thick and powerful, but now not only can he not push Li Feng's little hand away, but he is firmly grasped by the other party and cannot move. This is embarrassing. "Who are you?" Hellboy asked. "Your creditor." Li Feng pointed at the tent and said, "He tore off my roof, and you're still trying to pay me back." Hellboy, who was really broke and had more important things to do, didn't want to argue with Li Feng. He took out a clean pocket and said, "I don't have any cash. My friend will come over to talk to you about compensation later." Hellboy pointed at Vic and said, "And I wasn't the only one who broke your house." He also had a share. Li Feng glanced at Vic, who was getting up with his head shaking. He pointed at him and petrified him with a finger and said, "I know you. Your father is a demon, and your mother is Arthur's daughter for who knows how many generations. You are a legitimate member of the British royal family. How could you be broke? You're kidding me." Hellboy looked at Li Feng with a stiff expression and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 379 Little Jumping Bean. In the eyes of outsiders, the troll market is just a large and chaotic market, but Nuala knows that there is a map hidden here that indicates where the Golden Army is sleeping. Originally, after Nuala and Li Feng separated, they just wanted to get the map as soon as possible and destroy it. By then, even if Nuala collected all 3 pieces of the crown fragments, what would happen? Without the guidance of the map, Nuala would be lucky to find the shadow of the Golden Army, let alone summon the Golden Army. However, before getting the map, Nuala first needs to disguise herself. After all, she is a noble princess of the elves. Needless to say, people who know her will greet her warmly, even if they don't kneel down to salute, and those who don't know her will be attracted by her stunning appearance or graceful figure. In short, her appearance in the troll market will only cause unnecessary chaos, such as fans asking for autographs and taking photos. What if Nuala has a spy hidden in the troll market and passes the news of her appearance in the market to her eldest brother? How can she destroy the map? Compared with meeting fans, Nuala wants to stop her brother from releasing the Golden Army, which will lead to the disaster of genocide. It was only when Nuala wrapped herself up tightly that she realized that her delicate figure was hidden, but the temperament she had cultivated since childhood was too noble, and it was so brilliant that it could not be hidden no matter what. This situation where she could become the focus even with just a pair of eyes exposed made Nuala sigh in her heart and said sadly, "There is no way. I'm so elegant. It is really hard to give up my natural beauty." At this time, Nuala had not yet discovered that Nuada's spy hidden in the crowd had passed her news to Nuada's younger brother Vic, and a mermaid brother with a toilet lid type ventilator noticed that she was wearing a bracelet with the royal emblem on her wrist. Nuala, who knew nothing about this, came to the store where the map was hidden, and just when she successfully got the map, she finally found the mermaid who had followed her all the way. Through a conversation, Nuala learned that the mermaid's name was Abraham Cepine, and those who knew him called him Abel. He belonged to the Supernatural Research and Defense Department of Humans, and came to investigate her brother Nuada. After understanding Abel's intention, Nuala breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to say something, Vic's figure suddenly entered her sight. Needless to say, Abel showed his chivalry and volunteered to say that he could slap Vic to death with one slap, and motioned Nuala to the side to applaud and cheer for him. Unfortunately, reality slapped Abel hard, and he was beaten to a pulp by Vic. If Hellboy, who was wandering around, had not appeared in time and saved Abel, he would have become sashimi in Vic's mouth. Later, the fight between Hellboy and Vic spread to Li Feng, who had become an elf. Nuala, who was hiding aside, was confused when she saw Li Feng subduing Vic casually. As an elf with low fertility, the birth of a newborn is a great joy for them. As a princess, Nuala will send her blessings at the first time, which makes her not say that she can remember the names of each tribe member accurately, but it should be no problem to get familiar with him. But Nuala is very sure, "I have never seen this strange tribe member in front of me. Where did this guy come from?" Just when Hellboy asked seriously, "Who are you?" Nuala could not help but step forward, and while carefully looking at Li Feng, he wondered, "Hello, my people, who are you?" While asking, Nuala suddenly widened his eyes and said, "My perception tells me that you are less than 100 years old. How is this possible?" As he said that, Nuala turned his head and looked at Vic. Nuala didn't know much about Vic, his brother's younger brother. The only thing he could be sure of was that his magic resistance and strength were not low. Now a little guy who is still in the infant stage according to the lifespan of the elves can beat Vic. What if he grows up to be a mature man? Although he didn't know who was stronger than his father who had not yet been buried, with the elves under his protection, Nuala thought excitedly that the nonsense of running out of luck could be thrown into the trash. On the other side, seeing Nuala standing in front of him and affectionately calling him tribe member, Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and after revealing his human form, he joked, "Princess, although noble people tend to forget things, we were playing together for half an hour, How come you suddenly forgot about me? You are so mean. As he said, Li Feng covered his chest and said, my heart is seriously traumatized. You have to compensate me for my mental damages. Do you want to compensate you for a chicken feather? You made me happy for nothing. Nuala was sulking in her heart, but on the surface she showed an awkward smile to cover it. She greeted, hello, Master Austin. After greeting, Nuala, who didn't want to pay attention to Li Feng, pointed at Vic and Face Table, and said very quickly, he is my brother's confidant. Since he appeared in the troll market, it means that my brother is also nearby. We must leave, as soon as possible. Abel didn't think about it. He stretched out his hand, to make a gesture of invitation, motioning Nuala to walk to the exit of the market, while pressing the communication area, and said, Professor Klaus, where are you? We found Princess Nuala, and are about to leave the market. Behind you, Klaus, who was wearing a diving suit and a transparent hood filled with smoke, carried Victor Nuala and said, you take this guy away first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Austin. As he spoke, Klaus threw Victor Hellboy, turned around and shook hands with Li Feng, saying, hello, human wizard, I'm Klaus, a psychic expert. That's right, I have something to talk to you about. Li Feng took his hand back and pointed to the big hole in his tent and said, since Hellboy is crying poor, and you are his superior, please compensate me for my losses. How much is a tent worth? As long as you join the Supernatural Research and Defense Department, I will compensate you with a luxury car and a mansion. Klaus waved his hand generously and said, no problem. By the way, Mr. Austin, can you tell me about your experience? For example, where did you learn magic? Are you trying to find out about my past because you think I'm too handsome and want to recruit me? Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then walked to the front of the tent and lifted the curtain to show his own large tent. He smiled and said, you want my file? No problem, but before that, shall we discuss the compensation issue? After all, my tent is not. Before he finished speaking, Li Feng suddenly saw Nuada running towards the market exit in the distance. Vic is his younger brother, and it is only natural that the younger brother should compensate the boss for the trouble he caused. Thinking of this, Li Feng left Klaus, who was staring at the tent in a daze, and chased after Nuada. However, the troll market was already crowded, and the chaos caused by the previous fight between Hellboy and Vic had not yet subsided, so Li Feng caught up with Nuada when he ran to the entrance of the market. Before Li Feng asked for compensation, he saw Nuada throwing a small green jumping bean at Hellboy and others, and then turned and ran. Li Feng ignored Nuada, but looked at the jumping bean with interest. Compared with looking for bad luck with Nuada, he was more interested in the jumping bean. Jumping beans belong to the tree god tribe. They are called sons of nature or forest gods by the elves. When they come into contact with water, they quickly grow into a tall and powerful plant giant. They are a strange species that can breed and destroy life. What is the relationship between the tree god tribe and the tree man Groot? Son or grandson? Just when Li Feng was thinking about whether to accept this last tree god in the Hellboy world as compensation for Nuada, the little jumping bean jumped into the sewer. With a landslide, the tree god tribe, which had eaten a lot and changed its appearance, stood in front of everyone with a burp. Looking at the tree god member who was almost 20 meters tall in front of him, Li Feng scratched his head and thought, if I plant this thing by the lake, wouldn't I have a mobile tree house that can run and jump? The most important thing is that this thing is much easier to feed than Scar, who is a foodie. As long as there is water, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Li Feng no longer hesitated. He held the Eye of Agamemnon tightly in his right hand and pointed his left palm at the tree gods. Although the power of the time stone will drop by several levels after leaving the Marvel world, Li Feng said he didn't care. First of all, Li Feng dared not use the time stone with full power carelessly, because it would cause death if he was not careful. Now the power of the stone has been greatly reduced, which is just right for him to study and use it recklessly. Secondly, Li Feng is not Dabe who doesn't understand time spells. What the time stone has to do is nothing more than provide him with energy so that he can cast time spells better. Just as Li Feng was casting the spell, Klaus, who came hurriedly, looked blankly at the ring-shaped green mysterious rune that appeared in front of Li Feng's left palm. What is this? Without waiting for Klaus to ask, Li Feng slowly turned his palm counterclockwise, and the tree gods in the distance also shrank in size as his palm turned. In the end, the towering tree turned back into a small jumping bean. Klaus, whose brain had crashed, said in horror, "Time reversal?" Nuala, who also recognized that Li Feng was casting a time spell, and Nuada, who was hiding in the distance, looked at the small jumping beans floating in the air with astonishment. Li Feng, who saw everyone's expressions, laughed a few times, snapped his fingers, and called the small jumping beans to his hand, looked up at Nuada who was hiding on the roof, and shouted, "Prince Nuada, your lover deliberately damaged my house." Li Feng shook the small jumping beans in his hand and said, "This thing is compensation for my loss." After that, Li Feng, who was in a good mood, put away the small jumping beans, ignored Nuada who was staring at him, whistled, put his hands behind his back, and walked back to the troll market with a swaying and arrogant step. Is this guy really a human? Nuada said that he could not accept the reality that a human first killed Vic in seconds and then cleaned up the tree gods in minutes, even if the other party was obviously assisted by treasures when casting time spells. In the future he envisioned, the magic race relied on the tireless golden army that could not be destroyed even by nuclear bombs to sweep the world. But now, since someone can reverse time, does it mean that the other party can also reverse the time when the golden army was fighting? Once the golden army is lost, how can the magic race face human aircraft and artillery? If I don't find out your true identity, I can't sleep or eat. Nuada ordered Li Feng's back. Who are you? Chapter 380 Map. Hearing Nuada's angry question, Li Feng looked at him and asked, "Why, you feel guilty and think the compensation you gave me is too little and you want to get more?" As he said that, Li Feng rubbed his hands mercenarily and said with a smile, "Excuse me, your highness, do you have anything else to compensate me for my losses? I don't even know who you are. What's the point of compensation?" Nuada noticed that Hellboy was approaching him quietly with a super large pistol and looked at Li Feng deeply, as if he wanted to remember his face, and turned away without saying a word. "Are you a human? A pure human?" Klaus on the side asked the question he was most concerned about. If Li Feng is a pure human, Klaus thinks that, as long as the other party is not a ruthless person who likes to destroy the world, if possible, it is best to win the other party over to the camp of the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. Compared with the rapid progress of human beings in science and technology, the status of human beings in the magic world can be described as a better tier. Today, human beings have no qualifications to occupy a place. Just like the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. To put it nicely, this department is the leader of the human race in the magic world, with forces all over the world, and solves many supernatural incidents every year. But no one may believe that the strongest fighting force in the team is not a human, but a demon raised by humans. Speaking of this, Klaus feels ashamed. A demon has become the core of the team, and humans are really unworthy of the title of the Master of the Earth. Especially after seeing with his own eyes that Hellboy does not listen to orders, acts on his own, has a reckless and irritable personality and many other problems. Klaus urgently hopes to have a strong human who will obey orders in the team. Of course, if Li Feng's human appearance was just a disguise, Klaus felt that humans had given up the hope of improving their status in the magic world. No wizard who can play with time is easy to mess with. Li Feng looked at Klaus with an earnest look. He had no idea what the other party was thinking, and was a little confused. This guy wouldn't be shocked by my handsome appearance. Of course I'm a human, a 100% pure human without any foreign blood, Li Feng said, and suddenly thought of something and asked, "Speaking of which, Prince Nuada has already paid compensation. What about you? When will you pay? You robbed him with your own strength. Did you really think I was blind?" Klaus blew out 2 streams of air from his respirator in silence. After a while, he asked, "I will report the compensation and ask the higher-ups to contact you. By the way, how can I find you? Are you living in the troll market now?" "Of course, I will stay in the troll market to do business for a long time in the future." After thinking for a while, Li Feng took out a power-enhancing prop from his shoulder bag and threw it to Klaus, saying, "This is a prop I made casually. You can try the effect. If you like it, you are welcome to buy it from me." Compared with the little money in the hands of the magic race that has difficulty in surviving, Feng prefers to do business with the wealthy Supernatural Research and Defense Department. You have to know that the Supernatural Research and Defense Department is backed by the country, and the funds burned every year are unknown, and the number of members who die in the mouths of monsters every year is also unknown. Once such a force knows that they can buy easy to use, affordable, and life-saving props at critical moments by spending money, they will go crazy to place orders with him. By then, Feng will be forced to make a fortune. They have a lot of good stuff in their hands, such as the spear of Longinus that stabbed Jesus. Suddenly, Feng thought of something and added, since the troll market is a market in the magic world, don't use US dollars or other banknotes to fool me when you buy props. That thing is too hard to wipe your butt. I require you to use magic materials or magic medicinal herbs to exchange props. There are so many magic materials that they are buried underground waiting to mold, and there are also so many medicinal herbs cultivated by scientific and technological means that they are piled up in the warehouse to gather dust. This is better than trading. Klaus was delighted and handed the props to Abel for inspection. He asked, Mr. Austin, do you want to come to the Supernatural Research and Defense Department to work? Our treatment. Before Klaus finished speaking, Feng said with a bit of impatience, don't make trouble. Isn't it good to be free? Isn't it good to do whatever you want? Why make it difficult for yourself to obey the orders of a group of people who know nothing and can only talk nonsense all day long? Feng patted Klaus on the shoulder and said earnestly, if you have time to recruit me, you might as well think about how to compensate. As he said that, Feng turned and walked towards the entrance of the troll market and said, by the way, I know where your headquarters is, so hurry up and send my compensation, otherwise don't blame me for demolishing your lair. After leaving a threat, Feng's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Don't want this thing anymore? Abel looked at the prop in his hand, then looked at the direction where Feng disappeared, walked to Klaus and said, Professor Klaus, this prop can increase my strength by 10%, but it is easy to cause muscle soreness afterwards. I suggest that you only use it in critical moments. Klaus was silent for a while and said, hand over the props and let other departments take care of the transaction. By the way, report Austin's request for compensation. This is the best excuse to approach the other party. I believe the people above will understand how to operate. After speaking, Klaus looked at the crowd of spectators who were gathering more and more, waved his hand, and ordered, evacuate. Back at the headquarters of the Supernatural Research and Defense Department, Nuala, with the curiosity of taking a look at the destroyed map, deliberately found an opportunity when no one was around to open the place where the coordinates of the Golden Legion were hidden. After opening the cylinder and taking a look at the map, Nuala stood there in shock. Why is there nothing on the map? Is the map fake? Nuala, who turned the map over and over again, said that he was very confused and even couldn't help but blame his father. The idea of swearing not to activate the Golden Legion is good, and the practice of burying it is even more admirable. But what does it mean to leave the coordinate map? Isn't this a cause for concern? It would have been better to destroy the Golden Legion or the Crown directly at the beginning, and there wouldn't be so many troubles now. Maybe his brother wouldn't have the idea of killing his father to seize control of the Golden Legion. Dad, you died a little unjustly. In other words, Nuala is simple and has not yet realized that the Golden Legion is actually a survival trump card left by the Elf King Barrow for his people. For example, when humans discovered the existence of the magic race and tore their faces and chose to go to war, the Golden Legion was the strongest soldier of the magic race. If Feng knew what Nuala was complaining about, he would have to tell the silly white sweet what it means to have a sinister heart and keep a backup plan for everything. There is a saying in psychology that the more you can't get something, the more fatal temptation it has. The same is true for curiosity. The more you can't get it, the more you can arouse the desire to find out. Just like Nuala now, she didn't rush to destroy the map because she didn't understand it, but studied and pondered it with interest. Just when Nuala was about to pull her head to vent her anger, Abel found Nuala peeking at the map. Seeing Nuala's crazy look, Abel didn't think much about it. He simply thought that the other party was worried that Nuada would come to kill him, and comforted her. "Don't worry, our location is highly confidential, and your brother can't find us." Nuala was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Abel had misunderstood her. She shook her head and said, "You don't understand. I know where this is, and my brother can find it." After a pause, Nuala explained with a hint of helplessness, "We are twins. We have been able to communicate physically and mentally since we were young. What I know, he can also sense. I know that this is difficult to understand." Abel waved his hand. In fact, he understood what Nuala wanted to express. He can read the hearts of others by touching their palms. The connection between body and mind that Nuala mentioned is nothing more than an enhanced version of his ability, the ability to read other people's hearts without contact, and regardless of distance. However, this ability can only allow Nuada to read Nuala. No need to explain, I understand. As he spoke, Abel saw the cylinder with a map hidden on the desk and asked, "Is that a map?" As he spoke, Abel walked towards the map. Yes, it was originally sealed in the cylinder, but there are no coordinates on the map. Nuala said frankly that she didn't see anything. Abel opened the cylinder and took out the map. After taking a look at the map, he guessed, maybe there is a watermark? As he spoke, Abel pointed the map to the light and looked carefully. Unfortunately, the map still did not respond. At this time, Nuala, who was standing behind Abel, looked at Abel's back with a little obsession. She hadn't been in love for many years, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She mustered up the courage to say, "You are brave to face Vic's threat and bring me back when I might still be an enemy. I don't need any ability to guess that you like me. Although I like you too." Abel was a little flustered when he noticed Nuala's heart. As a single dog for thousands of years, he had no experience in love and didn't know how to respond. After thinking for a long time, Abel stammered, "I just had a hunch. Maybe we are in sync." In sync means that both parties are in tune with each other and understand each other's meaning. It is usually used to describe that the two parties in love are in tune with each other and understand each other's thoughts. So when Abel talked about in sync, Nuala's face quickly turned red. Seeing this, Abel lowered his head shyly and said with a dodging look, "Usually I can read other people's minds quickly, but I have never met anyone like you." "I haven't met anyone like you either," Nuala said shyly. As she spoke, Nuala, who had a preliminary understanding of what Abel was thinking, said with a little nervousness and excitement, "Good night, Abel." After that, Nuala turned and left, leaving Abel with a confused face. What does this woman mean? Just flirting? Why is the subsequent plot development different from the description in the book? In a panic, Abel, who was at a loss, said to Nuala's departing back, "Good night, princess." Just as Nuala was lying on the soft big bed and thinking about it, Nuada, who was thinking about the crown fragments and the map, had already killed alone near the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. Nuala, who sensed Nuada, suddenly remembered that the map had not been destroyed and hurriedly ran to the map with regret and self-blame. Chapter 381, Body and Mind. Just as Nuala threw the cylinder connected to the map into the fireplace to destroy it and hid the crown fragments in the books, Nuada rushed to Nuala as if there was no one in the land. Nuala glanced at the map in the fireplace and said with a disdainful expression, "You are quite fast, but the map is useless." As he said that, Nuada reached out and took the red-hot cylinder out of the fireplace, rolled it on the desk, and explained, "The cylinder is the real map, my silly sister." Looking at the red-hot cylinder imprinting the surface pattern on the tablecloth like a branding iron, forming a clear map, Nuala couldn't help cursing in her heart. "Barrow, you are a father who pets your daughter." Nuada glanced at the map, pointed to the coordinates of the place where the Golden Legion was sleeping, and said proudly, "I can find the Golden Legion here." "And the crown fragments." Nuada turned his head to look at Nuala and smiled. "Through you, I sensed that it is hidden here." As soon as the voice fell, Nuala's face was horrified. At this moment, she was not only worried that the crown fragments would be found by her brother, but also recalled an unbearable past. Back then, Nuada ran away from home because she was dissatisfied with what Barrow did. His wandering life can be imagined. As for Nuala, who continued her life as a princess. She didn't eat delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and wore silk and satin, but she had no problem with food and clothing. But the bad thing was that she and Nuada were connected physically and mentally. Imagine that Nuada, who was hungry, found a rotten fruit and started to eat it. As a result, Nuala, who was breathing fresh air on the other side, suddenly felt the taste of rotten fruit on her taste buds. Who can stand this? In addition, Nuada, who had no money, usually lived in an abandoned station, which made Nuala, who was far away from the hustle and bustle, often wake up in the middle of the night with a confused face after falling asleep by the sound of the train. She was a girl. Didn't she know how important sleep quality was to beauty? She suffered from insomnia all day and finally developed to the point where she had to apply 3 pounds of bleaching powder on her face to cover up the dark circles under her eyes. Finally, the connection between body and mind is not only about sensing each other's thoughts, but also physical injuries will appear together. Just like when Nuala is hurt outside, Nuala will also be hurt inexplicably at the same time. The more Nuala thought about it, the more wronged she felt, and her tears were about to roll out of her eyes. At this time, she wanted someone to comfort her. Originally, there was no need to say what Nuala wanted, and Nuada, who was connected with her body and mind, could naturally sense it. But now Nuada only cares about the Golden Legion and is concentrating on finding the crown fragments hidden in the books. How can he care about Nuala crying? Seeing this, Nuala was furious, and she wiped her tears. Taking advantage of Nuada's back to her, she quietly pressed the alarm. If you don't care about my sister, I'm not happy, and you can't live a comfortable life. When the alarm sounded, the members of the nearby Supernatural Research Defense Department were all confused. What's going on? The headquarters has been invaded. When Abel heard the alarm, Nuala's figure immediately appeared in the sea, and he hurriedly pulled Hellboy, who was drinking with him, to the scene. Seeing Abel appear, Nuala said with a hint of sweetness in her joy, "Abraham, don't come over. You can't beat my brother and you will be killed." Abraham? Calling him so intimately? Nuada, who was able to remain calm when surrounded, suddenly felt that something was wrong. As mentioned before, if he was injured, Nuala, who had traveled thousands of miles, would also be injured. But at the same time, when Nuala was injured, he would also be inexplicably injured. Although Nuala lived in a tribe and had no chance to be injured, don't forget that Nuala is a girl. As a physically mature girl, there are always a few days every month when relatives come to visit, which makes Nuada embarrassed to find that he can empathize and bleed every month. If he feels abdominal cramps and bleeding inexplicably during a battle, how can the dignified elf prince save his face? What if he is mistaken for a woman dressed as a man? Originally, it would be fine to bleed a little every month, just treat it as blood donation, but now his sister has a lover. What's going on? When he thought of his sister being bullied by the mermaid in front of him, he felt pain in his anus. That was not all. If his sister was pregnant, would his belly also swell? If his belly was just filled with a ball of air, it would be fine. A pregnancy lasted only 10 months, which would only take a blink of an eye for him, who was an immortal. He could bear it. But what if he also had a baby in his belly for no apparent reason? By then, Nuala would have the equipment to give birth to a child, and the child would be born in a flash. What about him? He didn't have the equipment, so wouldn't he be suffocated to death by the child? Thinking of this, Nuada shuddered all over, pulled out a dagger, and put it on Nuala's neck, and asked, "Have you called Abraham? Do you have to be so intimate?" As she said that, Nuala, who was extremely frightened, turned her head and glared at Abel, swearing, "I will kill you, Abraham." After thinking about it, Nuada did not dare to let Abel guess that she killed him, because she was afraid of getting pregnant, and added, "Anyone who blocks my way will be killed without mercy." After that, in order to show his determination, Nuada gently slid the dagger, leaving a knife mark on Nuala's face. Seeing the same knife marks on Nuada's face, Abel's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Don't hurt her." At the side, the drunk Hellboy didn't believe that Nuada could kill his brother at all. He staggered towards Nuada and said, "What? You want to kill my brother right away? Have you asked me? If you have the ability, kill me first, you bastard prince. Killing you is too easy." Looking at Hellboy, who couldn't even walk in a straight line, Nuada said angrily, "Take out your weapon." "No, to deal with you. Hellboy raised his thick right hand and said, 5 fingers are enough. You asked for it. Nuada had disdain on his face and whispered to Nuala beside him, if you dare to move, I will kill Abraham first. After that, Nuada drew out the pistol from his back as he walked towards Hellboy. As he showed off his dazzling gun skills, the pistol turned into a long gun. Seeing that a fierce battle was about to begin, Abel was worried that killing Nuada would lead to the death of his beloved Nuala, so he hurriedly said, Red boy, don't hurt Nuada. What? Hellboy was a little confused. If you hurt Nuada, Her Royal Highness the Princess will also be hurt, Abel explained very quickly. So I can only passively take the beating, but can't fight back. It's really easy to talk without feeling any pain. Hellboy looked at Abel with resentment and said, why don't you show me how to fight? As the saying goes, take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Nuada didn't care whether Hellboy was prepared to be a sandbag or not, and waved his spear to attack Hellboy. He was already unstable due to excessive drinking, and now he could only passively take the beating. Hellboy said that he was in a bitter mood. Is this what a human being does? If I wasn't so thick-skinned, I would have been torn apart long ago. After a few moves, Nuada seized the opportunity, put the blade on Hellboy's neck, turned his head, and looked at Nuala, and said, hand over the crown fragments, or I will kill him. He is not my man, you can kill him or not. Nuala refused. No. Nuada's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but want to curse in his heart. It is said that women in love are sick in the brain. You have changed too much. Where is my kind and lovely sister? Believe it or not, I will kill Abraham now. On the other side, Hellboy, who was a sandbag, expressed his grievance. I actually became a hostage one day. What a mess. While complaining, Hellboy pushed away the gun blade on his neck and continued to fight Nuada. I don't know if it was because of his concerns or the alcohol was still playing a role. After a few moves, Hellboy not only failed to subdue Nuada, but was stabbed in the heart by the other party with the tip of the gun. Seeing Hellboy lying on the ground gasping for breath, after losing his fighting power, Nuada returned to Nuala with satisfaction, lifted Nuala up, and said to Abel, Abraham, many people have died because of the crown, and your friend is no exception. After a pause, Nuada said in a cold tone, if you want to save your friend and see Nuala again, come to me with the remaining crown fragments. After that, Nuada lifted Nuala up and turned away. Troll Market. Ever since the story of Li Feng subduing Vic and the tree gods in a matter of minutes spread, the monsters in the market all knew that there was a master who could not be provoked in the local area, which made Li Feng grab a lounge chair nearby, and the monsters dared not speak. Especially when Li Feng shrunk Hydra, and chained him to the entrance of the tent as a doorman, and shrunk the Cyclops, and ordered him to wear a decent tuxedo as a doorman. The monsters who recognized Hydra and the Cyclops dared not say a word, and shrank their necks, to behave like human beings. Those who didn't know Hydra and Cyclops also learned through their introduction, that they couldn't even beat the other's pets, so they had to stay as far away as possible. There was no way. The magic world was so realistic. Whoever had the greater power had the right to speak, and the weak could only think that they were unlucky, even if they were bullied. Just as Li Feng was drinking beer and studying the seeds of the tree god tribe in the tent, Abel, Klaus, and a woman who had never met before came to the troll market with Hellboy, whose legs were shaking. After some inquiries, everyone quickly found Li Feng's tent. Before everyone entered the tent, Abel recognized the Hydra and the Cyclops at the door at a glance. He swallowed his saliva in fear and asked in a low voice, Professor Klaus, do you really think Austin can save Red Boy? Klaus shrugged and said, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll go find Nuada. Then, Klaus lifted the door curtain and shouted, Mr. Austin, we need help. Li Feng looked up at Klaus, then at the dying Hellboy, stood up and said with a smile, welcome, I have a full range of medicines. There is nothing I can't make, only you can't think of it, but the price. Before Li Feng finished speaking, the only female in the team had a light in her eyes, and then dimmed, pointing to the tip of the gun on Hellboy's chest, and said, this thing is very strange. Every time you touch it, it will get closer to the heart. Do you have a way to treat him? Li Feng glanced at the tip of the gun, patted his chest and abdomen and said, it's no big deal for me. Li Feng rubbed his thumb and index finger, and said, but this is not a charity. What can you give me? What do you want? Hellboy asked weakly. Chapter 382 Benefits delivered to your door. In Li Feng's initial plan, he only needed to check Nuada's location from time to time, and then go directly to the destination to rob Nuada. He didn't even think about getting involved in Hellboy's affairs. Klaus and others coming to ask for help was completely unexpected. But since they were so kind and came to him to be stabbed, wouldn't it be stupid to let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, the appearance of this group of people also gave me a legitimate reason to follow the group. Hellboy, you are really my lucky star. Li Feng's eyes rolled, revealing a mercenary face. He opened his Dharma eyes and looked at the top of Hellboy's head and said, "Let me collect a ball of demon fire." Before Hellboy said anything, the lady next to him asked, "Will Red Boy die if he loses the demon fire?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "I'm just collecting some for research. How can it cause deaths? Besides, he is a half demon with strong vitality. Even if half of his blood is drained, he may not die." As he said, Li Feng pointed at the extremely weak Hellboy and said contemptuously, "Don't be fooled by his dying appearance. The damage of the gun tip is not that great. He is just afraid of pain. If you don't believe it, you can recall the scenes when this guy was injured in the past." Li Feng's words seemed to remind the lady of something. She looked at Hellboy with suspicion and whispered in his ear, "Remember when I was wiping your wound before? You started crying out in pain before I even touched it. You're not just afraid of the pain, are you? But it really hurts." Hellboy said pitifully, Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. The tip of the gun is against my heart. What's wrong with me being weak? Isn't this normal? If a knife is stuck in an ordinary person's heart, do you think he can still walk?" As he said that, Hellboy glared at Li Feng fiercely. "What's wrong with me wanting my girlfriend to care about you? Why don't you just treat me honestly? Why meddle in so much other people's business?" Liz, who didn't notice Hellboy's eyes, thought about it. Although she was skeptical about it, now was not the time to question her man about whether he was afraid of pain or other small issues. Liz turned her head to look at Li Feng and said, "Please treat Red Boy as soon as possible." "No problem," Li Feng asked with a smile. "Then when will the reward be paid?" "Mr. Austin, you can call me Abel," Abel said after a brief self-introduction. "If you want the devil's fire, you must first turn Red Boy into a demon form, but he is obviously incapable of transforming in his current state." Abel's meaning was very clear. No matter when the devil's fire was collected, it had to wait until Hellboy's treatment was finished before discussing it. On the side, Klaus thought for a while, looked at Hellboy and said, "I don't know whether the demon fire will weaken Red Boy's strength after being collected. I hope to pay the reward after we stop Nuada's conspiracy. Besides, Red Boy can't become a demon just because he wants to." Li Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I only collected a little demon fire, not pulling out the tendons and bones, which will have a little effect on the strength. As for making him transform, I have my own way." After speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers, pressed the palm wrapped in the time spell to the tip of the gun, and then pulled it hard, and the silver shining tip of the gun was in Li Feng's hand. After stroking the tip of the gun, that seemed to be able to regenerate when it came into contact with blood, Li Feng handed Hellboy a bottle of healing potion and said, "It can be taken orally or externally." Hellboy took the potion, raised his head, and drank the potion without thinking, smacked his lips, and tasted it after taste. "It tastes good. It tastes like lemonade." As soon as the voice fell, Hellboy seemed to feel something, and looked down at his chest. "I saw a faint mist rising from the wound first, and then the wound healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mist combined with my red skin makes me look like I was steamed," Hellboy complained in his heart. Abel, Klaus and Liz looked at each other in surprise. Liz even reached out to touch Hellboy's chest and exclaimed, "Isn't the effect too good? Don't you see who made it?" Li Feng said proudly, "This is a good thing I spent a lot of effort to develop. The most important thing is that this potion is economical and worth buying in bulk." As he said that, Li Feng put the tip of the gun into his shoulder bag and asked, "Boy, get ready to transform and pay the reward." Hellboy raised his eyebrows, shrugged and said, "Sorry, I'm not in the mood to transform for the time being." "This is not up to you," Li Feng said as he snapped his fingers lightly. In the eyes of everyone, Li Feng just simply snapped his fingers, without any light and shadow effects or magic effects, and everyone continued to do what they were supposed to do. But it was different in Hellboy's eyes. First, Klaus was dried up quickly like a balloon leaking air. Originally, Hellboy had been unhappy with Klaus for a long time. It was no big deal for Li Feng to kill him. He didn't buy 2 flying monkeys to celebrate, but he had already considered the friendship between colleagues for a few days. But what was going on with Abel's whole body on fire? Was he going to make a grilled fish out of the mermaid? Especially when he saw Liz, who was afraid of falling in his hands and afraid of melting in his mouth, was inexplicably frozen into an ice sculpture. Hellboy was immediately furious. He stared with scalded eyes and roared stop, and quickly turned into a demon form. And then there was no then. After completing the transformation, Hellboy was directly imprisoned in the time stagnation spell by Li Feng. Looking at the angry boyfriend who was transformed and trapped in the water, Li subconsciously stopped in front of Li Feng and shouted angrily, "What did you do? Why are you nervous?" "I just let him fall into an illusion," Li Feng explained casually. Liz asked, "Red Boy's a half demon and is extremely resistant to any spell. How could he be controlled by a snap of your fingers?" "TSK, what's a half demon?" Li Feng was too lazy to understand Liz, who was about to lose her mind. He pulled her away and took out the seal scroll to collect the demon fire. Abel patted Liz lightly and whispered, "I sense that Austin has no ill will towards Red Boy." After a while, Li Feng put the scroll that sealed the demon fire into his shoulder bag, untied the spell on Hellboy's head, pointed at Liz and said, "Dude, next time you are caught in an illusion, sort out the reality and illusion first." After that, Li Feng snapped his fingers and released Hellboy. The moment he regained his freedom, Hellboy hugged Liz, not knowing whether he was really there or just wanted to take advantage of her. He caressed Liz all over, with a silly smile on his face, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Liz stroked Hellboy's horn, looked at the unchanged devil's fire, and asked with concern, "How about you? Are you okay?" "What can happen to me? I'm strong." Hellboy stretched out his hand to grab the horn on his head, and then broke it hard. After 2 clicks, Hellboy, who had exited the demon form, threw the horn away and continued to hug Liz's slender waist and ask about her well-being. On the side, Li Feng covered his face to show that he couldn't eat dog food anymore. He turned his head to look at Klaus and asked, "You just said that Nuala was kidnapped by Nuada?" Klaus thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, Nuada is going to tear up the armistice agreement and go to war with humans. He kidnapped Princess Nuala to recruit the strongest magic army." After Klaus introduced what happened, Li Feng touched his chin and asked pretentiously, "War, if I rescue the princess of the elves, how will the elves repay me?" "You money grubber, this is a war that concerns the life and death of mankind. You can seize the opportunity to make a fortune." Fortunately, Klaus has no eyeballs, otherwise Li Feng will get 2 big rolls of eyes. But Klaus doesn't want to refuse Li Feng to join the group. After all, judging from the strength shown by Li Feng at present, the other party is still a good helper. Besides, being greedy is good, which means that the Supernatural Research and Defense Department can use their greed to win over the other party to perform missions together, which is also beneficial. Not only can they have the opportunity to establish a good relationship with the other party, but they can also further understand the other party's strength. The most important thing is that Nuala hid the crown fragment in the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. No one has found the crown fragment yet, which means that they don't have to face the invincible Golden Legion if they find Nuada, so their chances of winning are still great. Thinking of this, Klaus stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Feng and said, "I'm not sure what reward the elves will give you afterwards. After all, we are not familiar with the elves, and you need to negotiate the reward with Nuala yourself, but I personally welcome you to join the team." First severing ties with the elves, and then specifically mentioning you. Does it only represent himself? The implication is that I should not think of getting any benefits from you. Fortunately, what I want is not in your hands, you stingy guy. While complaining, Li Feng shook hands with Klaus and said, "Happy cooperation. Congratulations on my big profit." Letting go, Li Feng asked, "So where are we going to find Nuada, and when will we set off?" Abel quickly took out the map and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "The map coordinates show that the Golden Legion is sleeping in County Antrim, Northern Ireland." At this point, Abel hesitated and quietly touched his lower back. There is a piece of the crown fragment that commands the Golden Legion. In the team, Hellboy represents the strongest combat power and is responsible for firepower output. Although Liz's combat power is weak, she is the best candidate to deal with small fish, and Abel relies on his keen observation and profound knowledge to track and analyze in the team. So just because others can't find the crown fragment doesn't mean he can't find it either. If I hand over the crown fragment, Klaus will definitely hide it for the sake of the overall situation. However, Nuada is determined to summon the Golden Legion. If I don't hand over the crown fragment, will Nuada be in danger, or will she be imprisoned in the basement by Nuada from now on? After struggling for my princess, Abel relaxed his frown and chose to hide it from everyone. Li Feng glanced at Abel with a smile, but said nothing. After carefully sensing where Nuala was, he waved his hand to open the portal, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "The people of Northern Ireland welcome you all." Klaus and others looked at each other, and Abel took out the map and stepped over the portal, saying, "The map shows that the entrance is nearby." Chapter 383. Northern Ireland, County Antrim, where Li Feng, Klaus and others are now. There are only cliffs, the sea, nearly dead weeds on the ground and piles of rocks in the distance. Klaus took the map and studied it for a long time, wondering, why can't I see the entrance? Is the map wrong? Don't use your eyes. Li Feng pointed to his temple, signaling everyone to look at the pile of rocks when observing with mental power, and said, "I sense that there is a small alien space attached to the earth nearby, and the entrance is in the pile of rocks." Klaus followed Li Feng's gaze and looked at the pile of rocks in confusion. Hellboy, who didn't know how to use mental power, simply sat on the ground and said, "Abel, it's your turn to perform." "Oh, okay." Abel hurried to the pile of rocks and touched the stones one by one. Abel is an energy sensor. He can always find all the clues. "We just need to wait," Klaus explained to Li Feng casually, paused and asked, "Are you proficient in space magic?" Li Feng vaguely guessed what Klaus was worried about, shrugged and smiled. Compared to time spells, space spells are much simpler. Is it strange that I master space magic? Klaus glanced at Li Feng silently and said helplessly in his heart, "It would be strange if it wasn't strange." Originally, Li Feng's time spells and having Hydra and Cyclops as pets were enough to give Klaus a headache. Now he can even use space spells to escape. This makes Klaus wonder, if Austin commits a crime, how can the Supernatural Research and Defense Department catch him? It's hell-level difficulty. Klaus sighed in his heart, praying that Li Feng is a law-abiding citizen, and praying that the Supernatural Research and Defense Department can establish a friendly relationship with Li Feng. Otherwise, just as Klaus was worried about the country and the people, a goblin who had lost his lower body and could only sit on a low cart and move forward with a wooden cane in his hands shouted to everyone, "Hello, strangers, do you need help?" Liz looked at the goblin curiously. Compared with the situation in the movie, where Hellboy was in urgent need of treatment, she was obviously more at ease to look at the goblin at this time. "We are looking for the sleeping place of the Golden Army," Liz said casually. The goblin also looked at everyone and asked, "Why would such a beautiful girl go to such a ghost place?" "Ghost place? It looks like you've been to the place where the Golden Legion rests." Klaus' eyes lit up and he said, "We are here for world peace. Can you take us there?" "You are looking for Nuada. I know where he is." The goblin glanced at everyone with a smile and asked sideways, "But why should I tell you?" After a pause, the goblin said greedily, "I will only take you there if you give me corresponding rewards." Li Feng walked straight to the goblin, half knelt and looked at him, and said, "I know the spell to regenerate broken limbs." Li Feng glanced at the goblin's lower body, stood up and folded his arms, and said in a flat tone, "But just leading the way is not enough for me to do it." The goblin looked at Li Feng in a daze. His face was happy and entangled for a while, and after a long time, he said decadently, "What do you want?" As he said that, the goblin turned and looked at his small cart and said cautiously, "These are my only property. Take whatever you like." Before the goblin finished speaking, Li Feng glanced at the small cart with contempt, waved his hand and said, "I don't collect garbage." Seeing the goblin's lost look, Li Feng raised his lips slightly and whispered in his ear, I know you, one of the founders of the Golden Legion. If you want me to treat you, you can teach me the craft of forging the Golden Legion. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the goblin smiled and said, deal. What's going on? Why is there no bargaining? Did I bid too low? Li Feng was a little confused. In his opinion, the craft of forging the Golden Legion is the goblin's unique skill. Although running with 2 legs is more important than craftsmanship, the goblin agreed too readily, which made Li Feng feel that the craft of forging the Golden Legion seemed to be a kind of roadside product. But the words had already been said. Li Feng said that he would not do the embarrassing thing of raising the price at the last minute. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and performed the limb regeneration technique and asked, you goblins don't value forging skills? No, we value craftsmanship very much, the goblin explained, while looking at the bones, blood vessels, muscles, and skin emerging from his lower body in surprise. But learning only the craftsmanship is useless. Learning how to match materials is the key. As soon as the voice fell, the goblin's legs had grown back. The goblin carefully tried to use his legs again to walk. When he looked up at Li Feng, he grinned with a big yellow tooth and smiled. Young man, do you know what materials are suitable for forging what parts? Do you understand the characteristics of materials? The most important thing is that when we forged the Golden Legion, we had already used up a lot of precious materials. Now there is no material in the world for you to forge the Golden Legion, unless you want to forge a legion of children's toys without lethality. Little guy, you don't know my way to make a fortune. I'm a habitual offender. Besides, I have reality gems, and my girlfriend can come to me out of thin air, let alone a mere material. Li Feng shrugged calmly, pointed at the pile of rocks, and laughed softly. Aren't there just a pile of materials buried there? Besides, I don't want to go through the trouble of forging a mechanical legion. Why not just grab the ready-made one? The most I can do is to modify and strengthen it afterwards. It's a good idea, but unfortunately only those of noble status can control the Golden Legion. The goblin shook his head slightly and said, the original intention of forging the Golden Legion was to serve the Elf King. Although the Elf King Beru is gone, Nuada, the Elf Prince, has inherited the Legion, and only he can awaken and drive the Golden Legion. At this point, the goblin pointed obscurely at Hellboy in the distance and said, the only guy who can seize control of the Golden Legion is over there, because he has the blood of King Arthur, and is also a person of noble status. He can gain control of the Golden Legion by challenging Nuada. As for you, the goblin looked Li Feng up and down, and asked with his head tilted, what gives you the right to gain control of the Legion? Are you His Highness or His Majesty? Comparing status, who else in this world is more powerful than the demigod except the foreign demon? Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly. My business is not for you to worry about. You should get familiar with the new legs as soon as possible. Seeing that Li Feng was not explaining, the goblin looked at him in confusion and jumped around the crowd like crazy so as to get familiar with the old legs that had been lost for many years as soon as possible. On the side, Hellboy felt that it was a bit odd to see an ugly and old goblin dancing happily and couldn't help but yelled, hey, have you made enough trouble? Now, immediately, lead the way. I can't help the urge to beat Nuada violently. You want to beat him? The goblin looked at Hellboy with interest, shook off his legs proudly, took off the whistle on his neck and blew it. As soon as the whistle fell, the pile of rocks in the distance opened its hazy eyes, as if a stone monster was awakened, and then 2 huge stone arms supported the upper body to sit up. The goblin pointed to the cave in the stone man's belly and said, that's the entrance. Follow me. After that, the goblin jumped into the cave. Hellboy glanced at the cart abandoned by the goblin and complained, I suddenly feel that this stone man and the goblin are in the same group. They are both poor guys without lower bodies. As he said that, Hellboy walked to Li Feng and joked, hey, man, you see the stone man is also very pitiful. Can you give him a broken limb regeneration? Let the stone broken limb regenerate. What do you think? Do you want to give a broken limb regeneration to the bread that you bite a bite of, so that you can have a piece of bread that you can never finish? While complaining, Li Feng rolled his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Li's, and said, Beauty, your boyfriend's brain seems to be broken. Do you need me to help cut it off and let him grow a new one? Don't worry, it's my honor to serve you, and I can cast spells for free. Liz rolled her eyes at Li Feng and her boyfriend, took out her pistol to check the magazine, and followed the goblin into the cave without saying a word. Cut off my head? Hellboy touched his neck, shrugged his shoulders, and muttered women in a low voice, and then followed Liz closely like a bodyguard. The goblin led everyone through a dusty and vicissitudes-filled passage to a cave. Looking at the golden legion that shrank into an eggshell in a desolate cave, the goblin sighed. These are the 70 golden legions. To be honest, I often regret forging them. Ding ding dang dang forged with hammers, and who forged with furnaces. The goblin took a deep breath, and said with a helpless tone, my 2 legs were burned in an accident and all I got was to let the legion sleep. After a moment of silence, the goblin led everyone to the stone stairs and said, I won't get involved in your affairs with Nuada. I can only send you here. Boy, wait for you to come out, and I will teach you the craft of forging mechanical legions. The goblin looked at Li Feng and said. The goblin glanced at everyone, thought for a moment, and said, if you want to stop Prince Nuada, I can only bless you here. Remember, don't wake up the Golden Legion. These guys are inhumane. Li Feng looked at the stone stairs in front of him, scratched his head, took out the black cloud from his shoulder bag, and said, old man, I think it's good for you to be a witness. After that, Li Feng snapped his fingers lightly and controlled the panicked goblin to float on the black cloud. The goblin was a little confused. Who is Nuada? He is the leader of the elves, and he is a cruel and ruthless leader. Once Nuada knows that he brought a group of people to cause trouble, the goblin thinks that this day next year will be his death anniversary. But the Hellboy on the other side is also not to be messed with. This guy is the beast of doomsday. If he doesn't agree with someone, he will swing his fist as big as a pressure cooker to beat people. Especially the mysterious wizard, let alone this guy. How much favor and heart can he win with just a spell of regeneration of broken limbs? No one can afford to offend the goblin. Some regretted becoming the guide. Shanshan said, Mr. Mage, you see I'm old and weak. I can't help you at all, and will only be a burden to you. Before the goblin finished speaking, Li Feng suddenly showed scale armor, carrying a sickle, and floating up the stone stairs, shouting, Nuada, come out and bleed. Chapter 384. This wave of pretense deserves full marks. At the top of the stone stairs, Nuada stood on the altar that was charging the Golden Legion. Seeing Li Feng fully armed and floating in the air, Nuada's face was tense. He pulled Nuada back a few steps and warned Li Feng with his eyes, do not approach. Li Feng expressed his dissatisfaction on the spot, snorted at Nuada, and shouted, why do you give me a red card warning right after I appeared? You blind prince, do you not like people who are more handsome than you, or do you discriminate against the human race? Believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that even your own father can't recognize you. Nuada, who had just killed his own father out of filial piety, heard Li Feng's curse, and his hair stood up in anger. He pulled out a dagger and put it on Nuala's neck, threatening, if you get one step closer, I will kill Nuala. Looking at the mysteriously confident Nuada, Li Feng felt a little confused. Is there such a stupid person in the world? If Nuala dies, the worst thing is that he won't ask the elves for benefits. But what about you? After picking his ears, Li Feng pulled out the Bible of the Dead from his shoulder bag and shouted, don't let me look down on you. If you are a man, you should fight back. Hurry up, I'm busy. Nuada's face froze. It was definitely impossible to kill him. After all, he and Nuala were connected physically and mentally. No matter who died, the other party would not be spared. It was a real one corpse, two lives. Moreover, the lofty ideals have not yet been realized. How can you go to the underworld first when you see that the race continuation plan is about to begin? It doesn't make sense. Nuada had a splitting headache. When he kidnapped his sister, he never thought that Li Feng would appear. In his original plan, as long as Nuala was in his hands, his future brother-in-law Abel and Hellboy and others would be cautious. Just like before in the Supernatural Research and Defense Department, Hellboy could only fight and scold without fighting back because of his concerns. He was one of the easiest people to deal with, but humans are different. In his eyes, what can humans do for their own selfish desires? It can be said that humans are useless except for their insatiable desires. Especially Feng, whose strength and ambition are unknown. Nuada deeply suspects that this guy can really kill Nuala in order to prevent him from awakening the invincible golden army. Does the other party want me to kill Nuala? This is so embarrassing. Thinking about it, Nuada imagined a group of mythical beasts running wildly. On the side, Abel saw that Nuada had a wronged expression on her face with red eyes, purple face and heavy breathing. Fearing that the other party would strangle the goddess in his heart in a fit of rage, he hurriedly stopped in front of Feng and forced to change the subject. Nuada, let go of Princess Nuala. Nuada, who was furious, glared at Feng deeply, took a few deep breaths and exhaled slowly, and after his emotions calmed down a little, he said, I guess you brought the last piece of the crown fragment. Klaus stepped forward and said, sorry, we haven't found the crown fragment yet. I came here to talk to you with sincerity this time. I'm not talking to you, canned man. Nuada interrupted Klaus, turned his head to look at Abel, and said as he stretched out his hand to ask for the crown fragment, Abraham, I promised not to hurt my sister, and you must keep your promise. Abel looked back at Klaus and others, and walked towards Nuada silently, except for Feng, who already knew everything. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. When Abel took out the crown fragment from his waist, Klaus and Liz looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't understand why Abel, who was full of rationality and wisdom, would do such a stupid thing as hiding the crown fragment. The thick-skinned Hellboy was much more straightforward and asked sternly, Abel, what kind of play are you acting? Abel was silent for a while, and when he looked at Hellboy behind him, he pleaded with a tone, if Liz was kidnapped, I believe you would do the same. Klaus knew that things were going to get serious when he heard it and hurriedly stopped him, saying, don't do this. Unfortunately, Klaus's stop was in vain. Before he finished speaking, Abel had already thrown the crown fragment to Nuada. There is no plan to go to war with the Golden Legion, Klaus said in his heart. Suddenly, Klaus thought of something, turned his head to look at Feng, and asked, Mr. Austin, do you have any spells that can stop Nuada from awakening the Golden Legion? For example, time reversal spells? Feng's mouth curled up slightly with evil charm, and smiled. Why stop her? Isn't this good? Seeing that the plan is going on as scheduled, we should not disturb Nuada from summoning the Golden Legion. This kind of behavior of witnessing the shattering of hope will be struck by lightning. Klaus's whole body stiffened, and he suddenly thought of something, and asked sternly, you are not human, you are in the same group with Nuada. Feng, who said that your sister and I are in the same group, rolled his eyes, waved at Klaus to indicate that the other party's imagination was a bit too big, and said, wait until the other party summons the Golden Legion, you will know who I'm in the same group with. The goblin trapped in the black cloud looked at Feng puzzledly, then looked at Klaus and others puzzledly, and muttered softly, I thought you were in the same group, but you broke up before the war. Nuada has been wandering for centuries, and has gained a lot of experience. You don't even know how to cooperate. Mom, I want to go home. The goblin, who felt that his life was in danger, wanted to cry, but had no tears. On the other side, Nuada, who took the crown fragments, knew that the longer the night, the more dreams there are. He quickly assembled the fragments onto the crown. Until the 3 pieces of crown fragments were reassembled into a crown, Nuada saw that Feng was always just looking at him with interest instead of stepping forward to stop him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong you are, facing the tireless offensive of the Golden Legion, there are only 2 ways, kneeling down and begging for mercy, or dying of exhaustion. While complaining, Nuada put the formed crown on his head. He was full of confidence, and shouted like a second-year disease, I'm Prince Nuada of the Elves, the commander of the Golden Legion. Does anyone dare to challenge my authority? As soon as Nuada finished speaking, the huge mechanical gears on the altar began to turn. At the same time, the Golden Legion that was originally dome and all glowed red, and stretched out mechanical hands and feet from the eggshells. Feng smiled slightly at this, holding a sickle in one hand and a nuclear reaction fireball covered with spiritual fire in the other hand, facing Nuada sideways, praising himself in his heart. I have to give full marks for this wave of pretense, and said loudly with a contemptuous tone, I challenge the authority of the Prince of the Elves as a demigod of the human race. The biggest reaction to the appearance of the nuclear reaction fireball was not Nuada, but Abel, who needed a respirator to survive. But on second thought, it seemed reasonable. Abel was a mermaid who liked water and hated fire, and his talent was to perceive energy. It was estimated that he sensed the power of the fireball as soon as the nuclear reaction appeared. As for the remaining few people, Hellboy and Liz were both masters of playing with fire, and they had a way to sense the power of the nuclear reaction fireball. Nuada and Nuala were both creatures on the magic side, and they also knew whether Li Feng's self-detonated demigod identity was true. Demigod, or a human demigod, the goblin, who felt the blazing heat from the fireball, felt his heart urging to quit early. He widened his eyes, covered his chest and stuttered, "No, it's impossible. How can a human give birth to a demigod?" The goblin's question was also in the minds of everyone present. Even Hellboy, who only had muscles but no brains, understood what a demigod meant in this godless era. If a magic race had a demigod, the tribe would be able to show off in front of humans. Even if humans had weapons of mass destruction, they would not be afraid. Unless humans were willing to perish together, a demigod would be enough to turn the human world upside down. This is like the nuclear war in the human world. Because of fear, they have restrained themselves. Demigods are the nuclear war in the magic world, which makes humans and magic races wary of each other. But now the magic race has not given birth to a demigod, but the human race has given birth to a demigod first. Originally, the magic race was a vulnerable group in front of human guns and cannons. Now they have to face the so-called demigods of the magic system. This is no longer a question of the status of humans in the magic world, but a question of whether the magic race can survive on Earth. Does Mother Earth think that the magic race is a bit annoying and is ready to completely eliminate the magic world? Why am I not even a demigod? A ruffian-like human is actually a demigod. Nuada's mind was a little confused, and he slapped himself hard to make sure if he was dreaming. When he felt a burning pain on his face, Nuada still said that he didn't believe it. He stared at the fireball in Li Feng's hand and said hysterically, "Impossible. You are not a demigod, and you can't be a human. This makes it sound like humans are weak. Since you look down on humans so much, why do you still wake up the Golden Legion to attack humans? If you have the ability, blow a breath to solve the conflict yourself." While complaining in his heart, Li Feng extinguished the nuclear reaction fireball, but his whole body was ignited with sky-high spiritual fire. It's not that Li Feng didn't want to release the nuclear reaction fireball to make everyone's eyes bulge, but this thing is too powerful. Once it explodes in a nearly sealed space, he can't protect the Golden Legion except for his own safety. If the Golden Legion's self-healing power can't resist the nuclear reaction fireball and turns into a pool of molten iron, Li Feng will cry in the toilet. Who do you think you are? Do I have to report to you whether I'm a demigod? After a pause, Li Feng, who felt that it was not a good man to bully people with weapons, simply put away the sickle, rubbed his fists, and walked towards Nuada, grinning. "Little guy who hasn't been weaned yet, are you ready to have your butt broken into 4 pieces? A mage is ready to fight a warrior with his fists." Nuada was angry and annoyed, and with a ferocious face, he drew a weapon from behind and rushed towards Li Feng. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain, folded his arms, and waited quietly for Nuada's attack. He didn't believe it. Can Nuada break the shield? Break the scales? Perhaps even the outermost layer of spiritual fire cannot be broken. After all, this thing will kill you if you stick to it. As soon as the spear touched the spiritual fire, Nuada, who felt a sense of danger in his heart, subconsciously let go of the spear. Glancing at the spear that was quickly swallowed by the spiritual fire, Nuada twitched his mouth and returned to Nuala at a faster speed. He looked at Abel with unfriendly eyes and shouted, "Abraham, I order you to stop this human." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Money Obsessed. Nuada, you have a day like this too. Hellboy felt that his abdominal muscles were almost 12 pieces when he saw Nuada asking Abel for help like a brain twitch. recalling his experience of being a free punching bag, and looking at Nuada who couldn't even fight in close combat, Hellboy subconsciously touched the cigar hidden in his chest pocket. If possible, he really wanted to have a celebration. On the other side, Abel seemed a little overwhelmed. To be honest, if there was a choice, Abel actually wanted Li Feng to roast Nuada into a fairy. After all, it was quite annoying to have a brother-in-law with a frown beside him when he was having sex with his wife. I was wrong. Based on his current identity as a human, Nuada's ultimate goal of awakening the Golden Legion was to destroy mankind. This kind of villain who everyone wanted to beat was a happy ending, even if he was chopped off. The most important point is that Nuada was killed by Li Feng. This has nothing to do with the Supernatural Research and Defense Department, and it has nothing to do with him. Perhaps stimulated by the successive deaths of his father and brother, Nuala suddenly fell into a period of emptiness and loneliness, which was a great opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation and become the elf's consort. Unfortunately, Nuada and Nuala are connected physically and mentally, and if one dies, two lives will be lost. What's the point of having a love affair? Is it a case of the love between a living fish and an elf ghost? Abel said that he still wanted to find a living person to carry on the family line, and for the time being he had no energy to study how to make his excellent genes cross the reproductive isolation between life and death. Our Abel, who was thinking about how to save his love, sighed and said with a helpless tone, "Mr. Austin, please show mercy." Once the elves find out that he and Princess Nuala both died at the hands of humans, war will inevitably break out between humans and elves. Now the elves are in a special period where the old king has been killed and the new heir has not yet taken office. Abel, whose brain cells were working rapidly, glanced at Nuada and explained, and he is not only the murderer of the old king, but also the prince of the elves. With such a special identity, once he dies at the hands of humans, let alone whether there will be an heir to the throne of the elves, what if someone is interested in provoking the relationship between the elves and humans? Will humans hunt down the elves, or will the elves continue to assassinate high-ranking human politicians? At this point, Abel looked around at everyone, spread his hands and asked, or will the elves secretly retaliate against humans while fleeing? So the best solution is to capture Nuada alive and hand him over to the elves. After a pause, Abel looked at Klaus and added, perhaps we can take advantage of the opportunity to hand over Nuada to the elves to establish diplomatic relations with them. Political awareness is so high. I almost believed it. Li Feng rolled his eyes at Abel. He was not stupid. Although Abel was talking nonsense from the high ground of justice, the point behind his words was that Nuada could not die, and the reason for this was that Li Feng said that he could guess with his heels that Abel did not want the relationship to end before it even began. This was really for love, and his IQ quickly occupied the high ground. Is the ability of body and mind communication an obstacle to killing for Li Feng? Obviously, it is not. Take the mirror space for example. No matter whether you are connected in body, mind or soul, once you are locked in it, what else can you do except wait for all connections to be cut off? It is a good place to kill people and bury corpses, and no one will care, even if you scream your throat out. In addition to the mirror space, Li Feng, who likes to wander around, can learn a little bit of every spell, such as the sealing technique. First kill Nuada, and then let Nuada ascend the throne of the elves. This is the work of following the dragon. How much benefit can I get? After thinking for a while, Li Feng looked around and saw the goblin who had remained silent. He suddenly thought, although the steps of using the mirror space to deal with Nuada are simpler, this also makes the goblin only see how good my understanding of space spells is, but not how deep my understanding of magic circles is. In order to make this guy honestly confess the magic circle he drew when forging the Mechanical Legion, I still want to show off my muscles and let Nuala know that I'm not easy to bully. Thinking of this, Li Feng dragged out the time stagnation spell, looked at Nuada who was alert, and said with a smile, "Noble elf prince, don't talk nonsense. If you can do it, your behavior of letting Abel plead for you will make me think that you are not weaned yet. By the way, have you forgotten something?" Li Feng pointed at himself, and with his other hand, he slammed the spell at Nuada who was locked by mental power, and said, "I'm a wizard. There are ways to seal you, and there are also ways to cut off the connection between you and Nuala. Seeing the ball of water coming towards him, Nuada was panicked, but there was a huge gap in strength between the two. He was locked in by mental power and had nowhere to hide. He could only stare with wide eyes and watch himself being wrapped by the ball of water. Just as Nuada was locked in the time stagnation spell, Feng took out the carving knife and walked towards him proudly. Nuala realized something and shouted in fear, "No, Master Austin!" Before Nuala finished speaking, Feng shook the carving knife in his hand and interrupted, "Don't worry, princess, my sealing skills are first class, and I will never let you die." "I know," Nuala said with a pleading tone. "I know that you sealed Nuada to kill him, but he is my only relative now, and I don't want to taste the pain of losing my relatives." With his head lowered, Nuala took a deep breath and explained very quickly, "I have lived in the tribe all my life and rarely contacted the outside world. I'm destined to not be a qualified elf king, and my brother has wandered in the outside world for a long time. He is better than me in both knowledge and courage. He knows more about governance," Nuala said firmly. Feng blinked blankly. He was a little confused about Nuala's brain circuit. As for who is more suitable for the throne of the elves, Feng admitted that Nuada might be more suitable, but this guy killed his own father in public. Could it be that according to the rules of the elves, the queen who devours her father is still qualified to inherit the throne? In addition, this guy threatened Nuala's life time and time again, and Nuala dared to forgive him? Even handed over the throne that was about to be obtained? Isn't this too generous? Feng scratched his head and asked, "Do you know that some things must have a second chance?" Nuala was silent for a while, nodded and said, "But I know that my brother can lead the tribe out of the predicament better." After a pause, Nuada added, "Of course, apart from war, this will only put the tribe in a desperate situation. You are kind-hearted, but unfortunately, I'm afraid Nuada is too stubborn and won't appreciate your kindness." As he spoke, Feng untied the water ball wrapped around Nuada's head and asked, "Nuada, your sister asked me to let you go. Do you have anything to say?" Nuada glanced at Nuala, was silent for a while, and sneered, "Human, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You are just a group of greedy creatures. Let me go." "Haha, I'm afraid Nuala will have to pay a huge price." "You're right. Killing you can only make a small fortune, but your sister will surely pay more to save you." Feng reached out and took off the crown on Nuada's head, glanced at the Golden Legion and said, "I don't want much. First, you declare surrender." "Impossible," Nuada interrupted Feng angrily before he finished speaking. "The Golden Legion is the last chance for the elves to survive. Unless I die, I will not give you the command." Feng rolled his eyes, playing with the crown, and said with a strong contemptuous tone, "In your eyes, can the Golden Legion really be invincible in the face of human technology? Forget it. Just use missiles to blow the Legion into broken copper and iron, and then put these fragments into rockets and send them into space. Excuse me, do these iron lumps have a chance to return to Earth?" Nuada's face froze. He really hadn't thought about this question. After a long time, Nuada, who felt his head buzzing, looked at the Legion's forger with expectation, hoping that the goblin next to him could refute Feng's tricky question. Unfortunately, the goblin was also confused by Feng's question. At the beginning, due to the backward military system of mankind, the original intention of forging the Golden Legion was only to deal with the human army. It was never thought of letting the Legion participate in air combat or something, resulting in the Golden Legion being just a simple army, without any flying ability. Therefore, once some parts of the mechanical soldier are sent into space, the mechanical soldier will never be cured in this life, and can only become a disabled person. The goblin shrugged at Nuada with a bitter expression, indicating that he could not help. Seeing this, Nuada would understand that human technology has long been developed to the point where it can deal with the Golden Legion. "Do you understand?" Feng casually put the crown into the portable space, raised two fingers, and looked at Nuala, and said, "Second, I want all kinds of magic materials, magic books, magic herbs and seeds. Compared with the noble elf prince, my request is not excessive, right?" Feng asked with his hands spread out. Nuala nodded without thinking. "Okay, Nuada is your prisoner. You have the right to ask for a ransom." "That's great, like a queen." Feng clapped his hands. petrified Nuada and released the time stagnation spell, opened the portal to the troll market, and controlled the goblins to float towards the portal while saying, "Then I will wait for good news at home." After that, Feng raised his eyebrows at Nuala, stepped through the portal, turned around and asked, "Excuse me, princess, do you need a ride?" "Don't worry, it's free." Nuala forced a smile and followed Feng through the portal. In the cave, Klaus looked at the densely packed golden army and asked Abel beside him thoughtfully, "Do you think it was a mistake for us to ask Austin for help?" Abel blinked and said, "I don't know if it was a mistake, but I know that he solved the crisis and let us know Austin's money-grubbing personality." Chapter 386 Ransom. 3 days later, the dirty and chaotic troll market welcomed 2 groups of special guests. One of the guests was human, led by a weirdo in a diving suit. Facing the disgusting humans, the original residents in the market were shocked and incredulous, wondering in their hearts, are the humans here to visit the market in groups today, or are they preparing to fight with us? If it weren't for the humans in black suits holding their loaded guns tightly and being alert all the time, I believe the residents would not have secretly bared their teeth or thrown some rotten leaves, but would have waved their hose neatly to let these uninvited guests know who has the final say in the troll market. Compared with the human team surrounded by angry eyes, the other elf team led by Nuala enjoyed the respectful and weird eyes of the magic creatures. Respect needs no introduction. The elves are the leaders of the magic world, and the leader of the team is a noble elf princess. As a member of the magic creatures, who dares not to give the elves some face? Don't want to mix in the magic world? As for the strange and puzzled looks, just look at the nearly 100 elf guards carrying large wooden boxes in 2s and 3s. The troll market is a trading market after all. The purpose of the elves carrying wooden boxes here is self-evident. What makes the residents feel weird is that the 2 groups of guests actually walked in a neat pace to a corner of the market. Are these 2 teams looking for a certain force to trade here at the same time? Or are the elves and humans preparing to trade in the market? Just as the residents were whispering about the purpose of the 2 groups of people coming here, Klaus looked down at the eggs and rotten leaves at his feet and watched the monsters of all shapes and sizes spontaneously salute Nuala. He sighed in his heart and said, "Hey, with the current, broken relationship between humans and magical creatures, those brainless high-level people actually want to use the title of demigod to suppress magical creatures? Aren't they afraid that things will turn against each other and force magical creatures to rebel collectively? Also, what if Austin, who is obsessed with money, doesn't help humans fight for the right to speak?" Klaus glanced at the heavy wooden box in the hands of the elf guard and muttered in his heart, "Besides, even if Austin will help to fight for the right to speak, I'm afraid that this money grubber will be bribed by magical creatures right after he speaks for humans. After all, Austin is a wizard, and when it comes to the amount of magical materials, humans who are committed to walking on the road of science and technology are really at a disadvantage." Klaus shook his head slightly, spit out 2 puffs of white mist, walked straight to Nuala, saluted, "Hello, Princess Nuala, we meet again." "Hello, Professor Klaus." Nuala smiled, bowed slightly in return, and looked at the human team. Seeing that Abel, Hellboy and other familiar figures were not in the team, Nuala asked with a little disappointment, "Why are you here?" Klaus shrugged his shoulders, pointed to a bald man behind him, and said, "Red Boy tore Austin's tent before. I brought people to recognize the road and discuss the compensation issue. By the way, I'm afraid the compensation is fake, and making friends with demigods is the real thing." Nuala nodded slightly to the bald man as a greeting. The bald man immediately showed a gentleman's smile, just as he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Nuala, ready to take this opportunity to make a good relationship with the elf princess. Klaus took out a letter from his pocket, handed it to Nuala with both hands, and said, "This is a private letter that Abel asked me to pass on to you." "Private letter? Could it be a love letter written to me by Abraham?" Nuala's eyes lit up, and he ignored the bald man's handshake. With a slightly red face, he took the letter and prepared to open it and read it. Seeing that his princess looked like she was intoxicated by love, an elf guard coughed dryly and pointed around obscurely. Nuala was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that she was in a public place. She resisted the urge to read the letter, pretended to be calm, and put the letter into her pocket, and said to Klaus with a slightly shy smile, "Thank you very much." "Nothing, it's just a small favor between friends." Klaus looked around, made a gesture of invitation to Nuala, and said, "This is not a good place to talk. Let's go to Mr. Austin's house to discuss in detail." Showing a close attitude with humans in public does damage the reputation of elves. Nuala nodded, looked at the bald man and the human team behind Klaus apologetically, showed a fake smile, and made a gesture of invitation. Then, Nuala ignored the embarrassed bald man again, and left with the team. He made a gesture with his hand, to let us go first, but he left first. "Is this what you call an elf?" the bald man complained in a low voice. Klaus turned his head to look at the bald man and warned softly, "Although you are the plenipotentiary envoy sent by Washington, please shut up in front of Princess Nuala, otherwise the residents in the market will not let you leave here alive. Remember, you are here to win over Austin, not to represent humans and magical creatures in a war," Klaus said, and then ignored the bald man, waved to the team, and signaled everyone to leave with him. The bald man's face froze, and he glanced around obscurely. Seeing that the monsters all looked at him, as if they wanted to eat a person to taste the saltiness, he shuddered, lowered his head silently, and followed Klaus closely. After a while, the two teams came to a seemingly ordinary corner one after another. In the curious eyes of the residents, Nuala, Klaus and the bald man ordered the team behind them to wait outside the tent, and they walked into the tent, that looked ordinary and even a little shabby. As soon as he entered the tent, Nuala looked around and consciously ignored Feng, who was lying on a recliner drinking beer, and the Cyclops, who was wearing a professional smile and a tuxedo. He subconsciously locked his eyes on Nuala, who was wearing a blue worksuit, and wiping the counter glass with his back to him. "My brother works here. I really want to know how much Austin pays Nuala for his appearance, and whether he has food and accommodation," Nuala thought to himself. On the other side, Nuala, who heard the sound of the door curtain being lifted, turned to look at Nuala, and said subconsciously, "Welcome what the hell?" Before Nuala finished saying welcome, Nuala saw runes engraved on Nuada's face and neck, causing his good-looking face to turn into a big black face. His mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at Feng, speechlessly saying, "Mr. Austin, your so-called solution to the mind-body connection was to carve sealing runes on my brother's face and neck? What else?" Feng stretched lazily, stood up from the recliner with a burp, and said, "Although the sealing rune is still effective, if it is engraved on the arm, what if your brother is so cruel that he cuts off his arm and makes the seal invalid? It's good to engrave it on the neck and face now. Anyway, I don't believe Nuala dares to cut his own neck cruelly. Will he still be alive after cutting his neck?" Nuala touched his neck and glared at Feng with an extremely angry expression. As for whether the angry expression will attract Feng's revenge, Nuala has already seen it. Being next to Feng may be the safest place in the world. After all, the other party cares too much about whether he can make a fortune from the elves. The dead elf prince is worthless, and the living prince is the equivalent of a pile of treasures. In addition, people die for money and birds die for food, and blocking someone's money is like killing their parents. So who in this world dares to kill him in front of the demigod? Aren't you afraid of driving a money-loving demigod crazy for revenge? Perhaps from a certain perspective, Austin may be the person who least wants me to die. Hey, what a mess. Nuala sighed helplessly in his heart, and put the rag on the counter casually, as if he was afraid that his sister would regret paying the ransom, and asked nervously, "Did you bring the ransom?" "I brought it." Nuala clapped his hands. Hearing the crisp sound of clapping, the elves opened the door curtain, carried the wooden box, and walked into the tent, then stopped in unison, and looked at Prince Nuada, whose face had turned black with confusion. What's going on? Didn't they say that the prince was captured? Could it be that Prince Nuada was going to save up the ransom for himself by working? Seeing that the tribesmen were looking at her with puzzled expressions, Nuada could guess what everyone was thinking. She glared at Nuala in annoyance, and said in her heart, "You are definitely embarrassing me on purpose. Your purpose is to weaken my prestige in the tribe, and prepare for my own ascension to the throne as the Queen of Elf in the future." Feng had no time to care whether his employee was preparing to cover his face in anger, or look up at the top of the tent with a look of despair. His eyes were shining with golden light and drooling at the corners of his mouth. He was grinning at the nearly 50 large wooden boxes in front of him. Mine, mine, all mine. Klaus, who had been silent since he entered the door, coughed dryly, walked to Li Feng and said, Mr. Austin, Nuada's ransom will not run away. You will have plenty of time to enjoy it slowly in the future. Klaus stretched out his hand and motioned Li Feng to go aside and whispered, let's talk about the compensation for the red boy. Compensation, another income? Today is really a good day. Rubbing his hands, Li Feng said to Klaus with a smile, why are you standing here like an idiot? Hurry up and bring my treasure in. Klaus laughed awkwardly, took out a list, and handed it to Li Feng, explaining, I didn't bring the things, but I brought a list of magic items from the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. You can tell me if you like any item, and someone will present it to you later. Haha, I'm afraid that the items I like will be scanned 800 times by you inside and out before they are sent to me. Li Feng took the list, opened it to check the names of the items, and said contemptuously, don't think I don't know your little calculations. Li Feng pointed at the bald man with his chin and said, if we are just talking about compensation, what's the point of bringing a burden? Aren't you trying to win me over? Let me state in advance that I'm not interested in dealing with you. I'm only interested in how to improve my strength. As he spoke, Li Feng took out a pen, circled the names of several herbs on the list, and said, I want these magic herbs and seeds as compensation. As for the other materials, you will keep them for the time being, and give them to me when you buy potions and props from me in the future. Chapter 387. Change yourself and adapt to the new environment. Seeing Li Feng circled the required items and handed the list to Klaus, the bald man quietly walked up to Li Feng, showing what he thought was the most sincere smile, while extending his hand to shake hands, and greeted, nice to meet you, Master Austin. I'm Edwin Borg, affiliated with. Before Edwin Borg finished introducing himself, Li Feng, who didn't even look at him, interrupted with an impatient tone, Mr. Borg, don't you see that I'm a millionaire who earns tens of millions every minute? My time is precious. I'm not interested in knowing who you are or how powerful your father is. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out of here. Earning tens of millions every minute? Time is precious. Edwin Borg's face twitched, and he turned his head to look at the wooden box, muttering in his heart, is your so-called income extorting elves? This is really a promising job. By the way, should I call the tax bureau anonymously and say that someone is evading taxes? Well, I believe that these guys who are more powerful than the FBI will investigate Austin thoroughly. Although he complained, Edwin Borg didn't dare to offend Li Feng. After all, he and the big man behind him needed help. If he angered Li Feng, he would risk losing his job. How would he support his wives and concubines in the house at home? To put it more seriously, you might even lose your life. After all, he is a mysterious wizard. Who knows what strange means he has to kill you without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Edwin Borg retracted his hand, covered up his embarrassment with a smile, and said, Mr. Austin, we are going to build a magic school exclusively for humans to recruit and train children with potential to become wizards. We want to hear your valuable opinions and hope that you can serve as the first principal of the school. Thinking of Li Feng's money grubber nature, Edwin Borg added, by the way, we are going to build a large magic experiment field on campus. What supporting experimental equipment or materials do you need? At this time, Edwin Borg blinked his right eye at Li Feng and said with an expression of you can get everything you want by just making a verbal application to me. Li Feng understood the hint of the blink, which was nothing more than a coquettish operation of using power for personal gain, but he didn't understand what it meant to build a magic school exclusively for humans. In his eyes, building a magic school in the world of Hellboy was just taking off pants to fart, and there was no need for it at all. After all, the magical creatures in this world are almost driven to extinction by humans. Just like the troll market in front of us, although the market is crowded with people, it seems that there are many magical creatures living on the earth. In fact, most of the magical creatures living in the United States live here. Li Feng estimated that, as long as a missile is launched, the United States will not be able to find any traces of magical creatures in a short time. Moreover, according to the current development trajectory of the Earth, as long as humans ignore magical creatures and continue to focus on technology, it will only take 100 years for the magical creatures on the Earth to become extinct. By then, magical animals, plants and other creatures will also disappear in the long river of time due to environmental changes, or because no one helps to cultivate, feed, and protect them. By then, the Earth will only become a planet of pure technological development. So why build a magic school that is destined to be destroyed in 100 years? Are you bored, or do you feel that there is too much money to spend? It would be better to use the money to build a museum of magical creatures. At least the future generations will know that magic once existed on Earth. In addition, there is an important reason why humans do not need to build a magic school. Feng, who was thinking about it for a moment, rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you know how many humans on Earth have magical talents?" Borg shook his head blankly. He had never thought about this question. After all, the original intention of building a magic school was to hook up with Feng. If Feng really trained a few high-end wizards, it would be a good thing for humans. If he couldn't train them, it didn't matter. As long as Feng admitted that he was the principal of the human magic school, I believe that the magical creatures would understand that the status of humans in the magic world is not a small force sitting at the end of the chair, but a top force backed by demigods. Borg shrugged and said, "Perhaps there are very few people with magical talent, but the population of the Earth is nearly 8 billion. Even if the proportion of talented people is an unknown number after the decimal point, it is not a small number." Feng was speechless. Theoretically, if Borg really recruited children with magical talent from all over the world, even if the probability was 1 in a billion, he could still recruit a lot of students. But what about the energy and wealth spent on this? This is not just about being rich. It's just that, when the rookies were halfway grown, they found that the magical creatures on the Earth had become rare species protected by law, or special protected creatures that anyone who touched them would be shot. I was looking forward to the rookie's expressions. Feng smacked his lips, and when he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard Nuada say faintly, "The development of science and technology can no longer satisfy the greed in the hearts of mankind." Nuada lowered his head and clenched his fists. He said, "When technology was not developed, humans often hunted animals for food. I have nothing to say about this. After all, any creature has the right to survive. Who doesn't have blood on their hands if they want to survive in a harsh environment?" After a pause, Nuada looked at Borg with cold eyes and sneered, "But now, even if technology allows high grain yields, herds of cattle and sheep raised on farms are sent to slaughterhouses to become meat on the table. You humans are still shooting and killing innocent wild animals for your own selfish desires." Nuada glanced at everyone in the tent, fixed his eyes on Borg, and said with gritted teeth, "And the purpose of hunting is ridiculous, just to hang the other party's head on the wall as a decoration, or to show off to relatives, friends and neighbors. This is my medal of conquering the forest. The most shameful thing is that you hypocritically send the other party's children to the zoo under the name that they are still young and cannot survive in the wild and become pets for people to appreciate and play with. The dignity of the king of beasts is trampled underfoot, and large tracts of forests are turned into piles of white paper. High-rise buildings and parking lots are erected in the original forests, and all kinds of transportation are overwhelming." Nuada was silent for a while, and suddenly sneered twice. "Just wait and see. You humans will be swallowed by greed sooner or later." Before Nuada finished his speech in an increasingly cold tone, Borg suddenly interrupted with a roll of his eyes. "Mr. Nuada, are you interested in being the vice president of the magic school? Perhaps I can help you get magical creatures the opportunity to study magic at the school." "Huh? What the hell?" Feng was a little confused and asked after scratching his ears. "Mr. Borg, didn't you say before that the magic school only recruits humans?" Nuada first showed a textbook-like confused face and then said disdainfully, "I'm not interested in cooperating with humans, especially people like you. Mr. Nuada, it's not too late to refuse after listening to my reasons," Borg said, extending his hand to signal Nuada to sit down and listen to his explanation slowly. "Mr. Nuada, before coming to New York, I specifically looked up the culture and history of the elves. To be honest, even if there are no humans on Earth, You will not be able to escape extinction one day. Extinction, your sister Nuada retorted excitedly. Without humans, the elves are the most powerful race on Earth, and nothing can destroy us. Edwin Borg rolled his eyes implicitly and said, not necessarily. Without humans, there are still goblins. As I said, the Golden Legion was not created by you elves, but by the goblins. Are you sure you can deal with the mechanical army? But the goblins are a magical race and obey us. Nuada waved his hand and said, there is no conflict between us. Seeing that Nuada did not dare to answer whether he could deal with the Golden Legion, Edwin Borg felt that I'm a master of politics and smiled. The reason why humans are powerful is because we keep climbing the technology tree. Think about it carefully. If the elves produce elves are just like this, why do they sit on our heads and turn to develop war weapons? Where should you elves go? Edwin Borg asked faintly. Without waiting for Nuada to refute, Edwin Borg continued, the most important point is that humans understand the consequences of complacency. Even if we make wrong choices for this, we will continue to adjust ourselves, adapt to the new environment, and seek better development. But what about you elves? What development have you made over the past thousands of years? What have you done for the planets under our feet? Edwin Borg looked like an expert and said firmly, either you explode in the change, or you perish in the change. At this point, Edwin Borg walked up to Nuada and said sincerely, joining the magic school is also an opportunity for you to change yourself. If you think change is a mistake, then you can let some of the children in your tribe come to school, and the rest of the children can continue your conservative life that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. And you can observe the changes in the two groups of children in secret. Edwin Borg pointed at himself and said, believe me, you will understand that everything I say now is for your own good. Feng was not interested in knowing what Nuada thought and did. After all, he was not from the world of Hellboy, and he would leave sooner or later. But Edwin Borg's words suddenly reminded Feng of another thing, and he whispered to himself, change yourself and constantly adapt to the new environment. Among the infinite gems collected by Feng, the mind, power, and reality gems are already in hand, and the plan to obtain the soul gem is on the agenda, and it can be obtained step by step. As for the plan to plan the space gem, Feng has planned 2 plans, and now it is nothing more than waiting patiently for the opportunity. Only the time gem stored in Kamataj, Feng couldn't think of a suitable plan for a while. After all, there are too many forces behind this gem, such as the Ancient One, Doctor Strange, the Wizard of Kamataj, and even Vishanti. Feng can't afford to offend these guys. But now, an idea suddenly popped up in Feng's mind. Maybe the time gem can also be obtained through trading? Feng frowned and thought. Chapter 388 There are too many things to do. Facing the olive branch extended by Edwin Borg, Nuada had 1,000 words to express. Unfortunately, after holding it in for a long time, Nuada could only sneer at her twice and say MMP. For centuries, he has been hiding in the human world, both in self-exile and secretly observing the development and progress of human society. Sometimes, in order to get a better experience, he will personally participate in certain historical events. In a sense, humans owe Nuada an observer medal. Would such a historian who knows humans well not know that the world is developing and will be eliminated if it does not change? Wouldn't he understand that if magical creatures want to have a better life, they can only cooperate with humans? Nuada is not a mentally retarded child. How could he not know? He had long anticipated the problems that magical creatures would face from the bloody history of mankind. It was only when Nuada made some efforts that he discovered that the lifestyles, habits, and environments of humans and magical creatures were completely different, and there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. Take the most basic lifespan for example. Human lifespan is only a short 100 years, while there are many magical creatures that can live for 1,000 or 800 years. The basis of life forms is different, so how can the two sides have a common language? Seriously speaking, magical creatures and humans are just creatures that live together on the earth, but in different dimensions. Do they want to cooperate? Save your energy. If there is really a basis for cooperation, Nuada will wake up the Golden Legion. He is a spirit who loves life, not a murderer who crawled out of the abyss. It's a pity that Nuada didn't have time to tell Nuala everything he learned. When Nuala heard about the operation method of letting some magical creatures try to integrate into human schools, she immediately showed that she wanted to try it. Maybe in her heart, just try it. Anyway, rubbing against it will not only prevent pregnancy, but also increase your knowledge. Nuada only felt tired at this moment. If he didn't know that his sister has lived in the tribe for many years and rarely had the opportunity to contact outsiders, resulting in her naive and kind nature and habitually taking everything for granted, he would have wanted to use his fist to tell Nuala the truth, that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Nuada covered his face and sighed resentfully. Before Nuala could speak, he asked, "My sister, do you know what else school can do besides education? Have you seen a movie? Do you know what functions TV and radio have? Do you know what cultural invasion is?" Nuala blinked blankly, not understanding what Nuada wanted to express. Country after country, people of all skin colors, people with all kinds of different customs. Do you know how humans eliminate individual differences? Seeing Nuala's confused and questioning face under a series of questions, Nuala decided in his heart that the elves would be finished sooner or later under Nuala's leadership, and explained feebly, relying on school education, humans can achieve the same writing and music for everyone in the same country, and can also strengthen the patriotic thoughts of the next generation. Use movies, songs and other images to achieve the role of cultural dissemination. After a silence, Nuada shook his head bitterly, as if talking to himself, and as if narrating to Nuala, saying, "You don't know the ability of humans to assimilate foreign enemies, so you naturally can't imagine what the consequences will be once magical creatures enter schools founded by humans to receive education. I'm afraid that those who walk out of the campus will only be a group of humans in the skin of magical creatures." As he said, Nuada said that the more he looked at Edwin Borg, the more disgusted he made himself. After staring at him with murderous intent, he walked straight out of the tent and said, "Take some time, I will slowly tell you what I have seen and heard in the human world over the years." Nuala, with a confused mind, was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said sorry to Li Feng before chasing after Nuada. Li Feng shrugged indifferently, watched Nuala leave, then put the wooden box into his shoulder bag in front of Klaus and Edwin Borg, and said with a smile, "Mr. Borg, I have to say you are very vicious." Edwin Borg's face froze, and he smiled. "I don't understand what you are talking about. It's strange that you don't understand. I despise you politicians who kill people without blood." Li Feng rolled his eyes and sneered. "Why did you express your intention to cooperate in front of Nuala and many elf guards? Do you really want to cooperate with the elves? Secondly, what is your intention? To point out in front of everyone that the goblins may threaten the status of the elves? You are clearly reminding Nuada that he can stop the elves from cooperating with humans, but the magical creatures who secretly want to replace the elves will cooperate with humans. Perhaps many magical races have secretly reached an agreement with you?" Li Feng touched his chin and squinted his eyes and added, "It seems that you also want Nuada to be wary of goblins and other races. Are you still planning to make the magical races suspicious of each other and then let the magic world burst into chaos? You haven't submitted a plan to completely exterminate the magic world, have you?" Li Feng guessed. In an instant, Li Feng suddenly felt that Nuada's life was a tragedy. As an elf prince, his weak shoulders had to bear the heavy responsibility of arguing with human politicians while finding a way out for the continuation of the race. Damn, are all mages so meticulous? What did I say to make the other party guess so much? Edwin Borg wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, sorted out his words, and smiled slowly. "Mr. Austin, you think too much. How could there be such an inhumane plan in the world? We usually advocate the establishment of nature reserves for precious animals. How could we engage in genocide? Hey, for the sake of Nuada's pity, I'll help you." Li Feng raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Klaus, who seemed to be in a daze, and said faintly, "I'm not interested in whether you have humanity or not. I only know that the Earth is not only a planet inhabited by humans, it is also fat meat in the eyes of alien demons. As far as I know, Hellboy has killed an alien demon. Li Feng spread his hands and pretended to be puzzled and asked, I wonder if humans can resist the next attack of alien demons without the help of these magical creatures. As he said, Li Feng patted Edwin Borg on the shoulder and smiled. I'm looking forward to what weapons humans will take out at that time. Especially I want to see how you perform when facing unknown creatures. Damn it, my 180 kilograms of meat is not even enough for the monster to chew. What a show. Edwin Borg's mouth twitched first, then he thought of something and asked in a low voice with a stiff face, Mr. Austin, from your tone, it seems that you will not care about the invasion of foreign monsters on Earth. How can I care? Li Feng spread his hands and said, all the magical creatures are dead. Are the magical medicines and materials far from extinction? Li Feng pointed at himself and said, where do you think my demigod strength comes from? Is it blown out by an air pump? It is piled up with unlimited resources. Without resources, my strength can only stop here, which means that my future is indirectly ruined by you. With such a deep hatred, why do you think I will help you eliminate the monsters? Are you crazy or kicked by a donkey? As he said, Li Feng waved his hand to open the cave connected to the Golden Legion and said, if you are here to trade, I welcome you at any time, but if you are here to talk nonsense, I'm sorry, I'm busy and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. After saying that, Li Feng stepped through the portal, leaving behind Edwin Borg, who was confused, and Klaus, who was thoughtful. Is Austin a human being? Does he still have the consciousness of being a human being? After a long time, Edwin Borg asked with a slightly frustrated and annoyed tone. Klaus was silent for a while, glanced at Edwin Borg, and turned his head to leave the tent. To be honest, Klaus really wanted to strangle Edwin Borg to death. Originally, with the relationship between Nuala and Abel, the Supernatural Research and Defense Department could maintain a good friendship with the elves, not to mention establishing a cooperative relationship. Perhaps in the future, once Nuala and Abel are married, Nuala, as her family, will have to arrange some elves to work in the Supernatural Research and Defense Department. Now, Edwin Borg's rash words not only offended Nuala completely, but also made Li Feng, the great god, feel disgusted. You said that this matter was caused by a lot of trouble. Can't Washington send a reliable special envoy? Klaus looked down at the list of compensations for Li Feng and complained helplessly in his heart. In the cave, where the Golden Legion is stored, Li Feng looked at the goblin who was dismantling the Golden Warrior, scratched his head, and after conjuring a table and chair, he sat in front of the table with a quill pen, writing and drawing on the scroll for a while, and then muttered to himself, if you want Kamataj to hand over the time gem, you must change the way of practice, and you must also give time-related spells. On the side, the goblin saw Li Feng scratching his head and biting the quill pen to think hard, and wondered, Mr. Mage, I haven't seen you free since I met you. What are you busy with now? Busy? There are too many things to be busy. At the beginning, Li Feng came to the other world because of Mephisto's stimulation. He was going to find a place to improve his strength and study the few infinite gems in his hand, to avoid pretending to be a grandson when he met Mephisto next time because of his lack of strength. As a result, he was delighted to find that he fell into a honey pot when he first came to the world of Hellboy. First, he got the Devil's Fire, and then he got a mechanical army. Li Feng had received many benefits and felt that the heavens had been kind enough to him. Unexpectedly, Edwin Borg unconsciously enlightened him on how to obtain the Time Stone. This benefit forced Li Feng to spend extra time to perfect the plan. In addition, the Angel Fire from Johnny Blaze needed to be studied, and the Soul Fire from the Percy Jackson world was still hanging aside, and it also needed time to study. After studying the characteristics of the three kinds of flames, he would also merge them into the Spirit Fire to strengthen the power of his own flame-based spells. Then Cartisley, the previous generation of Ghost Rider lying in the sickle, showed signs of awakening. He needed to brand him with private property, please do not touch, before he fully awakened, and finally transfer his soul to the abomination body to continue cultivating. The rest were trivial matters such as the transformation of the Golden Legion and the Dementor army. Thinking of this, Li Feng said that this trip to another world would probably be so busy that he would not even have time to eat. Chapter 389 True Gods Are Everywhere. and demigods are as numerous as dogs. Camotage. In the morning 3 days after Li Feng left the Marvel Universe, Strange brought Danny to the library. After greeting the librarian Wang, he tutored Danny in his magic knowledge at the desk, while chatting with Wang. Not long after, Strange's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes looked sharply at the place where the energy was surging. Wang, who also noticed the energy fluctuation, was stunned for a moment, then his mouth curled up slightly, and his face was covered with a sneer. If there was a sudden energy fluctuation in the library in the past, Wang would press the alarm and shake people without thinking. After all, he was stationed in the library that was jokingly called the Magic Treasure House by the Camotage Wizards. If there was any mistake in the library, Wang would not be able to make up for the crime he committed, even if he sold his own hundreds of pounds of meat. But today is different. The leader of Camotage is here. What else does he have to worry about? It's so good to watch Strange pretend to be cool. On the side, Danny, who was not even an apprentice, was confused. When he looked in the direction of Strange and Wang's gaze, he was shocked to see nothing but air. Was it some invisible devil, or did Mephisto come to see me in person? Thinking of this, Danny shuddered all over. Just as he was about to ask what happened, a blue-white light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sloppy man with a bulging shoulder bag on his back, and a suitcase in each hand, was squeezed out by the light curtain with a look of joy on his face. Oh, so many people came to pick me up at the airport. I suddenly feel like a big shot of the king level. Li Feng, who had just returned to the Marvel world, and whose strength had skyrocketed, couldn't help but say to everyone. The king rolled his eyes, touched his big belly and muttered softly, I was so scared that I lost 200 grams. I have to eat a few more bowls of lunch later to calm down. Strange glanced at the suitcase in Li Feng's hand, saluted and smiled. Master Austin, welcome back to Camotage. Then, Strange pushed Danny in front of him, and introduced him solemnly. This is my disciple. What the hell? You accept a half-human half-demon kid as your disciple? Li Feng felt that a nerve in his skull was twisted into an S shape like a steel bar, and then twisted into a B shape, and finally put it on the grindstone, and rubbed back and forth, making a stupid sound. He is not a half-devil, but Danny from the human race, and he is also a member of Camotage. Strange corrected with a slightly unhappy tone. You'd better save the conclusion on whether Danny is a half-devil species for your discussion with Mephisto. Li Feng rubbed his buzzing head, half knelt in front of Danny to look at him, turned his head to look at Strange, and asked, why are you introducing this kid to me so solemnly? Are you trying to extort a gift from him? Li Feng stepped back in horror, covering his pocket and said, let me tell you, I'm a well-known pauper. I have no cash or credit card in my pocket. I'm too poor to even buy a cell phone. I can't give you a gift in my lifetime. Strange's mouth twitched. For some reason, after listening to Li Feng's words, he felt that he had awakened the talent of mastering the language of all things. Otherwise, how would he explain the sound of his own two shoes discussing who should be the most suitable person to stick to Li Feng's face? Ahem. Strange coughed dryly, and with a frown on his face, he stretched out his hand to Li Feng and asked, since you are back, should you return the Eye of Agamotto to me? You stingy bastard. Are you still worried about me keeping it for you? After all, I'm a demigod who can beat Mephisto. That being said, Li Feng dared not joke about the time stone. What if he attracted the Ancient One? He would be hung on the flagpole and dried. After returning the Eye of Agamotto to Strange, Li Feng pointed to the two suitcases at his feet and said, inside are the local specialties I harvested during my travels, all of which are seeds of magical herbs. I don't know what herbs are in the Camotage herb garden, so I'll give you one of each seed. By the way, is the Camotage herb garden big enough? Don't look at the small appearance of my suitcase, but it contains nearly 500 kinds of herb seeds. It doesn't matter if the herb garden is not big. There are many wizards in Camotage, and each person can cultivate a herb garden with a hoe. While complaining in his heart, Strange nodded slightly to Li Feng to express his gratitude, and then hinted with his eyes that Wang should take the suitcase quickly, so that the poor guy in front of him would not suddenly regret it, and turn the gift into a sale. After all, these herbs are worth a lot of money, enough for Austin to feel distressed for several years. Wang understood Strange's eyes in seconds, said thank you to Li Feng, picked up the suitcase and walked out, ignoring Li Feng's resentful eyes behind him. I spent so much effort to find the seeds, and I just need a thank you to get them back. I really want to snatch them back. It wasn't until the figure of the king completely disappeared that Li Feng rubbed his cheeks, put away his bitter expression, took out a scroll from his personal space, and handed it to Strange, saying in a serious tone, "This is my practice method and a large number of spells, including time spells. Now, for the sake of the time gem, I have given up all my past." Li Feng gritted his teeth reluctantly, slapped himself in the face in his heart and said faintly, "Give it to Kamataj." After saying that, Li Feng hurriedly opened the portal for fear that he would regret it, and ran away in tears. At the moment of crossing the portal, Li Feng stopped suddenly and turned his head to look at Danny. He knew very well that Strange would not introduce Danny's identity to him for no reason. After all, he knew the little guy, so why did Strange introduce him specially? Especially when Strange introduced him, the focus was on my disciple, not the student who squatted in the playground outside to learn spells. The difference between the two is huge. The future supreme sorcerer of Kamataj will not be this little brat in front of me, right? Who is the next supreme sorcerer? Is there an introduction in the comics? Well, today is probably my day of losing money. I will ask Creature to mark it on the almanac, and remind me not to go out on this day next year. After all, the landlords don't have surplus food, let alone me. After a brief ideological struggle, Li Feng drooped his head like a decadent, took out a bold feather, and handed it to Danny, biting his back teeth and said, "Little boy, you must remember my kindness." Danny did not take the feather immediately, but turned his head to look at Strange, asking with his eyes, "Teacher, is this Master Austin mentally retarded? Otherwise, why give me a bald hair? Giving a quill pen is better than this." When Strange saw the seraph feather, his eyes lit up, and he quickly signaled Danny not to care whether Li Feng was mentally retarded or not, and to get the benefits first. Danny pouted, said thank you, and then stretched out his hands to politely take the seraph feather. As soon as he got the feather, Danny felt relaxed and clear-headed. His previous thoughts of beating people for fun were immediately gone. "Teacher, what is this?" Danny asked with excitement, eyes wide open. Li Feng shrugged, his heart bleeding, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface, explaining, "The pseudo-seraphim feather can help you resist the corrosion of dark energy. Although it is useless for a wizard of my level, don't underestimate it. The little devil will feel uncomfortable if it touches it, and it will die if it touches it." After that, Li Feng stepped through the portal neatly, out of sight and out of mind. In the library, Strange looked at the seraphim feather in Danny's hand, feeling deeply. Speaking of Danny's half-demon physique, Strange both loves and hates it. Love, of course, because the half-demon physique can make great progress in practice. And hate, of course, it is because the half-demon physique is too close to the dark energy, causing Danny to be corroded by the dark energy every time he meditates. Now, with the magical wheat from Austin, the holy water from Master Mordo, the seraph feathers and the beer with the taste of holy water, the little guy doesn't need to worry about being corroded by dark energy in the short term. Thinking of this, Strange touched Danny's little head and motioned him to go back to the room to finish his homework. He took out the scroll given by Li Feng before and sat at the desk to read it slowly. After a while, Wang, who had dealt with the suitcase, returned to the library. He stood behind Strange and looked at the scroll for a while, wondering, "Stephen, although I'm not familiar with Master Austin, I know him to some extent. He is not a generous person. Why did he send medicinal seeds, cultivation methods and spells today? Why else? He just coveted the treasure of Kamataj," Strange said, shaking the eye of Agamotto on his neck, indicating that the treasure he was talking about was this thing. The king's face froze, and he said in dismay, "Can Kamataj without the Eye of Agamotto still resist foreign enemies? Not now, but in the future, it can, and it can make Kamataj countless times stronger than it is now." Strange pointed to the scroll and said, "And this is the powerful key." The king was silent for a while, lowered his head and read the scroll carefully. After a while, the king shook his head in disappointment and said, "It's just a method that allows mages to stand at the peak of mortals. Even if all the mages in Kamataj stand at the peak of mortals, they can't deal with enemies with the Eye of Agamotto. Who told you that you can only stand at the peak of mortals? Strange rolled his eyes and said, this is a method of Eastern practice. To break through the limits of mortals, you only need to comprehend the world. What is perception? In Strange's eyes, perception is not a mysterious existence, but someone summarizes the trajectory of a certain natural change and sorts out the corresponding data. For example, once the skills were taught to Newton, believe it or not, he would ignore the bottlenecks of mortal peak and demigod, and become a demigod who could play with gravity in minutes. Of course, not every wizard is a top scientist, but Kamatage is a big family, so it is okay to spend some money to find a few scientists as tutors for wizards who are at the peak of mortals. In addition, Strange knew that the power gem was in Li Feng's hands, so if necessary, he could ask Li Feng to help push the wizard at the peak of mortal to demigod. Even if Li Feng didn't help, it didn't matter. Kamatage was a powerful force with backers. Strange didn't believe that the Ancient One and Vishanti couldn't push the wizard at the peak of mortal to the demigod realm. Finally, and most importantly, Strange lowered his head, looked at the eye of Agamotto in a trance, and said faintly, this is just the beginning. In the future, Austin will hand over the way to become a true god. Can you imagine that there are true gods everywhere in Kamatage, and demigods are as numerous as dogs? Chapter 390 How to supplement calcium in a day without sunshine. As soon as the shadow of the portal appeared by the lake, Creature in the RV guessed that his boss had returned. Before Li Feng could even stand firmly, he saw Creature running towards him with a large glass of beer. Seeing the beer he had not seen for a long time, Li Feng swallowed his saliva and inexplicably felt that the alcohol bug in his stomach was rolling around and yelling, give me beer, give me beer. Although he had only been away from the Marvel world for 3 days, he dared to swear on Fury's shiny bald head that the alcohol bug in his stomach had not drunk his own brewed beer for 10 years. 10 years in total. How many decades are there in life? It is said that 10 years of life and death are both uncertain, and the alcohol bug has already been in a state of uncertainty once. In order to appease the alcohol bug, Li Feng quickly handed the shoulder bag to Creature, and after taking the glass, he poured it into his mouth. Not to mention, the home-brewed beer is not only endless, but also very fragrant. Just when Li Feng drank half a glass of beer in one breath, and said that he needed to drink slowly, he suddenly stared at the glass with half a glass of beer left in horror, and screamed in his heart, damn, I can't even drink a glass of beer in one breath! Exclamation mark. Too damn shameful. Could it be that it's not just the drinking bug that has made me so drunk for 10 years? My drinking capacity has also run away from home. Li Feng quickly drank a sip of wine to calm down, smacking his lips to savor the aroma of the wine, and asked, where's Sky? What is drinking bug and drinking capacity? Creature said he didn't know or hear anything, pointed to the RV behind him, and replied, Miss Sky just learned how to turn on and off the superpower last night. Now she is brushing up on the proficiency of the superpower, and figuring out how to control the power of the superpower, so that she won't accidentally kill the opponent, because she is not familiar with the superpower, when she just wants to stun the opponent in the future. She could control the opening and closing of the vibration last night. Li Feng was a little surprised. It's only been a few days. Isn't Sky's progress too fast? Li Feng sighed in his heart that Sky's talent was unparalleled, while raising his glass and saying, this is really a great and happy event, worthy of our toast. As he said that, Li Feng poured the remaining beer in the glass into his mouth. You can find a reason to drink? Boss, you are really awesome. As a servant who vowed to dedicate his life to Li Feng, Creature was full of pride at this moment, because Sky was trained by him, so the reason for Li Feng to drink was provided by him. Being able to make the boss happy is Creature's greatest pride. Thinking of this, Creature blinked his eyes, looked at Li Feng, as if to take credit, and introduced the process of training Sky. In Creature's eyes, Sky's ability to shake the RV is no different from the magic rampage of the little brat in the world of Harry. They are all caused by emotional out of control. This is just a small scene for him who is used to seeing magic rampage. He can appease the runaway Sky in a few minutes and teach Sky how to control the magic rampage, that is, control the ability rampage. When it came to the topic of how to train the subtle manipulation of supernatural powers, Creature hung his head, indicating that he was powerless. After all, in Harry's world, the responsibility of teaching a kid how to use magic belonged to Hogwarts. He had no experience to follow. Creature, don't blame yourself. I'm here. Feng waved his hand and comforted him casually. When it comes to the subtle manipulation of energy, wizards are experts, and I'm an expert among experts. An expert among experts. But I just got home, so I should at least have a day off. Scratching his head, Feng handed the empty wine glass to Creature and said while stretching, tomorrow, I'll find time to tailor a training plan for Sky tomorrow. After that, Feng turned and walked towards the lounge chair by the lake. Creature took the empty wine glass and was about to go back to the RV to tell Sky about Feng's return when he suddenly thought of something. He trotted over to Feng and said, "Boss, Mr. Stark came yesterday afternoon." "Stark? Why did he look for me?" Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the recliner, wondered. Mr. Stark didn't come to see the boss, but to borrow the cultist fire-breathing bull from Sky. After a pause, Creature thought about it carefully and said with uncertainty. Creature vaguely heard Mr. Stark tell Miss Sky that he was interested in a mechanical bull that could run around on its own and borrowed the cultist fire-breathing bull home for a search, saying that the mechanical iron bull was related to the safety of the earth. It was reasonable for a scientist who played with machinery to be interested in a mechanical bull, and Feng couldn't find any fault with it. But the safety of the earth, Feng rolled his eyes. He wasn't stupid. He had known Stark for so many years, so how could he not know what the other person was like? But the reason he found this time was really speechless. A mechanical bull is related to the safety of the earth. Is the mechanical army stored in my pocket related to the safety of the universe? Considering that the cultist fire-breathing bull is at the level of scrap metal in front of the modified palm cannon, Feng immediately put Stark's matter behind him and entered the quantum energy recovery mode and took the opportunity to see if the pretty woman of the Pine family was at home. Just after entering meditation, Feng heard a woman's call intermittently in his ears. "Sir, we meet again. I'm Janet, help me." Hearing the other party call him sir and saying meet again, Feng was embarrassed because he had never seen Janet once. So where did the meeting come from? Especially what does the adjective again mean? It means that the other party can see Feng when he travels through time, but Feng has never noticed the other party's existence. At this moment, Feng felt that he was so depressed that he was about to split his nerves because he had been peaked for a long time. If your old man is not proficient in the quantum field, I would have to face the chat mode where I can only hear the voice, but not see the person. Even if Feng is embarrassed, he can only express his kindness as much as possible. Feng smiled and asked kindly, "Excuse me, Miss Janet, how can I help you?" Janet said very quickly, "When you actively absorb a large amount of quantum energy, quantum entanglement will occur, and this will allow me to contact you. At that time, you can find me by following my voice, just like tracing the source of the phone call. Although Banner, Shavig and I have learned quantum knowledge, what does it mean to track the source of the phone call? Is there a phone in the quantum world? Are you contacting me with your mobile phone, or are you calling me in a public telephone booth? And what is the active absorption of a large amount of quantum energy? Is it the operation of restoring quantum energy immediately after I travel back?" Before Feng could figure it out, Jenny continued to speak very quickly. "If you are not sure about the specific operations, you can ask my husband Henry Jonathan Pym for help. Ask him to track the signal with a sub-level frequency immediately after I contact you. Remember, the probability field of quantum space is too complicated and can only last for a few hours each time. The next time the same probability field appears, maybe 100 years later. So please be sure to find me within 2 hours." After a pause, Janet seemed to realize that the call was about to end and hurriedly said, "Sir, please help me convey a message to my daughter. Just say little candy beans apostrophe." Janet hadn't finished speaking when the call ended and Feng looked confused. The phone was shut down in the middle of the conversation. "So you recharged 5 yuan to continue chatting, and I had to guess whether you wanted to express that you were craving for candy beans or to warn your daughter not to eat candy beans." Li Feng pouted, opened his eyes, and touched his chin, wondering whether to open the portal in front of Pime, or to find Pime first, and then go to his house immediately after the next time he traveled back, and have some entanglement with his wife in front of Pime. At this time, Sky, who knew that Li Feng had returned, walked towards Li Feng with 2 glasses of beer in one hand and a plate of peanuts in the other hand, and shouted, "Uncle, come and try my fried peanuts. The world is big, and the stomach is the biggest." Li Feng immediately retracted his thoughts, took the peanuts, and threw them into his mouth. While chewing, he took out an emerald-like seed from his pocket and said, "You came just in time, so you can open your eyes and see what the tree gods look like." As he said that, Li Feng first put the seed to his mouth and whispered a few times, and then ran the seed to the lake. Tree gods? Are they magical creatures? Sky's eyes lit up, and he watched the seeds jump to the lake curiously. Just as Sky was about to chase after the seed, to take a closer look, Li Feng was so scared that he grabbed Sky and said sternly, "Girl, don't be so reckless about things related to the magic world. It's easy to get hurt, okay? You're by my side, what else should I worry about?" Sky smiled. What he said made so much sense that I was unable to refute it. Li Feng rolled his eyes and saw the seed dive into the lake. As the lake surged, Sky stared with bulging eyes, holding his chin with one hand, pointing at the 200-meter tall humanoid tree man with one hand, and stammered, Tree man, a tree man with a head and eyes. It's the tree god. Tree men don't look like this." As he spoke, Groot's figure appeared in Li Feng's mind, and he complained, "I know a tree man who likes to eat his own sprouts, but I don't know if all tree men like to eat sprouts, or if there is only this one weird tree man. What does it mean for a tree man to eat his own sprouts? Don't the tree men in fairy tales like green the most?" As expected, fairy tales are all lies. Sky felt that his worldview had been sorted out, and he was ready to leave overnight. On the side, Li Feng glanced at the lake that was missing half of its water and looked up to play the game of staring at the tree gods. "This is too high. I'm going to get cervical spondylosis." After thinking about it, Li Feng ordered, "Little guy, can you get shorter?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the newborn little guy of the God Tree clan stepped into the lake with one foot, stepped on the shore with one foot, slowly curled up his body, and turned into a towering tree under the gaze of Li Feng and Sky. Well, from a 200-meter tall tree man to a 100-meter tall tree, it is indeed shorter, but what about this thickened trunk and the canopy that can park the aerospace mothership? Li Feng covered his face, looked at the canopy that covered the sky, and then looked at the shore, where not a single bit of sunlight could get in. Well, I have to move to the canopy now, otherwise how can I supplement calcium on days without sunshine? Chapter 391 Hot Girl. A secret underground base of SHIELD. Melinda, who was beating up her subordinates under the pretext of physical training, suddenly received a call from an agent. After a while, Melinda put down the phone, hurried to Carlson, and asked. An agent stationed in Portugal called and said that a hot chick appeared on the Faroe seaside. Are you interested in getting to know her better? Hot chick. How hot is she? Is she slightly hot, very hot, or a chrysanthemum opening? Carlson asked jokingly. A chrysanthemum opening is nothing. Melinda's eyebrows jumped and said, the reporter said that his friend was hit by a light palm from a hot chick and flew backwards for dozens of meters. Huh. So hot. Isn't she a blooming level hottie? Out of professionalism, Carlson expressed his interest in hot chicks and the incident of people being piled up dozens of meters away and ordered, prepare the plane. We've accepted this mission. As the order was issued, Fitz, Mike, Hunter and others took all their field equipment and boarded the private plane to Faro, Portugal. Before the plane reached its destination, Carlson poured himself a cup of strong coffee to wake up the brain. He rubbed his forehead to relieve fatigue while looking through the mission information. According to existing information, the incident of pushing a person dozens of meters away occurred on a dark and windy night. There were 3 people involved, a couple and a poor single dog. The cause of the incident was that the 3 people were bored after eating and drinking, and they unanimously decided to camp at the beach. Just as the 3 people were drinking and chatting around the campfire, a beautiful woman wearing leather clothes and leather pants and holding a sword suddenly emerged from the ocean. In fact, whether you see a beautiful woman without a bikini coming out of the sea in the middle of the night, or see someone wandering around the street with a sword in the middle of the night, the most correct thing to do is to call someone. For example, call the police uncle, or ask the mental hospital to come and catch the escaped patient. I just don't know if the single guy was drunk or fed dog food by the couple all night, causing his hormones to soar and burn his brain. He thought that meeting a heroic girl in a secluded place in the middle of the night was God's pity on him and sent him a fire-reducing weapon. It's a pity that when he came forward with a wretched expression to tease her, he realized that the fire-reducing weapon was just a series of overthinking. At the same time, the single guy also realized a truth: women are made of water. For example, the one in front of him was made of a huge flood and was extremely fierce. The other party easily flipped him over for dozens of meters and made him show what it means to be a hungry dog in public. Just when the single guy was looking at who am I, where am I, what did I do, the couple who were originally prepared to watch the hot girl's joke found that their friend's face and brain were shattered to the ground. They were so scared that they quickly called an ambulance for rescue, and at the same time they cleverly called the police. For some unknown reason, the hottie did not cry, make a scene, or even hang herself when the police asked her. Instead, she followed the police and left. There is no need to elaborate on what happened afterwards. The SHIELD agent felt that the hottie was too hot and that no one on Earth could handle it, so he quickly uploaded the news to Carlson. After reading the information and understanding the whole story, Carlson curiously took out the photo of the hottie and looked at it. At a glance, Carlson was so scared that his eyes widened and his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. He silently made a cross in his heart. Isn't this the female warrior of Asgard, Miss Sif? Instantly, Carlson felt sympathy and admiration for the single guy. This is a hottie of the blooming level, and she is obviously hotter than a volcanic eruption. The single guy can still survive after provoking Sif. This guy must be a person favored by God. Strange, why did Sif come to Earth? And why is she wearing a leather coat instead of armor? Is Sif here on vacation? Didn't Thor mention that there are benefits like annual leave for working in Asgard? Or maybe there is an alien jerk coming to trouble the Earth, and Sif is ordered to take his life. Or maybe some stupid shoe cult on Earth has offended Asgard, and Sif wears a leather jacket to disguise herself as an Earthling so that she can sneak into the shoe cult for a secret visit. The more Carlson thought about it, the more confused he became, and his head felt like it was about to explode. After a long time, Carlson felt that if he continued to think about it, he might go to the brain hospital, so he could only choose to give up thinking temporarily and empty his brain. No matter what questions he has, he can only ask Sif in person after seeing her. Carlson persuaded himself silently. It's a pity that the gap between reality and ideal made Carlson completely dumbfounded after seeing Sif. He never thought that the extremely tough Asgardian female warrior would also lose her memory one day. What kind of fairy operation is this? Carlson blinked his innocent eyes and asked, "You really don't remember me?" Carlson pointed at himself and said, "I'm son of Cole. I worked with you before." As he spoke, Carlson took out his tablet and asked Sif to look through their photos. Sif flipped through the photos, but she couldn't remember who Carlson was. She apologized. "I'm sorry, I still don't remember you." "Okay, what do you remember? For example, the purpose of coming to Earth?" Carlson asked with a tone of expectation and resentment, and at the same time, prayed in his heart, "Don't tell me that you came to Earth to capture alien terrorists. The Earth is too fragile and can't afford to cause trouble to aliens." Sif tilted her head and thought about it, and said a little embarrassedly, "I only have memories from my childhood, such as knowing that I'm an Asgardian. Sorry, I can't remember the rest." "Don't know why you came to Earth? You can really cause trouble for me." Carlson rubbed his temples, and after thinking about it, he divided the team into two teams. The team led by Mike stayed in Portugal, looking for Sif's amnesia and the reason for coming to Earth, while looking for possible aliens. The other team was him and Melinda taking Sif to the lake, hoping that Feng would use his magic to help Sif recover her memory, so that they could find out Sif's purpose of coming to Earth as soon as possible. Half a day later, a Quinjet appeared over the lake. Inside the fighter, Carlson and Melinda looked down at the treetops that almost covered the entire lake, their faces full of confusion. Carlson rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, "Ladies, can anyone tell me, is it my eyes that are blurry, or is there really a towering tree in Austin's house?" "I'm sure this is a towering tree." Melinda pointed to the grass and frowned and said, "The grass under the tree has no sunlight to nourish it, and it gives me a gloomy feeling." Carlson leaned over to take a look, touched his chin and speculated, "What do you think? Could this be Austin's illusion? At least I have never seen or heard that a tree on Earth can grow into this shape. It has become the elves' tree of life. The tree of life is not so ugly. As Asgard's #1 female warrior, Sif can sense the life breath of the little guy of the God Tree clan, even if she has lost her memory, and said, it's alive. Trees, of course, are alive. Dead trees are called wood." Carlson rolled his eyes implicitly, and when he was about to say something, Sif continued, "It has its own thoughts. A tree with thoughts? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the tree has become a spirit?" Melinda felt a chill on her back for no reason, and characters such as the tree demon grandma, Nizaokian, and Ninkachan appeared in her mind. "Look there," Sif said, pointing to a certain part of the tree canopy. Melinda and Carlson looked in the direction Sif pointed, and saw that the dense leaves on the tree canopy were pushed aside by an invisible big hand, revealing thick and flat branches that looked like a helipad. "Austin has found us." Melinda glanced at Carlson, who was frowning, while controlling the Quinjet to land, and said, "It seems that in addition to writing about why Miss Sif came to Earth, your report also needs to write about where Austin got the fertilizer from to feed this behemoth. Austin is a wizard, not a druid. What fertilizer does he have? If Austin really has such a strong fertilizer, what should the corn in my field look like? Is it the size of a truck? Or one corn can be eaten for half a year?" Just as Carlson was thinking about it, Melinda had already stopped the Quinjet. The three of them got off the plane, glanced at the tree knot that had grown into a dining table and chairs, then looked at Feng who was eating roast duck with dough rolls in front of the table, and finally locked their eyes on Sky who was jumping up and down like a monkey and using his supernatural power to bombard the skeleton in the distance. Seeing the skeleton calmly dodge Sky's attack, Carlson's pupils shrank, and he turned his head to look at Feng, and said in amazement, "Is he Abomination, or Mephisto?" "Mephisto? Don't be ridiculous, he is now Cartisley." Although Cartisley's IQ is often not online after his soul was rebuilt, he is still the Ghost Rider who was tortured by hunger at that moment. Believe it or not, Mephisto was killed by Ghost Rider as soon as he got on Cartisley. Feng rolled his eyes, ignored Carlson's question, looked at Sif, and said, "Miss Sif, how are you recently?" As he said that, Feng stuffed the roast duck into his mouth and asked incoherently, "Would you like a cup?" "Roast duck with beer." Sif stared at the beer on the table with her eyes. "I want to take a sip. Unfortunately, I don't remember you. I only remember that my mother taught me not to drink with strangers, especially boys." Sif swallowed her saliva and turned to look at Carlson. Carlson understood the intention of Sif's eyes in an instant, looked at Feng and asked, "Do you have magic to help people restore their memories?" Feng nodded blankly, indicating that he had magic to restore memories. Suddenly, Feng thought of something, looked at Sif in surprise, and said, "I said how could you refuse the temptation of a drink? It seems that you have lost your memory." After that, Feng walked to Sif, tapped her forehead with his right hand, then walked to Carlson, said okay, folded his arms, and looked at Sif with his eyes closed. Cree. Sif, who had recovered her memory, opened her eyes, and said very quickly, "Carlson, I came to Earth because Heimdall saw a Kree spaceship landing on Earth. Father God was worried that the Kree would come to Earth to plot something bad, so he ordered me to arrest the Kree." After that, Sif turned her head and looked at Sky with a bad look in her eyes and said, "She is an alien of the Kree. For the safety of the Earth, I will take her back to Asgard." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. But I'm so bored here. Hearing Sif call Sky an alien, Coulson understood the meaning immediately. Just like S.H.I.E.L.D. classifies people like Sky as power enhancers, or Feng calls Sky inhumans. It's just different names for the same thing in different regions. In addition to letting Coulson and Melinda know how aliens call inhumans, there is nothing new. But when Sif said that she wanted to take Sky back to Asgard, Coulson was unhappy on the spot. Sky is his team member, and a team member raised as a daughter. Why take her away when she has neither broken the law nor offended Asgard? Did you eat your ice, or did you drink too much fake wine? Coulson looked at Sif with resentment, hoping that she would give him a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, we have fought aliens and cheated demons. Do you really think that the shield that has grown all the way is scared? Coulson thought. At the side, Feng slapped his forehead violently. He had forgotten that the fact that the Kree and Asgard disliked each other was well known in the universe. By the way, Asgard looked at the Kree's products with natural contempt. Feng coughed dryly and said, "Is there a small misunderstanding here? Sky is not a dangerous person. No, she is a war weapon developed by the Kree." Sif, who thought Feng knew nothing about the Inhumans, explained before Feng finished speaking. When the Earth was in ancient times, the Kree launched a protracted war. At that time, they suffered heavy casualties and urgently needed a batch of cannon fodder. One faction of the Kree descended on various planets and used Terry crystals to mutate local indigenous people into soldiers to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. The Earth was also one of the experimental sites. At this time, Sif looked meaningfully at Sky, who had stopped training and was walking towards her. After thinking for a while, she said softly, "According to the information I have learned, this inhumane experiment ultimately ended in failure, but the descendants of those alienated people still have the Kree slave gene engraved in their bones." Sif pointed at Sky and said confidently, "Now that she has completed the alienation, it means that she has activated the gene that allows her to become a running dog of the Kree at any time. When the Kree is invited, it will trigger a war between the Earth and the Kree. The civilization gap between the Earth and the Kree." Sif did not say what the gap was, but Coulson and Melinda understood it immediately. It was nothing more than that the Earth would be beaten without any ability to fight back. Feng, who knew how deep the water on the Earth was, directly filtered out the nonsense of civilization gap. The Kree are nothing, let alone other forces. Do you think my dementors and mechanical army are vegetarians? Believe it or not, if you make me angry, I will directly spread the dementors to the Kree's territory to have fun. Let's see who will lose more. Feng curled his lips in disdain, blocked Sky and Sif with his body, and said, "Correct your two wrong information." Feng raised his index finger and said, "First of all, the Kree's alienation experiment on Earth was successful, but the alienated people on Earth do not have the Kree slave gene. They have developed their own culture and power on Earth. Culture and power. This shows that there are still many Inhumans. Otherwise, where would the civilization come from?" Coulson and Melinda looked at each other obscurely, and when they were about to ask Feng in detail what else he knew, they saw Feng grinning and saying, "Secondly, if the Kree dare to hit Sky with a finger, I will demolish the Halaster." As he said that, in order to prove that he had the ability to demolish the Halaster, Feng waved his hand to release the Dementors, and then grabbed a handful of golden beans from his pocket and scattered them around. Hearing Feng's arrogant words about demolishing the Halaster, Sif couldn't help rolling her eyes. You know, the Halaster is the home planet of the Kree. Its defense is not impeccable, but it is also a dangerous place, where every step is taken. If someone says to demolish it, do they really think the Kree are made of mud? But when Sif noticed that the flying Dementors did not show a biting cold, her face changed. Have these skeletons who ignore physical attacks become stronger? Before Sif could think about it, the golden beans that had been scattered on the ground turned into spherical mechanical soldiers that were more than one person tall, holding Gatling multi-barrel machine guns, and covered with dark brown rune patterns at a speed visible to the naked eye. Throwing beans to make soldiers? Melinda shouted with a slight twitch in the corner of her eyes. Coulson frowned and whispered, "Mary, what is throwing beans to make soldiers?" Sif didn't care about throwing beans or not. She only knew that the mechanical soldiers in front of her were very dangerous, especially the black dark brown, easy to mistake for black. If you don't look closely, flames in the abdominal cavity of the mechanical soldiers that were suspected to be the power source, which gave her a sense of danger of killing everything they saw. Speaking of the color of the flame, Feng was also speechless. Although from the perspective of color matching, orange plus blue can indeed be adjusted to dark brown, Feng is on the magical route, not the scientific path. He himself didn't know how to explain that the orange spiritual fire would turn into dark brown after adding the blue angel flame. And as the spiritual fire continued to strengthen, the dark brown color almost completely turned black. Could it be that black flames are the standard of dark wizards? Feng made a self-deprecating remark and walked in front of the mechanical soldier. He patted the Gatling gun with a proud look on his face and explained, "Take a look at Ghost Rider's mutated Hellfire. This thing can provide unlimited bullets for the machine gun and can also increase the fire damage of the bullets. In addition, the Hellfire has the ability to heal, so that when the mechanical soldiers are slightly injured, they do not need to leave the front line, and they will be healed on the spot by the Hellfire. If the mechanical soldiers are blown into pieces," Feng pointed to the rune patterns on the mechanical soldiers and said, "See, these runes are not for beauty. They make every part of the mechanical soldiers an independent individual. It's useless to blow the mechanical soldiers into pieces, because it will be assembled back by itself in minutes." Finally Feng straightened his sleeves and asked, "Miss Sif, don't you think I have changed?" Sif was stunned for a moment and looked at Feng in confusion. Then her pupils shrank and she said in surprise, "You are a demigod." Feng raised his lips slightly, nodded slightly, and said, "Do you still think the Kree have the guts to provoke Sky? I'll kill them." Facing Feng, who looked like he was willing to protect his child at the risk of his life, Sif had nothing to say except rolling her eyes. She knew very well that the Kree were not as weak as Feng imagined. After all, they were a super empire, an empire that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Asgard. Would an empire of this level be afraid of Feng's threats? What a joke. But in the same way, would a super empire start a fight with Feng for Sky, who was worthless? Feng had a mechanical army and an army of dementors, and he was a demigod. He was not a soft person in any way. If there were not enough people, they would definitely not be able to chew on Feng's hard bone. Sending out a large army could chase Feng away, but the problem was that mobilizing a large army required funds, and the funds needed to capture Feng, who had a portal, were so high that it was unbearable to watch. Unless the Kree's military expenses were blown by the wind, it would be a loss to offend a demigod for Sky. With too few people, it's like throwing meat buns at a dog, and there will be no return. With too many people, whether Sky can be caught or not is another matter, but it will definitely be a loss. Thinking of this, Sif was silent for a while, and reminded, "Austin, I don't know how much you know about the mutants, but I know that the abilities of all the mutants are unstable, like a bomb that can explode at any time." Halfway through the sentence, Sif suddenly thought of something, and after a pause, she smiled. "Okay, I forgot that you are a demigod level wizard. Superpowers are ultimately the use of energy. For you, as long as it is energy, there is no instability." After thinking about it, Sif knew that she had no hope of taking Sky away, and thought for a while, and said, "Austin, I need to remind you that you humans make decisions based on logic, and so do we, but Asgard has surpassed you in scientific knowledge for thousands of years, and we have learned that there are some things we can never understand. I know you want to protect Sky, but this may not be something you can change, just like some things are predetermined in the universe and cannot be reversed by human power. The problem is that I just follow the development of the plot to get benefits, and I haven't changed anything at all. I want to think, but Feng doesn't speak his mind. On the surface, he pretends to accept it humbly, nodding and saying, "Thank you for your reminder." Maybe Feng pretends too much. Sif, who is almost stubborn, can see that Feng is just perfunctory, but she doesn't care. After all, sometimes it is easy to do bad things with good intentions, and too many reminders will only make the other party feel annoyed. Maybe Austin will understand that human power cannot change the destiny after experiencing certain things. Sif sighed in her heart, turned her head, and looked at Carlson, and said, "My memory has been restored. It's time to solve the problem of the Kree coming to Earth." Although Carlson still has many questions in his heart and wants to ask Li Feng, it is obviously not a good time now. Anyway, Austin will stay by the lake after solving the problem of the Kree coming to the lake. Thinking of this, Carlson smiled and said goodbye to Li Feng and Sky. Seeing that Carlson was about to leave without taking her, Sky quietly pulled Li Feng's sleeve and said timidly, "Uncle, I want to see what the blue angels that fell from the sky look like." "What the hell are angels?" "They are just a group of aliens with violence in their genes. Don't make a fuss. If it were an ordinary Kree, don't even think about wanting to see it. Even if you want to play dissection, that's fine. But the ones visiting Earth now are tough guys who can beat Sif into amnesia with your small body." After a pause, Li Feng looked Sky up and down, spread his hands and said, "It's not that I underestimate you, but you're really not enough for his punch. I have superpowers." Sky shook his little fist and said unconvinced, "If I can't beat them, I can still run." Li Feng rolled his eyes and refused. "What's the use of your powers that sometimes work and sometimes don't? Even if you use them successfully, I'm afraid you'll just tickle the other party. As for running, don't make a fuss. Do you think the Kree are snails or 3-second men? Their physical fitness is so many times better than yours. Running a marathon is like playing. But I'm so bored here. Every day." Sky says nothing except training. He just looks at Li Feng with resentment, as if accusing Li Feng of illegal imprisonment. Chapter 393. On the Quinjet. Melinda, who should have been concentrating on driving the fighter, ignored the safety driving regulations and looked back from time to time at Sky, who was foolishly touching the magic equipment. That's right, Li Feng couldn't stand Sky's pitiful look and finally agreed to let the little girl who was almost going crazy go out to play with Carlson and others. Of course, in order to let Sky have fun without worrying about her life, Li Feng was very worried and even took out a whole set of equipment tailored for Sky in advance. This made Sky, who was happy to get the equipment, start to fiddle with it as soon as she got on the fighter, which made Carlson and Sif, who wanted to rest quietly, curious about the equipment and speechless about Sky's excitement. "It's just magic equipment. What's so great about it? The magic lamp and other props in your uncle's treasure house are more fun," Carlson muttered sourly. Not long after, the Quinjet rose to a relatively stable stratosphere. After setting the fighter to autopilot, Melinda and Carlson looked at each other, and they understood each other, and ran to Sky, pointing at the breastplate, wrist guards, knee pads and other sets of equipment, and asked, "What are the functions of these magic equipment?" Sky touched the breastplate excitedly and introduced, "My superpower is vibration, but it is easy to hurt myself when using it. For this reason, Uncle Austin not only made the breastplate have good defense, but also specially added the function of self-healing to prevent me from losing control and using my superpowers and hurting myself." "It sounds good. What about the wrist guard?" Melinda asked. "It can enhance vibrations." Sky picked up the wristband, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said slowly, "It's just that I haven't been able to control my superpowers finally yet, and using the wristband can easily cause loss of control, so the wristband can only be used as protective gear for the time being." After introducing the wristband, Sky consciously picked up the knee pad and introduced it. "This thing can increase my flexibility and does not require extra physical energy." As he spoke, Sky pointed to the 2 golden beams on the knee pad and smiled. "The energy is provided by them. I can take them off to fight when necessary, but I can't shrink them after the end, so I can only let Uncle Austin cast the spell again. By the way, Uncle Austin reminded me that mechanical warriors have no mercy, let alone judge good and evil. They will only firmly execute all the orders I give, and warn me that I must think twice before using them. The consequences will be caused. The robots on the technology side receive instructions and execute them meticulously. This is normal. I didn't expect that. I thought the robots in the magic world had souls like the culture's fire-breathing bulls and could simply make self-judgments." Carlson picked up the knee pad and took a look with interest. Carlson said he was not interested in robot bodyguards. They were just so-so after seeing them too many times, just like Stark's Iron Man suit. At first, he thought Stark was awesome, but now it was just so-so. To put it bluntly, robots are just a pile of scrap metal when no one gives orders. can they awaken free will or shout about racial equality between robots and humans in front of the White House or launch terrorist attacks and challenge humans? Anyway, Carlson didn't believe that robots would cause any trouble. On the contrary, the props that increase strength and agility, SHIELD borrowed Natasha's props and studied them over and over again, but they have not succeeded in replicating them until now. Carlson was puzzled. Stark could perfectly combine magic and technology and play all kinds of tricks by himself, but how come a large group of scientists supported by SHIELD couldn't even make a replica? On the side, Melinda noticed that Sif's eyes occasionally glanced at the waist bag on Sky's waist, and she looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Melinda narrowed her eyes and thought about it. She roughly guessed that Sif was interested in Sky's waist bag. Considering that she and Sky were not familiar with each other, and she had wanted to bring Sky back to Asgard before, Sif had a tangled expression. Asgardians who are too proud. Melinda shook her head slightly, pointed at the waist bag with her chin, and asked, "What is that? Is it also a magic equipment?" Sky looked down at the waist bag and gave Melinda a look that said, "You know what you are talking about." While opening the waist bag, he said, "This is a space equipment, equivalent to the capacity of a large suitcase. Space storage bag? Exclamation mark. No wonder Sif is interested." Melinda nodded suddenly. Sif is not the only one who is envious of this thing. I'm afraid everyone would be envious. At least Melinda thinks that if she has a space storage bag, she will no longer have to worry about carrying weapons and ammunition every time she goes on a mission. If she is bolder, she can also carry a nuclear warhead with her on a mission. Even if it doesn't explode, it can scare many people to death. Sky took out a few potions from his waist bag and said with a smile, "Uncle Austin prepared healing potions, transformation potions, truth serum, and underwater breathing potions for me." After Sky reported the names of 7 or 8 potions, Melinda couldn't help but look inside the waist bag, then complained with a twitch in the corner of her eye, "Didn't Austin give you too many potions? Even if you drink them every day for fun, it would take several days. Damn, why don't I have such an uncle?" While complaining, the sharp-eyed Melinda noticed a hollow short stick the length of a dagger on one side of the waist bag and asked curiously, "What is that?" "A metal water pipe." Recalling Li Feng's personality of not doing his job and always making trouble, Melinda speculated, "Could it be that Austin has taught you the essence of knocking with a club these days?" Huh. Stunning. How is that possible? Sky took out a short stick and handed it to Melinda, smiling mysteriously. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and drooped his head in frustration. He introduced, "This thing looks like an ordinary hollow short stick, but after using the power to activate the rune, it can become a hollow long stick as tall as a person. As for why it is hollow, Uncle Austin explained that it is more conducive to the use of vibration power. Originally, there were 2 tuning fork type weapons, but that weapon requires higher control of vibration power. Uncle Austin kept it temporarily. When I can use the power proficiently, he will give it to me." Melinda shook the hollow short stick in her hand. If she could, she really wanted to curse Li Feng MMP. What kind of stick can be long or short? Don't I know that this thing is a fake golden hoop? Combined with the previous tree demon grandma and the beans that were thrown into soldiers, I laughed. At this moment, Melinda felt that the magical painting style that she had finally established was about to collapse. After introducing the magic equipment clearly, Sky rubbed his hands, looked at Carlson in a flattering manner, and asked in a low voice, "If I can use my superpowers skillfully, will I have the opportunity to join the Avengers and carry out missions with my uncle?" Other members of the Avengers do take on missions from time to kill time, but your uncle has a weird mission. Anyway, I haven't heard of Austin's deeds of solo missions. I guess in everyone's eyes, Austin is equivalent to a lazy guy who just eats and waits for death. Carlson shrugged and said, "Whether you can join the Avengers depends on whether Fury agrees. But there are too many people who are thinking about Fury, which causes him to often appear and disappear. I don't know where he is hiding." After thinking about it, Carlson added, "Maybe you can ask Stark." With his nod, "You can still join the Avengers." Sky rolled his eyes, waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's better to ask Fury than to discuss it with Stark." She was not stupid. Just by the fact that Li Feng gave her a bunch of life-saving potions and equipment, she knew that it would be strange if Li Feng let her join the more dangerous Avengers. She said that Stark could join the Avengers just by nodding his head. Believe it or not, she had just mentioned joining the Avengers to Stark, and the next second Li Feng opened a portal and rushed over, and then dragged her home, and locked her up without saying a word. Lakeside. As soon as Sky left, Li Feng couldn't wait to rush into the RV and carefully observe Sky's soul fragments. Confirming that the soul fragments were growing as planned, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Creature, you did a good job. It is Creature's greatest honor to serve the boss." Creature, with an excited expression on his face, bowed slightly and saluted Li Feng. "Any news from the three boulders?" Li Feng asked. Creature poked his head out to look around like a thief, then remembered that there were only the master and servant in the RV, and whispered, "Yes, a servant named Harris brought news some time ago that the lighthouse base is located in the central and eastern part of North America, on Lake Ontario at the border between the United States and Canada, and the entrance to the base is under the lighthouse in Headland Town." But Harris only found 2 huge stones in the lighthouse base, respectively, the stones with the power of time and latitude. The remaining black stone representing space is still being searched for. As he spoke, Creature conjured up a photo of the lighthouse base out of thin air like a magic trick, and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "Harris confirmed that the lighthouse base is now idle, without even a guard, and the boss can enter the base at any time to steal the 2 huge stones." Li Feng took the piece of paper, touched his chin, and while thinking about waiting until dark before going to the lighthouse base, he asked, "Is there no news at all about the black stone?" Creature shook his head and said, "It's not that there is no news at all, I'm just not sure about the accuracy of the news. Tell me about it, maybe I know some information." Li Feng said with narrowed eyes. Li Feng was not bragging. He had watched Agents of SHIELD. Although some of his memories were fuzzy due to the long time, what if he remembered something? Creature, Harris found out that the black stone was hidden on a mothership, but because SHIELD has become more and more strict with confidentiality regulations after going underground, it has not been found out which mothership it is hidden on for a while. Mothership? Sim impression. Li Feng scratched his hair and asked, "Does Harris have any suspects?" Creature tilted his head and recalled. Harris didn't say. Creature only knew that he tried his best to sneak into a mothership led by Gonzalez and other agents. Creature guessed that the stone that the boss wanted was on the mothership. By the way, boss, Harris also sent a message saying that he had seen Coulson's subordinates, Barbie and Mike, on the mothership. Barbie, Mike! Exclamation mark. I was wondering why it sounded familiar. Obviously, Li Feng has determined that the black man with space power is on Gonzalez's mothership. Chapter 394 Dr. Pime. After exiting the RV, Li Feng floated to the top of the treetops with a glass of beer, while the devoted creature floated behind Li Feng with a plate of peanuts. Looking at the small town in the distance that looked like an ant nest and the black spots moving on the street, Li Feng suddenly wanted to compose a poem to express his emotions. Unfortunately, Li Feng forgot that he was a poor student, and after a long time, he could only compose a sentence, "I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the mountains." As for the original poem, "How is Mount Tay? The green of Qi and Lu is endless." Sorry, Li Feng has no impression of it at all, and he gave it all back to the teacher. Since knowledge can be returned to the teacher, can the tuition be refunded? On the side, Creature saw Li Feng, who was drinking and standing with his hands behind his back looking into the distance, actually composing a poem, and exclaimed, "Boss, you are really talented. This is not a poem I wrote." Li Feng was a little embarrassed by Creature's praise, but fortunately he was used to keeping his face in his pocket, and he thought he was quite capable, so he was not afraid, even if Du Fu crawled out of the coffin, to discuss the copyright of Wang Yu with him. Take some time to reinforce Du Fu's coffin board. This is called the final conclusion of the coffin, and the poem that is not mine has become mine. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng's face returned to normal, and when he turned around and grabbed a handful of peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth, he gave Creature a look that said, "This flattery suits my taste very well. You have to keep working hard." The lucky creature immediately understood and began to brag about his boss's various unfounded talents, as if he would not stop until he made Li Feng a rare and unique talent in the sky. But in reality, everyone who knows Li Feng knows what kind of guy he is. For example, the little kid from the God Tree clan under the two of them said that he couldn't listen anymore and wanted to vomit in Li Feng's face. Especially when he thought about the scene of a shameless person bragging to death and a shameless person accepting everything. The little guy got goosebumps all over the floor and couldn't stop shivering. Two big brothers, please be kind. You are more likely to be struck by lightning. You two will avoid being struck by lightning. But what about me, a newborn? Do you want me to die young and become a piece of lightning struck wood in the warehouse? Of course, even if he complained in his heart, the little guy from the God Tree clan knew his status and position clearly, and he would never dare to let Li Feng know his true thoughts. He was afraid that Li Feng would chop him up and use him as firewood. Hearing the rustling sound of the leaves, Li Feng didn't think much about it. He simply thought that the wind was coming, so he tightened his collar and looked up at the setting sun. How about visiting Dr. Pime while it's still early? Maybe I can even have a cup of afternoon tea for free. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that I was a good housekeeper. Li Feng drank a sip of wine and said, "Creature, you stay here to look after the house and focus on monitoring the growth of Sky Soul fragments. As for me, I have a big business to discuss in person." After that, Li Feng turned into black mist and flew into the air. Don't ask Li Feng if he knows where Pime's house is. The so-called all-pervasive shield has been infiltrated by him like a sieve. Maybe it's a little difficult to find out what color underwear Pime likes to wear, or what shape of shit he poops in the morning in a short time, but isn't it easy and pleasant to find an address? As soon as the order was issued, Li Feng's brothers immediately replied to the message, not only telling him the specific location of Pime's house in detail, but also telling him that Pime had purchased a lot of equipment after retirement. After analysis and identification by shield experts, most of these equipment are related to the quantum field. Li Feng immediately understood why Pime was so devoted to the quantum field. It was nothing more than this guy refused to accept the fact that Janet had died. Speaking of this, Li Feng was a little confused. Not to mention that Janet was lost in the quantum world for 30 years. Even if she ran away from home for 30 years, her relatives and friends should have accepted the reality that Janet had ascended to heaven. But Pime's brain circuit was different. He actually believed that Janet was still alive. Although Janet was indeed still alive, and she was living a very moist life, not only did she learn to control energy, but she could also maintain her tender skin without the help of facial masks and other skincare products. But Li Feng just couldn't figure it out. Where did Pime get the confidence that Janet was still alive? Could it be that he only relied on his intuition that was comparable to a woman's sixth sense? Not long after, Li Feng followed the address to a villa full of British style. Is this gloomy and terrifying villa Pime's home? This guy didn't even take the time to clean up the yard. It feels like a vampire's nest. Or is this the real version of I will never regret my clothes becoming loose and I will be exhausted for her? This old man is working hard to save his wife. Since Pime still loves Janet, can I ask for some extra benefits? For example, help to transform the RV. While imagining how exciting it would be to travel through time with a motorhome, Li Feng pushed open the front door and shouted, "Mr. Henry Jonathan Pime, I was dragged to bring you a message. Come out to entertain the guests and bring out delicious food and drinks." Before he finished speaking, Li Feng, who had just stepped into Pime's private territory, suddenly felt a sense of being watched from the grass in the front yard. Li Feng was stunned for a moment and then looked at the overgrown front yard with a black question mark on his face. Seeing that there was no one in the front yard, only ants crawling all over the ground, Li Feng slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered that Pime was not only a doctor with a lot of quantum knowledge, but also an ant-man who could do whatever he wanted and never go west if he asked ants to go east. Li Feng also knew that Pime's daily pastime was to install cameras, eavesdroppers and other gadgets on the backs of ants. So even though Pime's house has no protective measures, the English-style villa in front of us is really full of dangers. After all, who cares if an ant that can be easily crushed is secretly observing him? It is estimated that when the intruder finds out that he has broken into the ant nest, it is too late. He will be dismembered into pieces by the ants in minutes, and the kind that even 502 glue cannot stick to it. Knowing the source of the verism, Li Feng thought about it and decided to open the shield. It's not that he is afraid of becoming the food of the ants for the winter. He is a demigod after all, and it is hard to say who will become the food of whom, but it hurts to be bitten by an ant, and it's embarrassing to see many people with a bump on your head. Anyway, I don't have SM attributes, and I don't like to play exciting games, Li Feng said in his heart when he rang the doorbell. Ding dong ding dong. About a minute later, Li Feng, who would think of the doorbell even without ringing it, scratched his head in confusion. Is Paim not at home? Li Feng turned his head to look at the ants that were still monitoring him, thought for a moment, kicked the door open, and walked straight into the house. He came here specifically to convey Janet's message, let alone kicking the door. I believe that after Pim knew the whole story, even if Li Feng set the villa on fire, he would only applaud and praise Li Feng for burning it well, burning it brilliantly, and burning it croaking. As soon as he walked into the living room, Li Feng saw a group of ants gathered on the floor, slowly forming a sentence. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? A beautiful woman needs your help, Li Feng said, opening his magic eye and looking around. When Li Feng fixed his eyes in a certain direction, Bim, who was hiding in a secret room full of surveillance screens, shuddered all over and said in fear, can he see me? Impossible, unless the other party has a perspective eye. Pim squinted and rubbed his eyebrows, letting the ants first posers no time to indicate that he refused to help, and then the ants formed a sentence. Please leave. Are you sure you don't want to help? Li Feng ignored the ants on the ground, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said to the direction of the secret room with a half smile, I wonder if Janet will be sad to know that you are a heartless old man. When Li Feng said Janet, Pim was shocked and sat up from the chair. If he didn't know that he was old and weak and couldn't beat Li Feng, who looked strong and healthy, he wanted to rush out of the secret room and beat Li Feng violently. Who is Janet? She is his goddess and his inner demon. How can he allow others to slander her? Even if the name Janet comes out of someone else's mouth, it is a blasphemy to his wife. Pim stared with angry eyes and ordered the ants on the ground to form a sentence. Who asked you to come? What can I help you with? Li Feng pursed his lips and muttered softly, not even a cup of tea, even more stingy than me. Then he slowly said, Janet asked me to tell you that, if you want to save her, you must rely on sub-level frequency tracking signals or something. Retelling Janet's original words, Li Feng casually added, by the way, your wife's phone was out of credit when she mentioned little sugar beans at the end. I guess your wife has been in the quantum world for too long and has become bored. She wants you to send some sweets to the quantum world. Damn, she has been in the quantum world for too long and has become bored. Little Sugar Bean is the precious daughter of Janet and me. In fact, as Li Feng continued to relay Janet's original words, Paim roughly judged that there was still a chance to rescue his wife. He was so excited that his old face was covered with tears. He paced back and forth in the secret room with the thought of Janet is still alive in his mind. It was not until Li Feng finished relaying and coughed loudly a few times, pointed at his throat to the ants, and asked Paim why he hadn't served tea yet, and served good tea, that Paim remembered that he had left Li Feng, the great benefactor, in the living room for some time. Although I'm very pleased with the news you brought, I must first confirm the authenticity of the news. Otherwise, what if you are a killer who wants to trick me out of the secret room? Thinking of this, Paim hurriedly wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeves, and while directing the ants to brew coffee, he stared at the surveillance screen and looked up and down at Li Feng and asked the ants, how do you prove that what you said is true? Li Feng poked his head and glanced at the words on the ground, curled his lips in disdain, looked at the ants brewing coffee with interest, and said, believe it or not, it's not my wife who is suffering anyway. What you said makes sense. Paim's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a while, he asked, why did you help, and why was Janet able to contact you? Because there are benefits for helping, Li Feng answered without thinking. As for why she can contact me, it's none of your business. What do you mean it's none of your business? The sky fell, and Janet was not rescued. At this moment, Pime really wanted to hang Li Feng up for interrogation, or if not, he could just use a machine gun to shoot Li Feng to vent his anger. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. After all, in a sense, his wife was in Li Feng's hands. What could he do about it? He was also desperate. What do you want? Pime asked. Chapter 395 Bubble Gun. What does Li Feng want? If possible, he wants everything. Pime particles, equations for making pime particles, quantum knowledge, etc. are all on his list of things he needs. Especially the equipment or design drawings for entering the quantum space. These things are basically private figures made by Pime. Don't even think about buying them on the market. If you have money, even if Li Feng asks S.H.I.E.L.D. to come forward, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. will come forward to buy from Pime, which will only make things worse. Pime and S.H.I.E.L.D. don't get along. The terrible thing is that Li Feng must get the equipment or design drawings, otherwise he will have a lot of quantum knowledge, but no corresponding experimental equipment, and the final outcome will be in vain, because knowledge must be truly mastered through practice, otherwise it is just talk on paper. The quantum world is about the portal, and the portal is linked to going home. Li Feng dares to play with paper talk. He is tired of living. Finally, Li Feng has always been cleaner than his face, and the money needed to buy experimental materials is also a problem for him. So, if Pime doesn't mind, Li Feng also wants to receive the equity of Pime technology. The more he thought about it, the more he found that he lacked everything. Li Feng's face turned pale, and he looked tangled. In the original plan, he thought that if he just sent a message and asked for quantum knowledge, it would not be a problem. If Pime was willing to negotiate with him, it would be possible to get equipment or design drawings. But the transformation of the RV requires Pime particles, and Pime's attitude towards Pime particles is intriguing. It is estimated that it will be difficult. Otherwise, just break into the secret room and cast a spell to control Pime. No, Pime is a famous person in S.H.I.E.L.D. Controlling him will easily attract flies, and killing flies will attract Steve and others. It's not cost effective. I prefer to play my own little life. Scratching his head and struggling for a long time, Li Feng's eyes rolled, and he sat down on the sofa in a frustrated manner, raised 3 fingers, and said, "Agree to 3 conditions and I will help you rescue Janet." As soon as the voice fell, a group of ants quickly formed with 3 conditions on the floor. The first condition is also the one I value the most. If you agree, everything will be fine. If you don't agree, then there's no need to discuss the rest. You should continue to live the life of a lady from a noble family who never leaves the house. Li Feng retracted his 2 fingers and said, "Don't worry, teach me the knowledge about the quantum field. I have studied with Savager and Banner for a while. I'm not a newbie who knows nothing. I won't delay you for too long." Pime was a little confused. At first, when he saw Li Feng solemnly put forward the conditions, he thought that the other party was interested in his own Pime particles and would force him to choose between his wife and Pime particles. As a result, the other party did not mention Pime particles at all, but asked him to be a private tutor. Pime secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and without thinking, he controlled the ants to give a yes answer. Second, I want to observe the equipment in the quantum world. When talking about the second condition, Li Feng felt a little guilty and spoke the rest of the conditions at a very fast speed, fearing that Pime would notice the trap. Third, I have a cool RV that is unique in the world. I hope you can modify it so that I can carry it with me. In the secret room, Pime was a little confused when facing Li Feng's 3 requests. This is different from what I thought. At the beginning, he suspected that Li Feng was a killer and wanted to trick him out of the secret room to kill him. The reason why the other party knew Janet and understood the quantum field was nothing more than doing enough homework before the mission. But when Li Feng mentioned Shavig and Banner, Pime immediately reduced the speculation of the killer to a minimum, because he knew Shavig and he could confirm Li Feng's true identity with just a phone call or an email. Secondly, the scientific research results that Pime was proud of in his life were the Pime particles, and it was also the Pime particles that brought him trouble in his life. But among Li Feng's 3 requests, except for the modification of the RV involving Pime particles, the rest had nothing to do with Pime particles. Does the other party look down on my great invention? Pime was a little worried and asked the puzzled control ant, "Don't you want Pime particles?" "Don't want Pime particles? How is it possible?" If you think carefully about Li Feng's second condition, you will know that he dug a trap for Pime. The condition he proposed is the equipment for observing the quantum world. So the question is, what equipment can be used to observe the quantum world? For example, if humans want to observe the moon, they can use astronomical telescopes in the era of backward technology. What about when technology allows? Of course, they can launch satellites to observe closely, or simply go to the moon to observe slowly. The same is true for observing the quantum world. When you are not good at learning, there is nothing to say. Just stay in the experimental class and observe with the equipment. But when you are successful in your studies, it would be strange if Li Feng did not go to the quantum world, and going to the quantum world requires Pime particles. So Mr. Pime, please provide unlimited Pime particles for Li Feng to go to the quantum world and observe slowly. After all, this is the condition he promised at the beginning. If Pime is too lazy to provide the finished Pime particles, Li Feng doesn't mind mixing it himself with a formula. I had deliberately told Pime in advance that there were only 3 conditions, just so that, when I stated the specific conditions, Pime would subconsciously focus on the conditions at the beginning and the end. After all, the second child has elders above and lower than him, and his presence is too low. In addition, the poor old man's mind is full of Janet. It seems that my plan succeeded. I'm really a genius. Li Feng shook his head nonchalantly, snapped his fingers, and shrunk himself to the size of a finger. While Pime was confused, he returned to his original state and slumped on the sofa, saying with disgust, "I can be bigger or smaller as I want. Although I can't shrink to the size of an ant or expand to tens of meters high, my method is non-toxic and has no side effects. It's not like the Pime particles you developed. If you use them too much, you will be locked in a size between a gigantic person and an ordinary person, just like you, whose size was once locked at 10 feet high, about 3.05 meters. Or there is a danger of infinite shrinkage, just like your wife, who has shrunk to the quantum world." The more Li Feng pretended to look down on the Pime particles, the more uncomfortable Pime felt in the secret room, especially when he saw with his own eyes that Li Feng could also do whatever he wanted, and he felt so uncomfortable. Pime particles was the pinnacle of his life, and now there are signs of being sold everywhere. This is really MMP. Similarly, the several conditions proposed by Li Feng made Pime relax his vigilance unconsciously, and even had the idea of chatting with Li Feng about Pime particles. Isn't there a famous saying that stones from other mountains can polish jade? Maybe after a conversation, Pime particles can be updated. Thinking of this, Pime took out his mobile phone and called Shavig and controlled the ant to ask Li Feng, "Who are you? I mean, what's your name?" He had already thought about it. As long as he knew Li Feng's true identity, and it was confirmed that the other party would not pose a threat to his life, he would walk out of the secret room and talk to the other party in detail. Li Feng glanced at the words on the floor and said, "My name is Austin." After that, Li Feng picked up the coffee and tasted it, then walked to the refrigerator with a bitter face, took out a bottle of beer and started drinking. After finishing the bottle of beer in one gulp, Li Feng, who had relaxed his brows again, burped and moved all the beer in the refrigerator to the coffee table, then sat back on the sofa and shouted, "Bim, do you have any snacks? If not, you can turn on the TV. I don't mind drinking with the TV. Is this my house or yours?" Pim covered his forehead speechlessly, ordered Ant to bring the TV remote control to Li Feng, and asked Shavig about Li Feng's true identity. "Hi, Eric, how are you recently? I want to ask you about someone. His name is Austin." 10 minutes later, Pime put down the phone with a thank you, hesitated for a long time, took out a pistol, and walked out of the secret room, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Li Feng from a distance, and asked with an absurd face, "Are you a wizard?" Li Feng, who was watching TV happily, glanced at Pime, calmly drank a sip of wine, nodded and said, "Yes, I'm the wizard, so please put down the toys in your hand. Don't fail to kill me, and kill yourself instead. Thank you for your concern. I'm a veteran. How could I kill myself?" Seeing that Li Feng guessed that he had a gun in his hand, Pime was not polite. He raised the pistol in front of Li Feng, pointed the gun upwards, and asked curiously, "How do you prove that you are a wizard?" Li Feng scratched his head, thought about it, snapped his fingers lightly, pointed at the gun in Pime's hand and smiled. "Please tell me first, you are so old and still playing bubble grab, do you have any shame? What the hell is this bubble gun? You are blind." Before Pim could finish his complaints, he subconsciously glanced at the pistol after noticing that the weight of the pistol was wrong. Then he saw Pim's face was blank. "Damn. Where is my gun?" Rubbing his eyes, Pim saw that the bubble gun was still in his hand. He looked at Li Feng in horror, then at the bubble gun, and even pinched himself quietly to make sure if he was dreaming. Li Feng saw that Pim was about to collapse and said with a smile, "Why don't you pull the trigger and try? Maybe this is just a real gun that looks like a bubble gun." Yes, practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Pim's eyes lit up, and he pulled the trigger immediately. The bubble gun sprayed a string of soap bubbles, and the clear singing of a little girl rang out. Dad's dad is grandpa, Dad's mom is grandma, listening to the singing floating in the room. Li Feng laughed unkindly, and Pim blushed and threw the bubble gun to the ground. After a long time, Pime, whose worldview was completely destroyed, sat opposite Li Feng and said, "I can agree to your conditions, but I can't give you the equipment. I can only lend it to you. After all, these devices are too difficult to make, and I'm old and don't have the energy to make a new set." "Don't," Li Feng retorted unhappily. "Look, you're already old, and you might die someday. You should use your limited life on more meaningful things. For example, after rescuing Janet, you can live in a world of two people and put scientific research aside. Don't let it disturb your leisurely retirement life." "Haha, the retirement life I imagine is to study the quantum world with Janet." Pime shook his head slightly and said, "Or I'll give you the design drawings of the equipment, and you can spend the energy to make it yourself." Chapter 396, Group Fight. Pime's proposal was a bit ridiculous to Li Feng. He was going to let Pime see what a man who can do both things well was like. Li Feng pretended to think about it, and said a seemingly compromise method. "Based on my current knowledge reserves, I can't complete an experiment alone for the time being. It's better to give me the design drawings of the equipment first. I can follow you in the laboratory to learn more, while finding someone to build the equipment. When I have learned enough, the equipment should be completed. At that time, your equipment will still belong to you, and I will go home and use the freshly made equipment to observe the quantum world." "What you said makes sense." As a role model who loves his wife deeply, Pime only cares about Janet and the Pime particle, and doesn't care much about quantum knowledge and equipment. After thinking about it, Pime stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng and said, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Li Feng stretched out his hand and smiled. Releasing his hand, Pime asked with a little trepidation, "Since the cooperation intention has been reached, when will you contact Janet? I have a lot to say to her. Do you think I can get involved with your wife if I want to? Besides, it was your wife who took the initiative to get involved with me in the past, and I don't know how to get involved with your wife." Li Feng refused with his hands spread out innocently. As for the real situation, it was quite simple for him to contact Janet. He just needed to go to another world and wait until the quantum energy began to dissipate before returning to the Marvel world. The problem was that Li Feng had just returned to the Marvel world from the Hellboy world, and he wanted to have a good rest at home for a while before going out. Life should be passionate as well as peaceful. On the other side, Pim felt like a greenhead and cursed in his heart. "What do you mean my wife actively pesters you? That's called quantum entanglement phenomenon. If you can't speak, just hold it in. If I didn't need your help to rescue Janet, I would have killed you right now." Pim's face was full of black lines. His eyes widened and glared, and he said, "If you don't let me contact Janet, how do I know that what you said before was true?" "I said before, believe it or not. Anyway, I have no loss," Li Feng said with disdain. There was no sign of any benefits, so how could he possibly let the eagle catch the rabbit? Li Feng crossed his legs like a gangster, shook his feet, and threw the empty bottle on the ground, saying, "Get it clear. Now you are asking me for something, not me asking you to do something. Do you really think That I have to hang myself here because you have unique insights into quantum physics? There is a Chinese saying, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Do you know what it means? Before Pim nodded to show that he was well read and knew some idioms from all countries, Li Feng continued, it means that it doesn't matter if you don't teach me quantum physics. At worst I can find someone else to learn it. Maybe 1 or 2 teachers are not as knowledgeable as you, but I can find a bunch of quantum physics experts for consultation. I don't believe I can't learn quantum physics, Li Feng said with a proud and confident face. After listening to Li Feng's passionate and generous long speech, Pim was completely confused. For him, teaching Li Feng quantum physics was not difficult at all, and he would just teach him. Knowledge is not internal force, and you need to practice it again after passing it on to others. But the modified RV needs Pim particles, which is not something that can be manufactured easily. Considering his current retirement benefits, Pim particles are used less and less. What if Austin is a liar? Pim rubbed his temples, thought for a long time, and said, let's compromise. I will teach you quantum mechanics now, but I will borrow the equipment, send you the equipment design drawings, and modify the RV after I make sure you can really contact Janet. How about it? No, modifying the RV is easy. I won't need it for a while. I don't mind if you delay it for half a year. Li Feng looked anxious and said quickly, but I'll learn things very quickly. Can I go into the lab to fiddle with the equipment while I learn? And the design drawings must be given to you early, otherwise I won't even know what parts to buy. Don't let me finish teaching before I even see the shadow of the equipment. I'm not anxious yet. Why are you anxious first? Pim felt that something was wrong. He squinted at Li Feng and said tentatively, sorry, I can't believe your one-sided words. Even if Shavak guarantees that you are a mage, it won't work. I must make sure that you can really get in touch with Janet before we can cooperate. After that, Pim stood up and stood by the door, making a gesture to ask Li Feng to get out, and said in a relaxed tone, otherwise, I would rather explore the quantum world slowly by myself. You must have been a stubborn donkey in your previous life. Li Feng looked at Pim with resentment for a while, and saw that the other party's eyes were firm, and did not dodge. He roughly deduced that the other party might have noticed his eagerness to learn quantum science. This matter made Li Feng really want to slap himself. I was careless. I should pretend to be calmer. Seeing that things were impossible, Li Feng could only scratch his head, sighed helplessly, and said, it's not impossible to get in touch with Janet, but I want extra benefits. Sure enough, you have other plans for me. Pim's heart sank, and he pretended to be calm on the surface, saying, what benefits? I don't have money to buy equipment parts. Li Feng shrugged. Damn, I'll lend you equipment, give you equipment design drawings, and I have to spend money to build a laboratory for you? Exclamation mark. Pim suddenly felt that he was a sucker in the eyes of the other party, the kind who just took what he wanted. But compared to Janet, money is nothing. Pim nodded slightly and agreed to Li Feng's additional request. Seeing this, Li Feng, who was afraid that Pim would guess more, did not want to stay any longer and stood up and said, I will go home to prepare, but I have to remind you that my contact time with Janet is very short. You'd better write a draft first. As he spoke, Li Feng opened the portal connected to the lake. Just after crossing the portal, Li Feng suddenly remembered something, turned back to look at Pim who was looking at the portal with a silly face, and said, by the way, I don't know when I can contact Janet. It may be a day later, or it may be a month later. You just wait at home honestly, otherwise I can contact Janet, but you are not at home. Who knows what bullshit you old man will come up with. After speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to close the portal. Seeing the portal disappear, Pim couldn't help but shudder all over. He thought for a long time before hurriedly picking up the phone and pressing the number. When the call was connected, he asked with a slightly excited tone, Eric, why didn't you say Austin lived in a giant tree by the lake? Li Feng was lying on the treetop holding a leaf in his mouth, staring blankly at the sunset. At this point, in order to get the equipment as soon as possible, to understand what the quantum world is as soon as possible, and to embark on the road home earlier, what else can Li Feng do except open the portal to consume quantum energy? This day was so fucking long. Feng couldn't help cursing, turned over and flew to the RV, shouting, "Creature, prepare your luggage." Not long after, a portal appeared in the RV, and Feng embarked on a journey to another world again. Until a week later, the unshaven Feng reluctantly returned to the Marvel world and handed a glass bottle to Creature, warning in a stern tone, "Creature, keep an eye on the little guy in the bottle, don't open the bottle cap, and don't tear the seal." Creature took the glass bottle, glanced at the several dandelion-like magical creatures in the bottle, nodded solemnly and curiously, "Boss, Creature, can you tell what kind of species this is? Is it a creature or a plant?" Air elf, also known as time elf. Don't look at the little thing's thin appearance, but her singing can make you ignore the existence of time. Any creature that hears the singing will be imprisoned in stagnant time in both body and soul. Smacking his lips, Feng said enviously, "This thing can also go back in time, such as making you rejuvenate, or restoring the RV into ore. The most terrible thing is that they are social creatures, and there are so many of them that even I dare not provoke them easily." As he spoke, Feng couldn't help shuddering, as if he was recalling some unbearable past. Originally, Feng, who went to another world, was quite happy when he knew that he was in the world of fantasy elf incident book. After all, there were no decent opponents in this world, but there were so many magical animals and plants. For him, it was like returning to his own private children's playground. He could do whatever he wanted, and anyone who dared to talk nonsense would be killed, and he was not responsible. But just as he was playing with his arms, more than a dozen air elves came to his door and warned Feng not to destroy the seclusion rules of the fantasy world, not to kill magical creatures indiscriminately, and not to pick precious magical plants at will. Feng would not pay attention to the warning of the air elves. Before the air elves finished a string of "not allowed," he felt that the air elves were just like this, so he slapped them away. Who would have thought that slapping the air elves away was like poking a hornet's nest, and actually attracted all the air elves to retaliate against him? If it was just a small number of ethereal elves, Feng would naturally not be afraid, and a fireball would be enough to kill the opponent. But facing a group of air elves that were so numerous that they could not be seen at a glance, Feng saw with his own eyes that the dementors rushed into the group of air elves and killed them all. When the enraged air elves ignored the casualties and surrounded them like crazy, the dementors had no power to resist and were directly locked in time stagnation. Afterwards, Feng was stunned to see the air elves that had been killed by the dementors before resurrected under the spell of their companions' time reversal and joined the army to encircle the dementors again. This is a group of young and immortal lunatics. If Feng hadn't noticed something was wrong and retreated quickly, the dementors would be in danger of being wiped out, and the mechanical army would be turned into a pile of newly unearthed iron, or by the air elves. Even he himself would be in doubt whether he could return to the Marvel world. It can be said that this trip to another world was the most frustrating one for Feng. He was beaten like a dog by a group of ants, forcing him to hide his figure and quietly look for magic materials. Of course, although it was frustrating, he gained a lot of benefits. Apart from anything else, as long as he thoroughly studied the air elves and reproduced enough, it would not be a dream to turn Thanos back into a baby who had not been weaned. Chapter 397 Communication Platform. Pime's house, living room. When Feng saw Pime again, he couldn't believe his eyes. Untidy beard, dry hair, puffy eye bags, and dazed. "Old man, it's only been a week since we last met, but why do I feel like half a century has passed?" Feng pointed at Pime's pajamas with the wrong buttons, suggesting that he shouldn't show his belly button in front of young people at his age. Not only will he be beaten easily, but he will also have diarrhea. He said hypocritically, "Are you old enough to have a brain attack and weak hands and feet, or are you too excited because you knew Janet was still alive and you haven't slept for a week?" "I'm not a giraffe, how can I not sleep?" Pime rolled his eyes and explained casually, "I don't sleep well when I'm old, and now I have to wait for your news all the time. How can my sleep quality be good?" Pime, who felt sleepy while talking, yawned and ordered Ant to bring him a cup of refreshing coffee. He asked, "Do you want beer or black tea without milk or honey?" "You didn't ask me if I wanted coffee, but ask me if I wanted beer." It seems you investigated me. Li Feng shrugged, not caring about Pime's investigation of him. In fact, Li Feng had expected Pime to investigate him. After all, in an era when science was in vogue, a wizard suddenly appeared, and it was related to whether his wife could escape. If Pime didn't investigate, Li Feng would find it strange. Since you investigated me, you should know what I like to drink, Li Feng said, turning his head to look at the kitchen, stretched out his right hand, and hooked his finger at the refrigerator. Seeing his refrigerator suddenly open, and then several bottles of beer slowly floated towards Li Feng, Pime twitched his mouth, cursed inwardly how rude, and took a sip of coffee, and asked, since you are here, does it mean that you have contacted Janet? If I answer that I came here to visit the lonely old man, would you believe it? Li Feng drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, sat cross-legged on the floor, took out the mind gem from his personal space and said, sit cross-legged in front of me, we will have a 3-party meeting later. Janet, wait for me. Pime sat in front of Li Feng with a little excitement, glanced at the mind gem, and asked curiously, what is that? It can't be a prop to hypnotize me. What a fucking hypnosis prop, believe it or not, those guys who worship the infinity gems will come to the earth to crush you in minutes if they know you dare to slander the mind gem. Your wife and I are in touch with mental power. Outsiders who want to join the group must use mental power, but do you know how to use mental power connection? Li Feng shook the mind gem and explained, this thing is like a server. I'll cast a spell to pull your mental power into the group chat later. We've agreed in advance. Don't see me not talking, but I'm just lurking. I know everything you two are talking about. After a pause, Li Feng pointed at himself and said, so pay attention to the occasion when you are being affectionate, and don't corrupt their purity, kindness, and loveliness. Before Li Feng finished praising himself, Pime, who was resisting the urge to draw his gun, interrupted, okay, I know you're a great man. Now, let me talk to Janet. It's so rude of you to interrupt others rashly. Li Feng made a little joke. He put one hand on Pime's forehead, held the mind gem tightly with the other hand, put away his playful smile, and said, get ready. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Janet's voice rang in Pime's mind. Hey, honey. Pime was obviously not used to the telepathic communication method, and subconsciously said with his mouth, Janet? It's me. After 30 years of separation, Janet could no longer suppress her longing in her heart, and said excitedly in a trembling voice, Hank, are you and little sugar bean okay? We are fine. Hope misses you very much. After a pause, Pime wiped the corners of his eyes, and still said with his mouth, I miss you too. On the side, Li Feng saw that the two of them were greeting each other endlessly, and couldn't help but interrupt, saying, old man, Janet and I can directly hear what you want to say in your mind. Also remind you too, can you hurry up and talk about business? I can't hold on any longer. What do you insist on? Pime was a little puzzled, but now was not the time to satisfy his curiosity. After calming down, Pime said in his mind, Janet, what should I do? For 30 years I have been thinking about how to escape from the quantum world. Now I will teach you an algorithm. When Austin and I contact next time, you can follow the signal to find me. 5 minutes later, Pime said that he would remember the algorithm, and promised to build a laboratory as soon as possible. Li Feng immediately let go of the Mind Stone. It was not that Li Feng did not want to give the two of them a chance to express their feelings for each other, but the power of the Mind Stone in the Marvel world was so great that it was unreasonable. In addition, this time Li Feng established a stable 3-party communication platform. The key is stability, and mental power is consumed exponentially. Insisting on a 5-minute call time is already giving Pime face. Pime opened his eyes, looked at Li Feng, whose forehead was covered with sweat, with a confused face, and said with concern, are you okay? Huh? So concerned about me? Li Feng was slightly moved. When he waved his hand weakly to indicate that he was fine, he suddenly remembered that the reason why Pime cared about him was because he had to rely on him to save Janet. If he was unwell or died, the plan to save Janet could only be infinitely rejected. So his concern was fake, but his worry about whether he would have a wife to accompany him for the rest of his life was real. Li Feng looked at Pim dimly, struggled to get up, and slumped on the sofa, and said, I can't take it anymore. I feel my body is hollowed out. I need to nourish it well. Do you have 1000-year-old ginseng or 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum at home? Stew them all into soup for me. Do you really think I'm a sucker? When Pim heard Li Feng's tone of asking for benefits, he knew that the other party was actually fine and would probably be full of energy after a nap. He rolled his eyes in anger and said, "This is America. Ginseng and linseed are not popular. If you want to take supplements, I can go to the laboratory and use materials such as fish oil to synthesize health supplements for you." Stingy, Li Feng muttered softly, picked up a bottle of beer, opened the bottle cap and asked, "Since you know how to deal with Janet, shouldn't you give me the design drawings of the equipment?" Of course. Pim went back to the secret room and took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "The equipment I promised to send you has been ordered, and it will be delivered to you in about 2 months. After thinking for a while, Pim added, "The RV will not be renovated in a short time. Can I rescue Janet before proceeding?" "Okay, there's no rush for the RV." Li Feng winked at Pim obscenely and said, "I understand. After all, you have been holding back your anger for 30 years. It's time to let Janet help you vent your anger. You know nothing. Don't think I don't know that you are a perennial single dog." Pime, who despised her in his heart but pretended to be grateful on the surface, said, "It takes a quantum channel to rescue Janet, and it will take some time to build a quantum channel. How can I contact you then? Phone or email?" "I have a weird email. As for the phone, I do have a satellite phone, but that thing may not be able to contact me." Li Feng scratched his head, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Quantum channel is also a part of quantum science. I might as well help you during this period so that I can get familiar with the business in advance." The wizard helped me? It feels so face-saving. I don't know if it's enough. I boasted for a while and thought about it. Pime felt that, since he had agreed to teach, finishing the teaching early would also allow him to spend time with Janet earlier, so he nodded and agreed. "Okay, let's go to the laboratory now." Li Feng naturally wanted to go to the laboratory now, waved his hand to open the portal, and said, "Wait for me to pack my luggage." After that, Li Feng quickly stepped through the portal. Half an hour later, Li Feng returned to Pime's house with a bulging shoulder bag on his back. Pime, who had changed into a casual suit, glanced at the shoulder bag speechlessly, and said with his hand on his forehead, "You are not going to live and eat in the laboratory, are you? Isn't that nonsense? You should look like you are studying. When you are studying, is it appropriate to open a portal and skip school at any time?" As he said that, Li Feng patted the shoulder bag and said, "Don't worry, I have prepared enough supplies for you. You should start teaching as soon as possible. The problem is that I don't want to tire myself to death in the laboratory." Pime shrugged speechlessly, thinking in his heart, "I'll be tired for Janet." He pushed open the door and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "SHIELD has been secretly monitoring me, so I put the laboratory in a safe place. SHIELD is nothing. There are so many forces monitoring my family. You see, I'm still living the way I should," Li Feng said proudly. Haha, Pime sneered twice. He was too lazy to tell Li Feng that we are different. After closing the doors and windows, he led Li Feng to the street, took out a minivan from his pocket, and put it on the street. As Pime pressed the remote control, the minivan quickly expanded to the size of a normal vehicle under Li Feng's curious eyes. "Old man, can the Pime particles shrink a nuclear warhead to the size of a bullet? Also, will the shrunken nuclear bomb still have the original power?" Li Feng asked curiously, after getting on the van. Pime was stunned for a moment. Feeling that Li Feng was trying to make trouble, he did not dare to answer the question immediately, and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. I just want to see how to put a nuclear warhead on a bullet, and then shoot it out with a pistol." While speaking, Li Feng put his hands together, separated them to imitate the explosion of a nuclear bomb, and continued, "Will a nuclear bomb bullet raise a mushroom cloud?" "Fucking nuclear bomb bullets." Pime glared at Feng with a bad look and warned, "I don't announce the Pime particles to the world to prevent people like you from causing trouble in the world, so don't think about using the Pime particles. The problem is that I have already done it." Li Feng pursed his lips disdainfully, adjusted the seat to a reclining chair, and said, "I'll take a nap first, and wake me up when I get to the place." Stark Laboratory. Stark squatted in front of a frightened golden mechanical bull, frowned and muttered to himself, "It doesn't make sense. I clearly detected a trace of soul aura from Jarvis, but why can't the aura be stabilized and dissipate after a while?" Chapter 398, Mouth. Steve Grant Rogers has many titles, such as Captain America, National Idol, and God's Righteous Man. It stands to reason that such a public figure who once carried a gun and shed blood for the country and now has his food, clothing, and daily expenses covered by the state should have a worry-free life after retirement. But Steve, who has a high pension, said that even if he takes the bus for free and visits scenic spots at half price, he still has no money in his pocket. He is so poor that he is almost eating dirt. The reason is that there is a pet living at home. This pet, disguised as a crow and able to speak human language, has a stomach that is like a connection to another world. No matter how much it is fed, it will not say full. Even if Steve sacrifices his face and starts to perform, the money he earns is still not enough for the other party to have a full meal. What Steve can't understand the most is that Scar is obviously Li Feng's pet. How can he become a breeder, which makes him suspect that Li Feng doesn't like him and wants to starve him to death? If it weren't for the rich meals in the training base built by Stark for the Avengers to satisfy Scar's stomach, he might be the first superhero in the world to starve to death due to lack of food. On this day, Steve took Scar to the Avengers training base in the northern suburbs of New York to train physical fitness as usual. To be precise, Scar's lunch bell rang, otherwise why would he do it at lunchtime? Don't you know that it's not easy to exercise after a meal? As soon as the man and the bird walked to the gate of the base, Scar suddenly looked up at the sky and said stupidly, "Steve, I seem to sense the fluctuation of magic. Is it that Austin finally remembered me, or am I hallucinating because of hunger?" Steve was stunned, looked up and followed Scar's gaze, and saw a colorful beam of light falling from the sky, and then Thor in armor appeared in front of him with a hammer. Thor? Why did he come to Earth? Steve walked up to Thor and guessed, "Are you here to talk about love with Jane?" Talking about love costs money. Scar scratched his belly. Just wanting to get a free lunch, he urged, "Let's talk about food." Talking about food hurts the stomach. Thor ignored Scar and said with a serious face, "I have reliable information that the scepter that Loki left behind on the Earth has a special function." "What special function?" Steve asked with a tense expression. Thor looked confused and shook his head, saying, "I don't know." Steve's feet slipped and he looked at Thor with a black face. He thought to himself, what a good sentence of "I don't know." Does this sentence have any other purpose except proving that you are still Thor who only has muscles but no brains? Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Steve pushed open the door of the base and motioned Thor to come in, saying, "I remember the scepter fell into the hands of Wolfgang von Strucker." Before Steve finished speaking, Thor interrupted impatiently, "I don't care who what von Strucker is. You'd better make him hand over the scepter obediently, otherwise don't blame Mjolnir in my hand for going crazy." Steve glanced at Mjolnir and shrugged, saying, "He is Baron Strucker of Hydra. I don't think he will hand over the scepter obediently. You'd better be prepared to speak with the hammer. Hydra is nothing. Believe it or not, I will treat everyone to roast snake meat if I electrocute it." Thor shook the hammer with an expression of "I'm in a hurry" and asked, "Where is he?" At the beginning, Strucker supported Agent Silver in exchange for Loki's scepter. After the matter was exposed, Fury asked Coulson to track down Baron Strucker's whereabouts, so this question can only be answered by Coulson. Steve looked at the time and walked towards the restaurant with Thor, saying, "It's dinner time now. Natasha will probably appear in the restaurant. You can ask her if she has Coulson's contact information." After a while, the two people and the bird came to the restaurant. Thor ignored Stark, Hawkeye, Banner and others in the restaurant, walked straight to Natasha and asked, "Hey, Natasha, help me ask Coulson, Baron Strucker." Thor, who couldn't remember Strucker's full name, turned his head to look at Steve and asked for help. "And what was his name?" "Baron Strucker." Steve, who was worried about Thor's memory, sighed. Thor nodded suddenly, turned around and continued to talk to Natasha. "Yes, Baron Strucker. I want the specific whereabouts of this guy." Natasha looked at Steve with a confused look on her face, then looked at Thor. took out her mobile phone and called Carlson. While the call was not connected, she asked curiously, "Can I ask how Strucker offended you? I guess Mr. Baron is pursuing Miss Jane, making the King of Asgard a single dog," Stark said with a mean smile, but Stark regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. After all, Thor, who is stubborn, is famous for loving beauty more than the country. But Stark could only hold on after the words were out. When Thor heard Stark joking with Jane, he immediately got angry and retorted while shaking his hammer, "What is a baron? He is not as valuable as one of my fingers. If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you into a single dog and help Potts find a good family to marry. It's blind to follow a single dog like you. Try to touch Potts. Believe it or not, I will have sex with Jane right now and make you green on your head." While speaking, Stark glared at Thor with unkind eyes and raised his right hand to summon the Iron Man suit, as if to have a duel of the last one standing is right. Is Thor a coward? Of course not. Duels are his favorite. He immediately spun the hammer in his hand like a windmill. On the side, seeing that the quarrel between the two was about to escalate into a fight, Steve, who was afraid that the fight between the two would affect the base and make the free meals a thing of the past, covered his face and forcibly changed the subject, saying, "Thor, remember the purpose of your coming to Earth." As he said that, Steve turned his head to look at Stark and asked, "Why did you think of the base today?" Thor was stunned, stopped the spinning hammer, and turned his head to look at Natasha, who was talking to Carlson. Stark was slightly relieved when he saw this. To be honest, he didn't want to really have friction with Thor. Not to mention that he was just a hammer to Thor without the iron armor, and even if he could beat Thor violently, it didn't matter. Anyway, the base under his feet would definitely be destroyed, and he would still have to pay for repairs or reconstruction. Taking advantage of the step given by Steve, Stark sat back in his seat, pursed his lips and said, "Banner and I encountered some trouble in our research, so we came to the base to relax." As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha hung up the phone and said with a frown, "Everyone, Baron Strucker is in Sokovia in Eastern Europe. There is a Hydra research base there. Carlson has found out that the base has a large number of guards and advanced technology that far exceeds other Hydra bases. In other words, Carlson has known about the existence of the base for a long time, but has never been able to destroy it." Steve tilted his head to think for a while, then looked at Thor and said firmly, "It's hard for you to break into the base and meet Baron Strucker alone." Steve, who used to fight Hydra as a pastime, glanced at the Avengers around him and asked, "Anyone want to have an after-dinner digestion activity?" Natasha and Hawkeye looked at each other, and they both raised their hands and smiled. "Count me in." Stark touched his chin with one hand in thought, raised the other hand high, and asked curiously, "Can I ask how advanced Strucker's advanced technology is?" Natasha shrugged and said, "Carlson got the news that Strucker wants to study magic." After a pause, Natasha took out her mobile phone and pressed the call, saying, "Maybe this mission needs the help of a wizard." "Wizard? Austin?" Exclamation mark. "No, this guy warned me sternly not to study the soul." Stark snatched the phone from Natasha's hand, pointed at himself and said, "Don't look at me wearing an iron suit and having the reputation of a technology master, but I'm also a serious wizard. I can handle this matter. Let's just let Austin rot at home." Natasha looked at Stark in confusion. For some reason, she always felt that Stark was hiding something. However, except for Austin, the rest of the Avengers were all here, and Stark couldn't make any big waves. Natasha turned her head and looked at everyone, thinking. Banner saw Natasha looking at him, hesitated, and said slowly, "I won't go. After all, Hulk doesn't know how to cooperate. If he causes trouble, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I also know spiritual magic." Stark pinched the tip of his nose and said casually in a relaxed tone, "At worst, I will take a picture of your spiritual body. You can take this opportunity to let Hulk come out for a breath of air, otherwise that guy's face will be green." "May I ask where Hulk's body is not green?" Banner looked at Stark with contempt. He and Stark have been working together for some time. Seeing the other party pinching his nose, he knew that Stark was hiding something when talking about spiritual magic. It's just that Hulk is really about to be suffocated. He has been wanting to come out recently. Why not just join the mission? Even if he causes trouble, he can blame Stark, who claims to be able to handle Hulk. Thinking of this, Banner nodded and signaled that he would join the mission. Seeing that Banner actually wanted to release Hulk, Stark's heart twitched, and he almost cried. I was just saying it casually, to show that I'm a wizard. What about your persistence? I can't shoot spirits in the iron suit, but I can shoot spirits without the iron suit, but I dare to run in front of Hulk without the suit. You are asking for death. For the first time, Stark felt that he was a little short-sighted, but he couldn't say it. What can he do to save face? He could only smile against his will, and pretend to be a proud and arrogant person who said I will do anything for you, while in his heart he was praying that Hulk would not cause big trouble. Now that the attendance personnel have been determined, should we make a plan? Steve folded his arms, thought for a while and said, at present, we don't know what advanced weapons Stark has. It is better to conduct a surprise attack and capture the other party without anyone knowing. Stark shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, but took out his mobile phone and ordered Jarvis to be ready for support at any time. Natasha raised her eyebrows and said, you are the captain, you have the final say. After that, Natasha walked towards the Quinjet. Seeing everyone preparing for the battle, Hawkeye and Scar, who had been eating lunch silently, looked at each other. Are we invisible people? Why didn't anyone ask for our opinions? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Revenge 2 Opening. Eastern Europe, Sokovia. This is a city that is lawless and devastated by war. The residents here have long been accustomed to the sound of gunfire. Many people even regard the gunfire at night as a lullaby for falling asleep and the first gunfire in the morning as an alarm clock for waking up. If one day the residents find that there are no bullets flying over their heads, it will be a day of doubting life. After all, in their eyes, bullets flying around is a normal life, and the opposite is a sign of the end of the world. For this reason, they have prepared a loud slogan, the world will not be destroyed, and the bullets will not stop. It stands to reason that no one who is used to a peaceful life would like a chaotic area. After all, bullets are neither blind nor reasonable, and who knows when they will suddenly die. But Strucker is different. This guy likes chaos, because only chaos can allow him to recruit troops unscrupulously and ensure the safety of the laboratory built in the suburbs of Sokovia. Of course, in order to prevent the residents of Sokovia from having nothing to do after a meal, or being full of curiosity, or the residents suddenly clamoring to have afternoon tea with him, this guy specially set up artillery and covered the entire Sokovia with artillery fire. As long as someone disturbed his experiment, he would bombard Sokovia without hesitation. But Stark never expected that he didn't wait for the residents of Sokovia to come to him for afternoon tea, but instead waited for the Avengers to collectively call him to get up and pee early in the morning. Stark was so angry that he hurriedly drank a glass of fresh milk, held a piece of bread in his mouth, and ran to the command room to ask the assistant what happened. The assistant was also very puzzled. They had been doing scientific research in their own small piece of land during this period. They had not gone out to hang out and had not offended anyone. Why did the Avengers come to visit in a group? Especially when the assistant saw that the Avengers actually brought Hulk, who liked to tear tanks apart with his bare hands, and Thor, who ignored artillery shells and liked to rush around mindlessly. His head was buzzing, and he was confused and thought, did the Avengers have any misunderstandings about the defense of our base? With these two guys here, what's the difference between an army trained hard and one made of paper? You can't play it like this. The assistant looked at Strucker pitifully and asked with his eyes, boss, what posture should we use to surrender in a more handsome way? Strucker understood the meaning of the assistant's eyes in seconds. After thinking about it, he must surrender. After all, his small base would definitely not be able to withstand the destruction of the Avengers. But could he test the recent scientific research results before surrendering? For example, the energy shield outside the base, and all kinds of cool and awesome energy weapons. Thinking of this, Strucker used a magnetic and vicissitudes of life tone to persuade the younger brothers around him. We will never surrender. The Americans sent a group of clowns to test us. We will make them have no way back. At the end, Strucker looked around, clenched his fists, and raised his arms, shouting slogans, "Never surrender." Not to mention, after listening to the impassioned declaration of their boss, the younger brothers felt that their bodies were instantly full of strength, and they all rushed to the battlefield with the dream of tearing the Hulk apart with their bare hands. In the command room, the assistant who knew Strucker well was full of contempt in his heart, but pretended to admire on the surface, and whispered in his ear, "Boss, since you are testing the results, do you want to test the combat effectiveness of the twins?" Twins. Stark glanced at the man and woman in the corner, shook his head slightly and said, "These two are not our trained brothers, but they voluntarily joined the human experiment halfway. I doubt their loyalty. If they have an affair with the Avengers, wouldn't I lose both the wife and the army? You will take the two away quietly later, and then order them to rescue me, after completing the brainwashing." Stark patted his assistant on the shoulder and said firmly, "Believe me, one of them runs fast, and the other is good at creating illusions and mind control. Most prisons in the world are like no man's land to them. And I just sign up for the prison experience group tour. I heard that the prison provides tacos every Tuesday. I wonder how they taste." Stark smacked his lips, as if he was savoring the tacos. The assistant was stunned, and silently praised his boss's attitude of facing the crisis calmly, and asked, "Boss, since you have prepared for what to do after surrendering, what should you do with the data in the computer? Delete it or save it? If the data is archived, Strucker will definitely have to find a way to steal it back after he is released from prison, which will cost money, manpower and time. But if it is deleted, wouldn't it mean starting all over again after he is released from prison? The financial resources and time spent will probably be even greater." Strucker pondered for a while and said, "Make a copy of the data and hide it in a safe place, and then delete the data in the computer. This will not only prevent the Avengers from obtaining our scientific research results, but also give me the capital to make a comeback." As expected of a boss who has seen the world, "You are really thoughtful," the assistant flattered casually, and when he turned around to copy the data, he suddenly found that the twins were missing. "Damn it, my scientific research results are gone!" Exclamation mark. The assistant pointed to the corner where the twins had stood before in horror and whispered, "Boss, the twins are gone." "What the hell?" Strucker's eyes twitched, and he cursed in his heart. "I knew that outsiders were unreliable. Next time, I'll choose my trained younger brother for human experiments." While cursing in his heart, Strucker turned his eyes to the battlefield monitoring screen. Since the twins had run away, what else could he do except take the opportunity to collect data? On the battlefield, the original raid plan collapsed with Hulk's roar. There was no way. After the plan of entering the village quietly and not shooting failed, the Avengers immediately chose to attack. They just didn't believe it. The aliens were all knocked down. What can a group of mortals do to them? Could it be that Strucker could come up with some magical potion to turn the soldiers into Hulks to fight against them? The reality was just as the Avengers expected. Faced with strange energy armored vehicles or tanks, everyone said that this thing was useless, especially after learning that the drivers were all a group of militiamen without aiming talent. Everyone calmly said that this thing actually had no effect except for its power to bluff people. For example, Hawkeye calmly hid behind a tree and waited for a blind spot in the enemy's sight, and then quietly waited for a stupid and rough armored vehicle to pass by, and then killed the opponent with an arrow. Another example is Steve, who simply held up a shield and pushed forward all the way. Whenever he met someone who was unconvinced or had an ugly face that ruined people's 3 views, he would use the shield to slap the opponent away. If the shield area was not too small and could only protect the upper body, Steve had to move the shield to protect the happiness of the lower body. He was ready to yawn and express that he was bored. But there are unexpected events. Just as everyone was approaching the Stark base and felt that victory was in sight, the battlefield quietly changed. The first person to notice something was wrong was Hawkeye, who sneaked to the bunker. Originally, Hawkeye was going to blow up the bunker with an arrow from a distance to open up a safe passage for everyone. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he found that there was no movement in the bunker opposite, and the machine gun was still making a pleasant thump thump sound. Could it be that shield is short of funds and cut corners on the explosive arrows they made for me? While wondering, Hawkeye pulled out the explosive arrow and prepared to fire another one. But when he looked towards the bunker, a figure flashed by. Before Hawkeye could see what the other person looked like and whether it was a man or a woman, he was knocked out of his hiding place by the other person. Hawkeye was confused and was about to get up to check what happened when he heard a strange male voice. "Didn't you see her coming? What does she's coming mean?" Hawkeye looked at the other person in confusion and saw that the newcomer had a scruffy beard and was full of strength. He didn't look like a skinny refugee at all. Hawkeye instantly identified the other person as an enemy and pulled out a sharp arrow to hit him, but before he could let go of the bowstring, the person in front of him disappeared instantly. Running so fast? This must be an emergency at home. But young man, you are speeding, do you know that? While Hawkeye was complaining in his heart, a gunshot and the pain in his waist told Hawkeye, "Bowman, you are really exposed to the muzzle of the gun." Hawkeye calmly looked at the bloody waist, quickly took out a test tube from his pocket, opened the stopper, took half of the medicine, and poured the remaining half of the medicine on the wound. In the distance, Thor saw Hawkeye injured, and without saying a word, he swung his hammer to destroy the nearby enemies, jumped to Hawkeye's side, and asked, "Clint, can you still fight?" Hawkeye looked at the wound that had stopped bleeding and tried to pull the bowstring again and said helplessly, "The healing potion that shield imitated Austin is still a little less effective. Although it stopped the bleeding and ensured that I was not in danger of life, the pain from pulling the bow on the wound still made me numb all over." As he said that, Hawkeye apologized in the public communication channel. "Guys, I'm waiting for the news of your victory on the fighter plane. By the way, if anyone meets a guy who runs very fast, remember to convey a message for me. Just say these days, you have to pay for hitting someone, and I'm waiting for him to pay for the medical expenses." Running very fast? A superpower. Steve was a little worried about Hawkeye's injury, and also a little worried about the unknown changes in the battlefield due to the appearance of superpowers. He shouted into the communicator, "Stark, stop playing. Capture Stark as soon as possible and end the battle." "No problem." Stark flew to the base shield, drew a circle with his left hand and a rainbow with his right hand in the confused eyes of the soldiers. As the portal appeared in front of him, Stark rushed into the base with a step of not recognizing his relatives. "What a shitty shield. It's just a scum in front of the portal." Stark sneered at the soldiers and rang his ears with Jarvis's reminder as he killed them. "Sir, the shield of the Stark base is similar to your magic shield, and the source of the shield's magic power is very likely to be Loki's scepter." Stark's eyes lit up and asked, "Where is the scepter?" As soon as the voice fell, a map with the location of the scepter and the route appeared in front of Stark. Soon, Stark followed the route and broke into the command room. After a scan, he finally found the mission target in the secret room. "Thor, I found the prize." Stark was halfway through his words when he sensed the magical fluctuations behind him and quickly put on a shield. While summoning his battlesuit, he turned around and looked at the little girl with red magic floating in her hands. Chapter 400, The Birth of Ultron. Stark has been a wizard for some years, but there are only a few wizards he has seen. Except for Feng, the rest are all strangers' lackeys. There are only two ways of cultivation that he knows about. One is to store mana in the body like he and Feng do. The second is camotage, borrowing energy from different dimensions for a fee. Now, a little girl who seems to be born with full mana suddenly appeared in Stranger's base, which made him curious. People who cultivate mana are called wizards, so what species are those who are born with mana? Secondly, after careful perception, Stark found that the mana fluctuations of the little girl made him feel familiar, as if they were of the same lineage as Feng, which made him wonder, is this little girl who ran out of nowhere a cub left behind by Austin? Anyway, it can't be mine. After all, I have only been a wizard for a few years. Even if I give birth to a cub, it can't be this big. While Stark was wondering, he ordered Jarvis to take a 360-degree photo without blind spots while looking at the other person's face, hoping to find evidence that the other person is Feng's cub from his eyebrows, and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" And where are you going? What's your father's name? The little girl was a little confused. She could sense Stark's curiosity, and she could also detect the intention of seeing a joke in his eyes. But the problem is that she is sure and certain that she and her father, who has been dead for many years, can't know Stark. So, why is this guy asking who his father is? Is he just trying to get close to me? And the most important point is that, since the scepter gave her superpowers, she has always been invisible as she wants, and there has never been a record of being discovered by anyone. How can Stark sense her existence? Is my superpower ineffective? It doesn't make sense. My name is Wanda. Of course, an executioner like you doesn't know who I am, let alone care who I am. Wanda glared at Stark with resentment, and while controlling the nearby stones to smash at Stark, she cursed, "Today is the day you die." Stark glanced at the floating stones and calmly held up his shield. He even had the time to straighten his sleeves and said disdainfully, "The way of using both hands to release magic power is certainly beautiful, but don't you think that this rough way of casting spells is a waste of mana? It would be great to condense the magic power to control the stones into spells, which are direct, fast, convenient, and not easy to detect." After a pause, Stark seemed to guess something and asked in a daze, "Haven't you learned how to cast spells?" Seeing that Stark's raised shield easily blocked the stones, Wanda no longer had the mind to figure out what the spell was. She just wanted to shout fuck and run as far as she could. Iron Man is also a superpower. What's wrong with the world? Is it unreasonable? Isn't it set that the rich play with technology and the poor people like them who are about to pawn their pants play with mutation? What did Stark inject himself with? How did he mutate into an eggshell shield? And what is the mana he keeps talking about? Is it another name for energy for the rich? Wanda, who was confused by many questions, quietly took a few steps back, pretending to run away at any time, and secretly notified her brother Pete to come. She is not blind or stupid. Why did she stay when she knew she couldn't beat him? Waiting to be captured? She is not interested in tasting prison food. On the other hand, Pete, who was busy showing off his running speed in front of Steve, Natasha and others, thought that his sister had an accident when he received Wanda's message and quickly ran to the base. When he returned to the base and saw that Wanda was safe and sound, Pete breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw that Stark was also safe and sound standing opposite him, he suddenly felt that his cerebral thrombosis had been cleared. He rushed towards Stark like a husky with its reins released, and was determined not to stop until Stark was torn to pieces. Wait, don't. Before Stark finished speaking, he saw Pete hanging on the wall at a faster speed, and then slowly sliding down. Stark shrugged, sensing the mana filling in Pete's body and the familiar mana fluctuations, squinting his eyes to look at the other's eyebrows, and said, "I told you to wait, but you didn't listen. Now you know it hurts, right? Next time when I'm having fun, pay attention to whether I have a shield on. By the way, my shield is learned from Austin, the kind with rebound function." When talking about Austin, Stark carefully observed the changes in Wanda and Pete's expressions, hoping to judge whether the two knew Feng. Unfortunately, he only saw Pete with a confused look on his face, and then he stood up by patting the dust layer, turned his head, and looked at Wanda and whispered, "What's going on?" Wanda noticed that there was something wrong with Stark's eyes, and retreated to Pete's side, while being cautious and alert, saying, "Leave first, I'll explain later." Confused Pete glared at Stark, as if he wanted to kill with his eyes, picked up Wanda, and disappeared in front of Stark. "It's so rude to leave without saying a word." Stark pursed his lips, turned around and picked up the scepter, and asked, "Jarvis, have you analyzed what's wrong with the two children? Are they wizards?" "Sir, I suggest you ask Austin or Mr. Strange. They are experts in this field," Jarvis suggested. Stark, who made me look like I was not a wizard, continued to ask, "Just tell me the results of your analysis." "Jarvis, the data is incomplete, and the analysis results are biased. The current analysis results show that both of them have energy that is suspected to be mana, and the two use energy in different ways. Wanda's focus is on mental power, and she is suspected to focus on telekinesis and illusion. The male who appeared later uses energy in a way that is more physical. At present, we only know that the other party's movement speed is nearly 400 kilometers per hour and has good physical strength. After listening to Jarvis' analysis, Stark just wanted to roll his eyes. Not to mention Wanda's ability, he not only saw it with his own eyes, but also felt it personally. As for Quicksilver, he ran at the speed of an F1 car. How bad can his physical fitness be? Imagine tying an ordinary person to the front of an F1 car and waiting for the car to race around the track. What will happen to this unlucky guy? He will be tossed to pieces. Besides, he saw Quicksilver being bounced against the wall by the shield, but the other party patted his butt and got up directly, which showed that he had a strong physique and nothing happened. So, what's the point of you analyzing a bunch of nonsense? Stark covered his face and complained. With Stark getting the scepter and Steve successfully arresting Stark, it means that the mission has been successfully completed. Similarly, it also means that everyone can have a celebration banquet to celebrate the successful completion of the mission. On the way back, as the only mage in the team who knows healing, Stark is also responsible for treating Hawkeye. To be honest, Hawkeye saw that the wound on his waist recovered in a few seconds, blinking his innocent eyes and saying that he couldn't understand the changes in the world. The headquarters has no treatment methods, Stark's early treatment instruments, and various unscientific magic potions. It can be said that, as long as you don't die on the spot, there is a chance of rescue. Do you think it's just the diversification of treatment methods? Naive. Fury still has the technology to revive the dead. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. As long as Natasha helps bring back the body, he can be resurrected. It's just that the resurrection method on the scientific side was given by the mage. Hawkeye said that he felt sick when he heard it. This is really born as a shield and dead as a shield with emotion. The group returned to the former Stark building in New York, now the Avengers base. As soon as he stepped into the door of the old nest, Stark couldn't wait to run into the laboratory with the scepter and ordered Jarvis to scan it carefully from top to bottom, inside and out, hoping to find out the special of the scepter. Not long after, Jarvis finished scanning, and Stark was surprised to learn the results of the scan. Jarvis failed to find out what was special about the scepter, but the blue gem on the scepter gave him a lot of surprises. For example, the blue gem is just a disguised shell, and a red magic gem is stored inside it. After Jarvis retrieved the previous records, he found that the composition of the red magic gem is very similar to the red gem on the magic ring that Feng had worn. Secondly, and the most exciting point for Stark, the gem has the function of stabilizing the soul. This time, Stark was so excited that he wanted to cheer loudly, and many ideas suddenly emerged in his mind. Putting Jarvis' program into the gemstone, and then casting a spell to activate the soul breath. Wouldn't it be possible to ensure that the soul breath would not dissipate? Even let the soul breath slowly grow and become an artificial soul. In order to ensure that Jarvis has enough energy for daily use, perhaps the magic array that connects Kamataj to different dimensions can be engraved inside the gemstone. Since Jarvis has a soul, why not make a mechanical body for him as a birthday gift for Jarvis? The more he thought about the magic servant with a soul, the more motivated Stark was. He couldn't help but order, Jarvis, conduct a simulation experiment and collect data for making magic servants. Okay, sir. Jarvis' voice rang in the room, and a simulation experiment of the artificial intelligence program loaded into the red magic gemstone appeared in front of Stark. It's just an experiment. Unless you are extremely lucky, there is rarely a precedent of success. Stark had expected this. After checking the data of several simulation experiments, he hurriedly left and came to the Banner Lounge. Stark believed that he had been familiar with the operation of loading souls for artificial intelligence after hundreds of experiments, so it was not impossible to complete it alone, as long as he was given enough time. But the problem was that Thor would not give him time. The scepter would be sent to Asgard in 3 days. How could Stark, who wanted to have a magic servant, tolerate this? Stark had no choice but to seek help from Banner. After a long negotiation, Banner was finally persuaded. With curiosity about souls and magic, he joined Stark in the small experiment of secretly building Ultron. 3 days later, Stark and Banner looked at the ignorant artificial intelligence with a stable soul breath with a look of relief. Finally succeeded. It was not easy. Stark patted Banner on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, man, how about a drink to celebrate?" Of course, Banner wiped his eyes and smiled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.